Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ah! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Frickin' Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I have my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes.
Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Yeah, why are you saying you son of a gun? Hey, Blocky, what's up? Oh, we're gonna get straight into it today, guys. We have to get sub 20. Why is the chat thing not showing? There it is. Hey, Chudo, what's up? How you doing? Streaming early, are you? Yes, I am. Yep. I gotta say yep because I don't know if you're having an ad right now, you know what I'm saying? So tired. I didn't sleep well at all. It was like cold. Jesus, everyone is telling me that I have COVID lately. That sucks. Are you feeling okay at least, Blocky? Also, rip Blocky. What is that? What is that emote? I've seen it before. All right. Should we start? I guess we start. It's a me, Mario. I'm fine and I'm home so I can watch your streams. Let's go. It's good that you're doing good. Getting poopy sleep sucks. Yep. That it indeed does suck. Oh my god. Man slept like 4 hours. I might as well have just not slept. What's up, Emily? Oh, I'm so tired. I don't know, it was like cold the whole night for some reason. I sleep right next to a door that goes outside, and I think I have to reseal it. I think the air is coming in from outside. Apparently getting Omicron is helping to be immune to these new variants. Oh. So, nice, Blocky. If you have Omicron. That's cool to know, I suppose. Hey, Lakitu right away. My fingers haven't forgotten. I don't know how, but they haven't. I should have long jumped twice there. I spent hours practicing 3 different sections of the game. One of them is coming up right now. I spent hours so that today I could just do run upon run. That was terrible. Damn it. That didn't work. I got the Omi, not Front. Damn, everyone's getting COVID. I learned bomb clip, but... And I get it like 8 out of 10 times, but I didn't get it there. I know how to do cannonless. My cannonless is like 80 to 90% effective. First run of the day, I have no idea though. First run could be very bad or very good, you know? Probably, probably very bad since I just didn't get bomb. But you can learn today after this run. Canalus is bad. Wait. No. I know how to do bomb clip. I don't have time to learn anything else. Well, maybe I do, but I feel like I just want to spend time like doing runs right now. Oh my god. Why is it so hard to see lately? That was so bad. Oh, but I got it. It's okay. It's so easy to get now, plus kids are pretty much a guarantee to get infected. Are they? Bro, I stopped following COVID news a while ago. I just sit home all day. Oh, but I hope you get better, Chudo. That sucks. Especially if you're not feeling good. You think you got it from your kid? Damn it, I'm screwing up getting it with the ground pound. Okay. Kids don't care about hygiene. I guess. Depends how old the kid is, but yeah. Teachers have to enforce certain COVID guidelines, I'm assuming. So even if they don't care, you know, there's that. But also, I don't know. Yeah, it's that makes sense, Blocky. What's up, Timmy? How you doing? I didn't drink water yet, and my voice is a bit hoarse. Again, I didn't do the ground pound. I didn't do the ground pound once this run. Maybe I did it for the bomb? I don't remember. My voice. I mean, I don't expect this to be the run. It's literally terrible and the first run of the day. I shouldn't say it's terrible. It just started, but that was better. What did I want to do? Benedict Floor, welcome. Welcome. Warm up run, yeah, exactly. Horrors? What? Yeah, Stream Elements is kind of an asshole. Oh, where am I going? Benedict Floor. Is that like Benedict Cumberbatch? Are you from the Union of the American Peoples? God. No. Probably have to do that better. Penguin time. Let's go. Are you French? You don't have to answer my questions, by the way. My name is Benedict because a year ago I asked a random person what should my name be, and they said Benedict. I feel like you've copy-pasted that for everyone who's asked you why your name is Benedict. Sorry if I sound like a bit low energy. I just woke up. I literally woke up, took a shower, and then jumped on the stream. Because I don't want to waste more time. I have less than 24 hours. Bro! Oh, don't get mad, Ping. Don't get mad. I have less than 24 hours. Okay. The first run, I'm not going to reset. Yeah, this... Bro. There we go. Jesus Christ. Not copy-pasted, but I have practiced. Makes sense. And what about flower? Penguin. Pengloose. Yes, I am. I know you're French, Blocky. You told us yesterday. Oh, Bro, are you kidding me? Bro, if I miss that, if you know when the bridge is located, you can do a wall jump early. Yeah, I'm not doing a wall jump. I tried to do that, but I don't need it for sub 20. I'm not gonna try it right now. I mean, you're right. I should try it, but I've tried it in the past and it took me a while. So I know it would take me a while to like master. So I would rather not work on that right now. But thank you. Floor is my dog's name. Why do you name your dog after the floor? Oh. We're okay. I'm just joking, Flower. I know you're not naming your dog after the floor. What does floor mean? Is it a German word? I have so many questions. Okay. And I know I don't do bit DW right, but the way I do it, I've been practicing a lot yesterday, and if I get it well, like, if I get it during a run, that saves enough time for sub 20. Oh my god! Not like this, though. Jesus. Oh. This game is so fun. I've calculated that in 11 hours, I would only have like 11 or 12 full runs to do, which is not a lot. Are you serious? Oh my god. Well, the run is over. I might as well drink water. I love how everyone knows that fleur means flower. But that's not why we named her that. Why'd you name her that? If you don't mind me asking. I practiced this for hours, and I still fucking suck at it. Nice pink. Nice. Oh my god. How? How did you not triple jump, bro? Oh my god, this game is so annoying. That actually felt good. Okay. If only that was my first attempt. Oh god. Terrible. Terrible. As they say in French, terrible. Right, guys? You suck, get good, bye. Bye. I know floor because of Tyler, the creator. Oh. I mean, once I perfect that, I'm gonna get a gold split there that'll boost my confidence, maybe. I don't know how that hit, but what'd you say? I didn't understand. I don't know. What did I say? I'm really tired. The funny thing is we could still PB, but that's not the goal. The only reason I'm gonna do the whole run is to practice BLJs pretty much. Drink tequila. Nah, it's okay. One more sub and I spin the wheel and I might have to drink tequila, but I think that would make me sleepier, to be honest. I'm also dumb. I should have practiced movement here. No, not vodka. Ew. I don't drink vodka anymore. I do not drink vodka. This game is super duper fun. Except when you're going for sub 20 and you have 10 hours left. 11 hours left, 11 hours left. 10 and a half hours left. Finally, the ground pound. I did it right. I was like stretching myself. I tried to went to sleep last night and I couldn't. I tried to go to sleep last night and I couldn't, so I like stretched my fingers. Just everything. Everything is shit. Oh my god, if I didn't make that, that would have sucked. Want to become famous? Nope. I don't want to become famous. Escobarro. But thanks. Yeah, why'd you name your dog after a flower? Or not after a flower, but kind of after a flower. Nice. I'm actually trash. I should be saving time and leveling. I would ban them, but you know I ain't mod. Oh my god. Why does he punch him all the time? Ah, I tried to ground pound. Why? My ground pounds are not doing anything right today. Guys, I should be proud of myself regardless, right? If I don't get sub 20, right, guys? Okay, we got this. Are you kidding me, bro? Oh my god. What the hell? What just happened? Yeah, nah. Yeah. I should be, but I don't know if I will be. So how is that like living in France? The city of love? The city? The country? Come on, Pink. Baguette. Okay. How's it like living in New York? Hot dog. Okay, sir. Makes sense. How's it like living in France? Baguette. Bro, I'm just screwing up over and over. I haven't ground pounded like... I ground pounded like 1 or 2 out of 15 stars today. I know I learned how to ground pound like yesterday, but still. That's what she said? Yeah. That's what she said. I'm able to get the bunny really consistently though, which is really nice. So, that's the cool stuff. There we go. Okay, that should actually save me some time. Unless I screw this up. There we go. DDD's nuts, baby! DDD's nuts! I feel like I should have been playing this game more. I spent so little hours on this game before the past 2 days. Every time I try the bunny when I'm in the door, I punch the wall. Every time I try the bunny when I'm in the door, I punch the wall. Yeah, you have to get the bunny at a certain angle so it's not too far away from the door. It's like really annoying. But once you get it, you can get it pretty consistently, I think. Wow, that was actually good. Now let's see if I screw this up. Yep, I screwed that up. Gold! I like a 0.2 probably. I don't know. You did like 4 2-hour streams these past 2 weeks. Yeah. Because I've been getting triggered, which is dumb by me. I should have just been playing it. I don't play this game off stream at all. I mean, I did once for 10 minutes. And then I was like, nah. Okay, that's so far so not good. But it's not that bad. I mean, we make the cycle pretty much all the time, so. At this point. Hopefully. Oh, come on. Oh my god. That was so close. I could probably learn the trick to pass that. But I don't know it. Okay, we'll have yellow life. That's good. And I jumped into it bad. Oh, so many mistakes. It's fine. BLJs will probably be the biggest mistakes anyway. Plus, if I don't get bits, it doesn't matter. I need to get bits also. Hey, that was actually a really fast throw. Will I try the bit skip? Yes, I've been trying it every single... I practiced it for hours, and then I've been trying it every run. And yesterday, I actually got it, like, first try. I thought that might have been a gold. Hey, we're almost at sub 20. Imagine. I need to have at least one run practicing BLJs, because if I have a great run and then I die at BLJs over and over, I'm gonna get mad. So I gotta try this, you know. It wasn't like 2-hour streams, but they were short. Also, like, we were doing collab streams, and then I would go to this game or whatever. Speaking of, I have to set up the next collab stream. I kind of want to put the... You know what? I'm going to do it. The metronome. Because I've forgotten how to do this. Nice. There we go. That took way too long, but... Nice! Nice ping. You can't even jump. You could also do the stair skip when you open the sound floor door. I don't know what that is, but... I'm doing everything I know how to do it and just trying to do it better. I'm not trying to improve upon stuff right now, because it's gonna take too much time to learn. The stuff I have learned already, if I could do consistently, I know I could get a sub 20, so. I'm not doing that stuff consistently right now, but it's the first run is my excuse. Nice pink. There we go. I've practiced that so many times and I still screwed it up. Okay. That's okay. Okay, run's done. Run is over. It's just the double jump. I've tried the stair skip. I know what you're talking about now. No, I've tried it. I can't get it for some reason. I can't get it. I mean, I probably should practice it, but I don't know if it's... It took me too long to get. The only missing is solid bits for a BPT. Why did I re-chat right when I was jumping? That was really dumb. Yeah. I miss it way too often. I think I probably should have spent my time practicing other stuff. But the second I get this on a run, it's a good run. Oh my god. Can I stop being a loser? Oh. How did you ground pound that? I hate this game. Yeah. Pound cake. Yeah. Ground pounding that cake. I need Cortez to come in and say, good luck, yo, good luck. That felt so good. Run is dead, it probably would have been sub 20. It doesn't matter. It has to be a sub 20, but you're right. I mean, with less mistakes, it could have been sub 20. But the run was dead pretty much when I didn't bomb clip. You'll message him? Nah, it's okay. Listen, we have 30 more runs to go, okay? And I could stop those runs if it's I can't long jump like the past 2 days. Jesus. Hey. Yeah, it took too many tries to get it though. I practiced it so much, I expect it to be first try by now. I'm so depressed. I'm sorry, guys. He did a long jump. The platform was just going up. Well, I'm still missing a lot of my long jumps. And my Bowser throws. It's okay. First run of the day. It's okay. Everything is fine. Let's go. We're gonna get this because Blocky is here. Let's go. Oh. I know what would make me happy if you want to know. I know what would make me happy. What would make you happy is not what would make me happy, but I guess tell me if you want. What? Just make a gun emoji? I don't know if it would even be accepted by Twitch. Sub 20 would make me happy. Exactly. Jesus. How many tries did that take? The funny thing is, once I get the first try, I tend to get 2 or 3 in a row. You see what I mean? I don't get... If I miss the first try, I'll get 3 in a row. Or the second... Just do it. No! You asked me to make 10 different emojis, okay? My emoji guy, my emote guy is making them all, okay? It takes time. 2013, let's go! We saved 2 seconds on DDD, I think. I guess that's good. We got a gold split. I'm not lagging. You're lagging. I can't get Bowser throws consistent. Yeah, it's just practice. A lot of practice. I mean, mine are... Well, you just saw how mine were, but yeah, it's hard. It is hard. This game is hard. I think the hardest part of the game is just the movement. Just getting used to the stupid camera and everything. It just doesn't make sense. But yeah, it is what it is. Consistency is very hard. Yep. Consistency is hard in anything you do, right? I've been consistently streaming at 8 p.m. Eastern every single day this month. And other times during the month. I had to cancel plans and stuff for that. But I don't feel like that was hard, to be honest. This game is hard. Hey, doctor. Pockets are dangerous. I almost got banned. I almost banned someone on accident because my phone was in my pocket. Sheesh. Well, there was someone to ban in the beginning of the stream, but that's fine. How you doing, doctor? Trying to gain energy. I didn't sleep well. And I'm just tired now. And I haven't eaten in like hours. I mean, I'm not really hungry, but you're gonna don't ban Blocky. Blocky is cool. Blocky is French, and French people are cool. Doctor said he almost banned you by accident. Oh, nice. Okay, if I get bomb clip, this is still a decent run. If I don't get bomb clip, I'm gonna reset. I wasn't trying to. The pocket hath spoken. The pocket though has it spoken. Yes! Finally. Bro! Oh my god. I'm trash. Yeah, I'm cool. You see? That's what cool people say. I'm cool. Bro, all the movements I've been trying to do are not working. And my fingers are gonna break in 8 hours. Oh my god. I need to take a break from this game after today. Yahoo! What a face, what a guy. Blocky. I'm assuming you're a guy. Are you a guy? I don't want to assume. Jump, jump, jump. Jump. Yes, okay. Julio. That is way too far. I don't even know if this is good. Okay, that was good apparently. Take it easy, Pink. I can't take it easy when I know that I have 30 runs. I have a limited amount of runs. But I do have energy, which I didn't have. Which I was starting to lose last night, so I guess. I forgot to go for the side star. So we're just gonna ignore it. Yes! Oh my god. And we'll go after this star, if I don't forget. What are you gonna do when you're done with SM64? My plan for next... I change up what I do here a lot, but my plan for next month is to make content that's like geared for YouTube type content, like what Ludwig would do. Why can't I do the ground pound, bro? Oh my god. Like Ludwig might do, like I eat the spiciest ramen in the world, or I play this game and every death I, you know, punch my sister in the face or something, you know? So stuff like that. My hope is to do that twice a week. Maybe more if I could think of ideas faster and if my editor could get more videos out, but probably twice a week. And then, yes, I finally did it. And then do one collab stream per week. We watch videos with Chad on YouTube once per week. And every other day we'll probably just play like Hollow Knight or like other games. Just for funsies. So that's the plan for next month. I'm basically gonna be trying to make my YouTube grow. In order for my Twitch to grow. And stuff. Or Emily. Nah, she's rich. She makes more than I do. Well, she's not rich, but... Yes! I'm doing it right now. Doesn't get sub 20, he's gonna end it all. He's gonna play SM64 so he can punch his sister a lot. Yes! Oh, that sounds so good. Poor Emily. Poor Emily. But that's the plan. That's the plan. I want to basically play a bunch of different stuff and figure out what's for me. Because I don't know yet. I want to do VR in the future. I just need to afford and buy a VR headset. This run is bad so far, but I'm just going to keep going to get a feel for stuff. And next run, if I screw up BitDW a lot, I'll just reset. But if I don't, next run, I'll reset like for sub 20. Nah, it's okay. It's okay to punch my sister? Yeah, you're right. No, I don't think I've ever punched her in the face. I mean, I have, like, jokingly, but... When are? When are? English. It's a hard language. Oh, the run is okay? No, it's bad. You gotta remember, the 3 things that saves me time to get sub 20 are bits, which I still have never done during a run successfully. Well, I have done it, actually. There we go. Jesus. I have done it successfully, but I missed a Bowser throw. So if I do bits and I don't miss any Bowser throws, bits in one try, like that standing long jump or whatever. Not long jump, but standing whatever. Great. That's it. Oh my god! Are you freaking kidding me? That saves me time. BitDW could save me 15 to 20 seconds if I do it better. Bomb clip say I basically need to get... How? How does... Oh my god. I gotta get BLJ. Like, there's a lot of things that have to go well, and so far, most of those things have not gone well. Everything looks green, but that's because my PB is very, like, high. It's not good. My PB is 2259, so obviously everything's gonna be high, but for sub 20, it sucks. I'm pacing to do 2048, and the biggest thing I could improve on to get a gold split on would get me to, like, 2028. So, actually... 2008. I think I could get 2008. And now I can't because I got burnt. Like, I have to do everything much better. I hate the camera. Oh my god. You basically need to successfully ground pound start. Yeah. That'll be a nice start for sure. I'm so happy I practiced this a lot last night though. Because, Jesus Christ. I didn't... Oh my god! Yeah, ground pound when I don't need you to ground pound, Mario. Thanks. What the hell? Thanks for the hosts of 20 viewers. Ah! God damn it. Well, the run's over now, so, I could say what's up. Thanks for the follow and thanks for the host. 20 peeps is a lot of peeps. I appreciate that. I don't know if you've rated as well. No, the run's over. It's fine. You didn't distract me. I don't know why. You didn't distract me. How you doing, Adam Carnage? Do you play this game? Do you play the Super Marios? Alright. Who knows? Maybe I will end up playing this game a lot. Long jumps are mad hard on SM64 though. I don't know what... That's what I feel like, but when I talk to people who play this game a lot, they're like, no, long jumps are easy. So, I just have to get used to doing them. I mean, sometimes they feel really good and I don't mess them up a lot, but on the platform stuff, I think it's because I don't go right away. I'm not confident in those jumps on BitDW. So yeah. Side flips are hard compared to Sunshine. Isn't it like compared to isn't Odyssey like so much better movement wise? Been grinding 16th time, we have similar PBs and targets. Oh cool. Oh, thanks for showing the love. I appreciate that. If you want to race, let me know. That I feel like that would be really fun. And it could maybe bring up my confidence if I win. But yeah, I'm trying to get. I'm gonna do. Well, I guess it's in the title, but I started streaming this game February 1st. Yes. Okay, we got Lakitu at least, and trying to get sub 20 by the end of February. So I have like 10 hours left, U.S. time. Well, New York time, Eastern time. In Galaxy, it's so hard. Races are mad fun to watch. Yeah, especially when they're close. And if we have similar PBs and targets, it would be close, you know? But yeah. How long have you been playing this game, Adam? Pick him up. That was bad. I should have... That was really bad. I'm resetting. No, I'm not gonna reset. Let me first get bomb clip and then I'll reset. Might be good practice for me. I'm in an intermediate tournament and need all the practice. Oh, you spell practice with an S, so you're not American. It's so cool trying to figure out where people are from by how they type and stuff. Okay, see, that one was good. And I know why it was good. Because I tapped the first jump. Thanks for following Ducks World. Thanks for the follow. See, there I didn't tap jump. About this time. Oh, he picked it up about a month ago. Oh, shit. Oh, you're British? A lot of British people lately. That sucks. I'm just joking. Freestyles XI. 11. Thanks for the follow. We can't hear the thanks for the follow. Aw. You can't hear it? Is it too low? I don't want to play around with it because my alerts audio is the same for everything, but... And I threw him. But thanks for letting me know. I'll try to fix that. Yeah. My face is supposed to pop up when I dyed my hair red and blue. I'm supposed to say, thanks for the follow. But it's okay. I'll just say it. Again, I literally made the same mistake. It's fine. It is fine. Let's try going for bomb.
It's me.
Mario. Hey, thanks for the follow, Blocky. Did you do that to see if you could hear it? You unfollowed and followed? Hey. Yeah, that's the Discordo. I think this is gonna be a game I play for a long time. As much as it frustrates me, I feel like it's good content because for PBs, you could verse other streamers and other people in general. That's fun. And it's fun for me, so. Why are you always trying to show the OnlyFans to people? Sheesh. When I was younger, I had a foot fetish. I did. What's wrong with that? Adam probably has a foot fetish, but he doesn't want to tell anyone.
Jelly bean time.
I can't eat a jelly bean right now. I'll eat the jelly bean afterwards. Sorry, a lot of rewards are turned off for What the hell was that? What in actuality was that? Oh, damn it. I don't know. I'll take it. That's gonna be on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. Probably in like a few days. I don't know how, Blocky. That's called luck. Sweet Lakitu skip. Yeah. You know what I think it was, to be honest? I've gone into that situation before, and I tried a long jump. Because I think, oh, because you get used to long jumping. I've made that mistake so many times. Let's go! No. Bro! Why am I so shit? Ah. Let me get the jelly bean open. Okay, I'll eat a jelly bean at the next star. Oh, it's so strong. Oh, I should have long jumped too. What am I doing? Nice. I love when you ground pound. Okay, I'm eating a pink jelly bean. By the way, for those wondering, this is Bean Boozled jelly beans, so they taste like crapola. Or they taste good. And I haven't had any food in a long time. Ugh. It tastes okay, but ugh. I got a good one. It tastes like strawberries or something. Ugh, it's still so nasty though. Oh my god. Ah, where are you going? Oh my god, bro. What? That's never happened to me. I might as well restart. It's not yummy. I'll order some food. Thanks. I have seen a streamer do that, actually. They had a thing where you could order food for them. It seems so cool. I might set that up. That seems so, like, funny. They could just order me a slice of pizza or something. Shit, I forgot about Canonless. I don't know if that was good. I screwed up the camera, but I got it. Streamer treats or something. Oh, is that what it's called? Let me write it down. Streamer treats. And whatever it is, you have to eat it. Well, I don't eat pork because I'm a Jew. Because I'm Jewish, but aside from pork, yeah, I guess so. Oh, that sounds terrible. But I guess if they're spending their money on it. No, I don't want to eat nasty food. I already have to eat jelly beans from channel points. Never mind, maybe it's not a good idea. Or maybe you could allow only certain types of food to go. Let's go. I was gonna get you pork chops. Gee! I mean, if you could get it for me, I'll just throw it out. Oh. What a shiitake run, bro. Shiitake mushrooms. Pork belly. I gotta go. I'll be back in a few hours. Good luck on the runs. Thank you. And see you. I'm assuming you're going to school. Wait, what time is it? Wait. You probably are in school. Is there school right now? I don't know. I don't remember how school works. I've been gone from school for decades. I need to lurk while I go, and I'll read the rest of that in a second. Oh, come on, Ping. Yes, okay. I'm on lunch. That makes sense. Well, I go get some food. Good luck with the runs. Thank you. And thanks for lurking. And thanks for hosting. And for those wondering what we do here, we play once a week. We do a collab stream with another streamer, which is pretty fun. A competitive, like, versus. We've done different games. Once a week we watch videos with chat that you guys send me. You could join the Discord for that. And send me videos you want to send me. Any video on YouTube. That's not TOS, I guess. We're gonna have some cool streams coming up. And what else? Oh, and I suck in Mario. What was that? Oh my god. Isn't it 14 there? It's almost 14, yeah. For those plebs that don't know what 14 means, it's almost 2 p.m. Or some pork-flavored tamales. Yeah, I wouldn't eat it. 75.58 hours. Sheesh! More watch time than I have of my own channel. I don't know if this run is even worth continuing. Time doesn't work the same. Yeah. In France. What time is it in France right now? There we go. Jesus. Time list? Yeah, that's not a thing. Lol. There should be other... do exclamation point commands, and you could see all the commands. I feel like there should be a command for something related to watch time, where you could see more of the list. Hey, thanks for the follow again, Freestyle. And, are you a rapper? Because if you're not, why are you Freestyle? Yeah, it's literally commands. It's 1847 in England? England? Oh, everyone is from England here. 1847. 6:47 p.m. Oh, yeah, I know what time it is in England. Because I know enough British people that I know that it's like 5 hours difference. Wait, is France the same? Am I an idiot? I mean, France is pretty close by. Oh my god, can you side flip? Thank you. I'm not English, I just live here. Oh, that's so cool. You're from the US. Why do you live in England? England? France is an hour ahead of me. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think why. Isn't it like the more east you go, the earlier you are or whatever? I'm just gonna reset.
It's me, Mario.
What you doing in England? Inglando. Ingurando. Teaching English or something? Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. I don't know why I said that. I live here for another 2 years, give or take. Oh, cool. What's your job, if you don't mind me asking? I'm gonna take this time to drink water so that stupid jelly bean is gone from my mouth. Ingrando. Where are you from in the US? Bro, I ask a lot of questions. You could just be like, oh, it's annoying or whatever. You could just tell me. But I work at an airport, I guess you could say. Oh, wow. That's cool. Is it cool or is it boring, actually? I feel like that could be cool for a few months and then get boring. It's such a, like, random thing. I work at an airport. Interesting. Interesting random thing. Interesting? Could be interesting. Let's see if I get Lakitu. If I get Lakitu, I'm gifting 10,000. Oh, well, never mind then. And I forgot to split. There we go. Aircraft are loud as hell. Not after you see everything. That makes sense. We as humans must always innovate, or else we get bored. Right? Hey, Northeastern, let's go. I'm New York. New York, so we might be close by. Boop, 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 you must be New York. Your name is Freestyles. I mean, you must be Massachusetts. Okay. Massachusetts. Is there a free... I live there. I live 3 hours from there. Oh, cool. Do you actually freestyle? Are you like... If I drop a beat, can you freestyle? I can't drop a beat, though. I could play piano, though, so I guess I could drop a beat. I want to scream. The command I'm looking for ain't there. So then you're looking for something that doesn't exist, I guess, yeah. Oh, I did it. For those wondering, I did a 12-hour stream last night, and then I went to sleep. I woke up, and I literally just took a shower and started the stream again. I'd really have to think of something I probably could if I tried hard enough. Wait, so why is your name Freestyles? If you scream, auto-tune it. I do want to, Epicuro, I think, told me to add a reward that makes me do auto-tune for like 20 seconds. That seems like a great reward, to be honest. Because it would be a reward that wouldn't get in the way of runs that you guys could use, you know? Oh, thank God. Bro, you just looked up the commands. If it's not there, it doesn't exist, you know? I don't know what you're doing. You should add a reward that makes you use a girly voice. Well, you know I used to have that reward. I used to go like this. But I don't anymore. I'm a bit low energy because I'm so tired. But I'm still chilling. I thought you were going to bonk there. Yeah, me too. Yes! Yes! I pressed the wrong button. I always press the wrong button on splits when I actually get that one. That might have been a golden split, but whatever. It's fine. Splits don't matter, right? I forgot to long jump there. I sounded like a girl when I was 7. I feel like all of us did. Unless you're like 10 right now and you're saying that. Nice face. Thanks. I try not to show it often, though. It does exist because I've used it. So then it should have been on the commands list. I might have turned it off. Do you know? I might have turned it off a long time ago because it's too spammy in chat. When you do like watch time top 20 or whatever, it like it's really spammy. Oh my god, that was so bad. All right. I think that's bad. Oh, it's not. You're 23? Oh shit. Oh, okay. Listen, I don't know, okay? Some people, they come in, they're like 12, 10. I think the youngest person was 9 years old. They're now like 10 or 11 after watching me. So, you know, in a few years it'll make more sense. Where am I jumping? In a few years it'll make more sense for them to be in chat, but no, but they're actually pretty cool. But yeah, you never know, you know? 23 though, okay. How old do you think I am, Freestyles? And there's nothing wrong with younger people. It's just a lot of times they're really immature, and it's just like they don't like they try to make jokes and they're just not good jokes, and it just I don't know. We've had 50-year-olds. We have. 28. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. 25. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. I suck at this game. He's 34. Yep. Nah, I'm 20. I'm 24. I'm only a year older than you, Freestyles. And I lived abroad for 2 years, so we have so much in common. I lived in Japan, though. Let's go! And then I wanted to move to Russia, but I don't think I'm gonna move to Russia anytime soon. If there is a Russia, or if there is a country left. I have friends that are just about to be 30. What, you're trying to, like, show off? I'm just joking. Yeah, when I went to Japan, I was 21, and everyone there was older than me. I like hanging around older people. In real life, I guess. Because then I get insights into, like, what my future life is might be like, you know? And it's just, like, interesting. But on stream, I like hanging out with anyone who's just not too annoying. Which is most people. Most people are pretty chill. That was bad. Ukraine tickets are cheap right now, though. Yeah, nice, good one. I'm hoping that I can move to Japan when the time comes. Bro, I feel like everyone on Twitch wants to go to Japan. Yeah, Japan is amazing. Have you ever been there? Most of the friends are IRL are older than me. Most of my friends IRL are my age because I have a couple of really good high school friends. But yeah, I'm scared of the future. How old are you, Blocky? I feel like there's no need to be scared of the future. Well, no, I mean, you could be scared of Putin, I guess, but this is still a sub 20 run, guys. If I get bit TW faster than I ever have, which is not, oh my god, which is not that hard. And if I don't screw up bits, and if I get BLJs fast enough. There's a lot of ifs. Last day, I know. What's up, Nick? We got a lot of British people today. Maybe I start streaming this time so all the British people pop in. Right, Nick? Like you. How you doing, Nick? How was your, weren't you in London or something recently? You were saying it was good, but how did it end up being like the whole experience? I'm gonna read chat after I screw this up, so give me a second, guys. Ah! I hate this game sometimes. It's because I was trying to ground pound while I was mid-air. That was probably dumb of me. This is my first time out of the country. Oh, wow. You're 16? Oh, okay. 16 is like, I feel like everyone who's 16 or older on stream tends to be just like chill most of the time. I mean, you are chill. Your age doesn't change how chill you are on chat, but that makes sense in my head, you know? What part of the future are you scared of? A potential World War III, that's something you have no power over, so there's no point in really thinking about, I guess. I mean, that's how I think of stuff. And I screwed that up. Nice. You mean watching KSI? Yeah, it was good. Exactly. It was good? Nice. I did mean watching KSI. Did he shout you out? Imagine. Oh my god. I can't go home anytime soon because I don't have a US passport. Oh wow. Are you American? Well, if it's your first time out of the country, you must be American, no? What happened? Why don't you have a passport? I don't really know. It's just scary, spooky vibes. Oh, yeah. I'm really weird. When stuff happen in the world, I get more like excited, but not like happy. I'm not happy. Nice. I'm definitely not happy now. That's a reset.
It's me, Mario.
Yes, I'm American. Wait, so why don't you have a passport? Good, man. Yeah, I have to restart. If falling there is... I can't get a sub 20 if I fall there.
Me, Mario.
Oh, there's an ad. Sorry for everyone getting ads right now. You didn't need one. Oh, okay.
Please come to the castle. I beg to kick you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
You didn't need a passport to go to England for 2 years? That seems really weird. Or... I don't know. Or for over 2 years, because you said you have 2 years left, right? Seems sus. Yeah, it seems weird. I don't know about sus, but yeah, spooky vibes for sure. I get excited for like things that change in like big ways. Like when Trump became president, I was like, damn, this is gonna be interesting. Like I get it, like because things become more interesting and like different. Even if they become worse, like it still interests me, if that makes sense. Or like when COVID happened, or now with Russia and Ukraine, and obviously with good stuff too. Like, well, not like this run, but. But yeah, just stuff in general interests me. Doesn't mean I'm happy about these things going on, but yeah, I mean, hopefully there's no World War III, obviously. I don't know what Russia's... I don't know what Putin is thinking, bro. Only Putin knows what Putin is thinking. I don't understand, though. Dinal, you're sus. Dinal, you're sussy baka. Oh, I'm so tired. I didn't think I would be more tired after waking up. I usually don't stream at this time. Maybe that's why. I mean, I always stream at this time, guys. Don't worry. That dude scares me, not gonna lie. What is sus? Like, what does sus mean? Or, like, what is sus in this situation? To me, it's not sus. It just seems, like, weird. I mean, I just don't understand. But I don't understand many things, so it's okay. I'm not gonna reset every time I miss Lakitu, but if I miss bomb clip, I'll reset. I walked away, so I have no idea what we were talking about. Oh. No, Dinal was saying that it's sus that you're living in Britain, but you don't have a passport. Like, do you have any passport? Do you have, like... This game is so awesome. Oh, yeah. I don't think I'm getting sub 20 today. I don't have the confidence. I don't think it's happening. You have no yeah, that seems crazy to me. Like, is that a normal thing? Maybe it is, and I just don't know about it. Restart. Bro, you got this. Thanks, guys. I'm just gonna practice this a little bit more because I don't want to restart and miss it again like all the time, you know? This is necessary for sub 20. This is one of the things... Okay. Well, I suck ass. This is one of the things I've been practicing. One of the things I've been practicing for. When you work for the government, it is? Oh. Oh, you're part of the CIA, and I wasn't... That's why... Oh, sorry. I won't say anything else. He's part of the CIA, guys. Sorry. I almost gave it away on stream.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Is he even from Massachusetts? Is he even he? Maybe it's a girl. Maybe the woman. Is he even 23? Oh. I'm just joking. Let's go. Because there was just an ad, there's 27 minutes of pre-roll ads off. Let's go. Only streamers will understand what that means. Nice. Nice, Pink. Nice. There we go. That's what I usually do. I have to learn to stop the momentum there as well. If I'm gonna get an applause for Lakitu skip, then then I'm good enough already, yeah? Come on. Oh my god, bro. The thing is, I practiced bomb clip for like 2 hours yesterday. And I got it like 9 out of 10 times. And then I did runs and I got it every single time. And now I'm missing it. If I was smart, I would get a passport so I can travel all of Europe in my free time. Yeah, you should get a Bing Bong. Should get a passport. Yo, Bing Bong comes from Brooklyn, baby. That video comes from Brooklyn, which is where I live. I think, or Manhattan. Comes from New York. Whatever. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to be in Britain and not travel. You should definitely get a passport and travel around. Especially since a US passport is pretty powerful. But I'm sure, like, a British one is too. Especially in Europe. Yeah. I thought it was Staten Island. Was it Staten Island? Oh. No way you're from Brooklyn. What, you're Addy? English, it's a hard language. Remember Zen. Thanks, Fairy. What's up? It's hard to be Zen sometimes, bro. It's hard. Especially when 30 seconds goes to the goddamn intro of the game. I might just practice bomb clip and Lakitu for like 10 minutes and then go back to runs because this is really bad. I was doing it so consistently yesterday. I had one run today, Fairy, and it was okay. One full run in an hour. Why would I do full runs if my goal is sub 20 and I know I won't get sub 20 if I don't bomb clip? It doesn't make sense, you know. You know how you always say reset? It makes sense now. Unless you're just trying to troll me and get me angry. Just practice it as a whole. I've practiced for a whole month. Ping, I expect you to do this. Let's do it, baby. I got 10 hours left. We got this. You smart. Unfortunately, I don't know if I am. But also, this has to do with... Not with smarts. Now I don't have momentum to jump to the door either. Great. I said reset it as a troll. This is me encouraging you. Well, reset might be the better option here. It's fine. It's fine. You guys will be there. You guys can spam. I was there when I get sub 20. When I become a big YouTuber and Twitch streamer, which I already am. But You don't know what you want? I do know what I want. I want to reset. Okay. I don't need to reset. That was okay. I actually ground pounded, so it's okay. How was that L? That was good. Imagine this is the run. Imagine, guys, that this is the run. Yeah, this game is more so just... Smarts is a bit of it, maybe, for getting certain things down. But it's also just... I don't know, just playing it, you know? My fingers hurt. You split very early. My splits are very weird. What's up, Anorak? How you doing, though? My splits are very weird. And I screwed up those long jumps, but it is what it is. I split when I want to split. So, yeah. That was too close. I don't listen to nobody. I'm an independent whammon. Alright, let's do this. You're good? Great to hear. Bro! Oh my god. What's going on today? If I'm screwing up, I should be screwing up on VLJs, not goddamn cannonless. My cannonless is 90% effective. I'm resetting, but I just want to see. Okay, that was bad. I walked to it bad. Yeah. That was my fault. I mean, they're all my fault, but... What's next month, then? Next month is, we're gonna be playing just a bunch of different stuff, I think. There's no one game for next month. I want to test out doing, like, YouTube-type content. And, yeah. I love how when you think you'll mess up, you get it, and when you don't say anything, you mess up. I love it, too. Use a fast get up to get off the ledge. I don't know what that means. I'm not learning anything new right now, okay? I've learned a bunch of new stuff, and I'm screwing up stuff that I learned a long time ago. So, it doesn't make sense to learn new stuff. I just... With what I know already, if I could do everything I know right now, I could get sub 20, like, for sure. I'm not doing it all well. Use a fast get up to get off of the ledge. It's just pressing A. The reason I don't get up the ledge quickly is because I want to see... Oh, are you talking about the plank or the ledge? The ledge, I don't get up quickly because the way I set up is looking at where Mario's hat cuts off with the plank. Will we do more speedruns in the future? Maybe a little bit, but I don't want that to be the center of... No. I don't want it to be the center of things, but I'll do more Mario speedruns in the future, for sure. For sure, because I think it's fun, and there's always a goal of PBing, and there's always a goal... You can always improve, and there's always a goal of playing against other people, and people could help me out, makes them feel good, makes me feel good. Like, there's a lot of pluses to this game. So, yeah. I think I will be streaming this game in the future. Just not as much as I have been.
It's me, Mario.
Alright, let's do this. Not as much as this month, yeah, exactly.
Princess Toadstool. Peach.
I'm all over the place. That's why I hope you guys stay for me and not for the game. Aw. That's hard to do. I do like this game, though. When you do multiple long jumps in a row, do you let go of Z and press it again? I don't know. I don't know. That cutscene must be annoying. Honestly, it's not, because it gives me time to talk to you guys. Like, pretty normally. It's annoying for just missing... It's annoying missing Lakitu when I haven't missed it so much this month. Like, I had it like at 80% accuracy at a certain point. 80 to 90%. And now I'm just missing it every fucking time. You can just hold Z when you chain. Nice pink. Nice long jump. Huh. I think sometimes I hold it and sometimes I don't. You know why I don't hold it? Because when I don't, Okay, I just held it. Yeah, I don't think I usually hold it. I think because I tried to do that in the past, and what ended up happening... Nice. Nice ping. Press the wrong button. I tried to do that... what was that? I tried to do that in the past, holding Z, and I would ground pound. So I stopped doing it. But it just worked there, so I guess I'll do it again. For BLJs, I hold down Z. It's more annoying missing the stuff than seeing the cutscene, to be honest, Blocky. These runs are fascinating. I might literally just open up Usamune and just practice for like 10 minutes. If I miss again. Because yeah, this is just... it's too much. It's too much. The stuff I've practiced wasn't even Lakitu. Like, Lakitu I've gotten down so well. I did the thing again. I did the thing from before. I knew that I fucked up the long jump, so I just, Nice. Nice ping. Nice. So I just, I did that. Yeah, let's see what happens with the bomb. I just gotta chill. I gotta chill. That's what I gotta do. What's up with you guys? Let's just have normal, casual conversations. So the weather. Ah! I'm opening with someone new. Don't think about it. Yesterday worked out. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to sleep. Oh my god. All you could hear is him going Yahoo. I can't wait for nuclear fallout. But then you won't be able to watch Ping Pong Masters anymore. I know what I'm screwing up here too. That's the most annoying part. What did I just do? The music gone. The music's gone, so I'll put it for you guys. Stop! Stop! What am I doing? I need to jump. Tap A. I'm not tapping it. Oh my god. I forgot how to play since yesterday. Nice. Nice ping. Didn't get to me? I don't know the song called Nuclear Fallout. I love ground pounding. I'm gonna put background music while I practice this. I wanna like punch myself in the face. What I like to do is big jump for the first and tiny one for the second. You're supposed to tiny one on the first and big jump on the second. Like that. Something like that. The Mario music? Oh. I tried and I stopped. No more. Gomen nasai. Oh, finally. I want to get it like 3 or 4 times in a row. Thanks, Nick. That's what worked out for me, and then people kept yelling at me to... Well, not yelling at me, but telling me to not do that. You should have 24-hour stream. I can't, like, it'll be March. So it doesn't matter. I should have done a 24-hour stream? Maybe. That might have been better, to be honest. Or I just need to get my groove back. How the hell did I grab that? That was... Well, okay. You got this. You got this. Thanks, guys. Nice. I grabbed him too early. What the hell, man? What the heck, man? At this point, I might just try to PB, and that's going to be the stream. Which is much easier to do. Alright. If I get it this time, I'm resetting. Well, I got it, but... Okay. So, guys, how's life? I wouldn't have clipped through. Sheesh! If that was a real run, I wouldn't have clipped through. The usual. Sick. Sick and just chilling. Yeah? Hey, let's go. That's actually... That is perfect, okay? 15 seconds. 15 seconds. That is what I want every goddamn bomb clip to be. Every run. Okay, that's worse, but... 17 seconds. Not bad, not bad. You see how that could, like, change the run so drastically? You know how... Just for reference, guys. This is how long it would take without bomb clip. The way I do it. I want you guys to see how much time this saves. It took 15 seconds with a perfect bomb clip. What would be perfect for me, right? 27 seconds. So I saved 12 seconds. I literally saved 12 seconds by doing this. Oh, which is an insane amount of time. I messed that up, but it worked. Why? Oh my god. I had to jump higher, that's why. Okay, I'll get it one more time and then I'll reset. Or I'll do a run, rather. Okay, nice. Okay, okay. Feels good, man. And the song just finished. It's a me, Mario. Da 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 ba. Okay. Maybe I just needed practice. That took way too long to reset. What the hell? Okie dokie, artichoke.
Dear Mario.
Oh, dear Mario. Please play better. And by Mario, I mean Ping Pong Master.
Peach.
Hey, if anything, I hope to get a best possible time under 20 minutes. And, and a PB of under 22 minutes. Shut up, Dino. If I could do those two things, I think we'll be chilling. If I could do those two things in the next, like, 2-3 hours, that would be nice. Watch him throw at bits. I know, right? Hey, listen, if I throw out bits, it'll still be better than what most of the stream has been, so. Let's go! Yes! I didn't waste time there as well. And I screwed that up. Why does it say best possible time 20? So that means that the best I can do, if I played the best that I have been playing so far, is 20 minutes, 13 seconds. But, well, it changes as the run goes on, but But I could get sub 20 because I've already done the math. Ah! I could get sub 20 if I do 3 things that I've learned yesterday and practiced for so many hours. One of those things is bomb clip, which I fucking just missed because I suck ass. The other thing is bit DW, which I suck ass. No, I mean, I should be able to do it. And I should be able to save 10 to 20 seconds on there. And the last thing is bits, which... And, okay, no, this is just a reset. This is dumb. I already got a star. I need to...
It's me, Mario.
And the last thing is in bits, which is the last area. I could save 10 to 20 seconds with a trick. So I need to do basically 3 different things. And the second one is arguably the hardest because I have to... Actually, it's 3 tricks. 1 is bomb clip. 2 is long jumping twice on platforms in bit DW. And 3 is long standing or whatever it's called. Left standing in bits. You understand now? Yeah. So the reason I reset is because I didn't get bomb clip. And that saves like a lot of time. And also I didn't long jump after missing. I got out of that area and I freaking ran instead of long jumping, which loses like time. But honestly, if I was good enough, just by movement alone, I could get a sub 20 without getting bomb clip. I'm just not good enough. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's go. And then, of course, also not screwing up on BLJs and not missing a Bowser throw. Okay, that was good. Okay, my Lakitu has come back to how it should be. Hey, and that was good too. The long jumped on the stairs. Okay, so far the movement is really good. I also shouldn't be worrying about every single millisecond, but... I mean... It's hard not to. Since today's the last day, especially. Ah! Okay, it's fine. It is fine. Yeah, exactly what Blocky said. You could do sub... Wow, nice pink, nice. See, right now, assuming that I play as, you know, the best I can in every area, I would get a 20-30. I mean, technically, I could still get a sub 20 right now, but like with my skill level, technically, but I'd have to play really good. But yeah, like Blocky said, like I've seen someone get an 18, like an 18XX, like 18 minutes and whatever seconds, without Lakitu skip. But they had bomb clip, so bomb clip saves a little more than Lakitu. If I ever miss cannonless first try, though, I don't like continuing that run. So let's not miss this. You gotta set it up perfectly, which I think that was good. That should be good? Yeah. Hey, I'm back to my old self, which was yesterday. I needed an hour of practice to get back into the groove. Watch me just screw up everything now, because I jinxed it. but yeah. I have to learn how to do this movement better as well. I might just watch the movement videos that Fairy has sent me. Because I didn't really watch them. That was bad. Because if I watch the movement videos, I could probably improve on very easy movements. But my brain is telling me, no, you're good for sub 20. Just play. So I might do that later. I might practice a little bit later. Even though I want it to be just full runs. You know. Depending on how the runs go, I guess. Nice. Nice ping. Nice pink. God damn it. See, like, this already can't be my best time in this area because I bonked that twice. So, yeah. But I could still gold, and I could still get a really good PB. So, we're going to continue for now. Especially since my last PP had... My last PP. My last PB had much lower... Obviously, much worse in these areas, as you can tell, because it says -5 seconds and whatever. My CCM and my last PB sucked. So, yeah. Anyway. What's everyone's plans for March? I don't know if March is special, but... See, that's how I need to do that. That's how fast I need to be there. Nice. Then here I could probably do that faster as well. Yay! Okay. That could have been worse, so that was good. AOT and FMAB. Hell yeah. How you liking Attack on Titan? No spoilers, guys. Nick is on, what, season 2? Unless you, I don't know how much you've been watching, but... Full Metal Alchemist is so good. There's one episode that's, like, really, really crazy. Like, weird. But I don't want to spoil anything. You'll know when it comes. I messed up that split, but whatever. 5 episodes of Naruto first. Lol. I'm trying to watch less Pink. Don't worry, I'll be streaming less in March, probably, so... I did not mean to long jump there. Nina? What's Nina? Your mom's name? What is that? Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about, actually. 5? You have 5 episodes of Naruto left? Nice. So you know everything that happens pretty much now. What else happens in the last episodes? I don't really remember. Oh, I do remember one of the last episodes. It's pretty obvious what's gonna happen, but I won't say it anyway. Let's get this. Okay, let's just do that. Girl in Spanish, niña. Oh yeah. Last 5 I really enjoyed Iruka's. Yeah, bro, I teared up on that, bro. That was beautiful. Bit DW is where you struggle a lot. Yes, for sure. I practiced it so much last night that I'm pretty sure I could get it 10 to 15 seconds faster if I don't die. And if I die, the run is over. So, yeah. I know what happens. It was one of the only spoilers I got. Oh, okay. I mean, but it's pretty obvious what happens, too, right? We'll see how BitDW feels right now. I'll try to concentrate on it a lot. Definitely. Yeah. Can we do that thing sometime this week, Nick? Where we verse, or like, yeah, where we verse each other? A Naruto facts? For this week's collab video stream. Video stream. Okay, time for one of my kryptonite areas. Okay, so far so good. So far, pretty good actually. I am surprised. But this is not usually where I screw up, so. And sometimes it is. Oh my god, you know how much I've practiced just getting those like 15 seconds? I practiced that so much. Ah! Jinx. I jinxed it. Bro, I don't understand why he doesn't long jump sometimes. Okay. The run is still alive. The run is still alive. The area where I tend to screw up most on is coming up, guys. You guys ready? It's not this one, even though that looked scary as hell. It's this. No! God damn it! Why is it so hard? God. I'm just practicing this right now, okay? I'm resetting, but I want to practice this. And the way people explained it to me was so bad. Well, felt bad in my head. They said just double jump, double long jump, full double long jumps. What the fuck? That didn't work. I think. Can you... Oh my... Wait, I'm not doing it for real. Why am I doing that? Okay, what am I supposed to do here? This would be taking it the safe route. And I barely made it with the safe route. Alright, I'm just gonna take the safe route. Let's have one good full run. I'm gonna just take it the safe route. Okay, guys?
It's me, Mario.
Definitely? Sure. Nice. I'll let you know what time and stuff.
It's me, Mario.
Well, I want you to finish the show first. Wait, do you think you're gonna finish the show before the end of the week, Nick?
Dear Mario,
I mean, 5 episodes is not much, but I don't know how you like watch it and stuff, you know?
yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
Watch him getting confident and doing the risky path. I mean, it's possible. We didn't get bomb clip that run anyway, and I screwed up the way on the way to the Womp, so it's okay to reset. I mean, I'm gonna screw up something, probably almost every round. But I mean, what confidence? I will screw up nothing. Yahoo, baby, Yahoo. Okay, let's bring the confidence up by getting a... No, I'm resetting. Like a baby, but I should have done a 24-hour stream. I should have done it.
Dear Mario, please come
I'm tired.
bake a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
I wish I slept well too.
But it is what it is, because that's life. And you guys are here, and you guys are making me play better, so it's okay.
How are we making you play? You just are. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Pumping me up with confidence. Excuse me. The sad thing is, every time I reset, it takes 1 whole minute. Or 52 seconds. Or 50... What is it? 55 seconds? 56? 57? No, it's pretty much almost a minute. Any tricks to avoid that? Just kidding. Imagine. Yes, okay. That was almost really bad. Bomb clip, let's go. Why did I change my camera? I did not mean to do that. Well, let's see if the changed camera changes anything. That was good. That was really good. Actually. That was perfect for what I could do. Actually. And I remember to long jump there. So far, so good, baby. Maybe we'll actually get to SSL. It was okay. Nah, it was really good for me. I thought it would be a gold split, but nice. But it's not. You convinced me to do speedruns again. Let's go. I think I've convinced a couple of people. They've added 10-minute videos on TikTok? Wait, are you serious? I did not know that. I've been on the Mario grind. I didn't know that. What? When did they add it? Is that good? I can't tell. That felt good. Yes. Okay, good. I don't know. You could do better. Shut up, Tino. Today, I guess? Oh, damn. That's actually insane. Well, I'm gonna start putting videos up on TikTok then. That's really weird. That sounds like an April Fool's type joke. Like, I would never have expected that. I thought that ledge grab was too close, but it was okay. Yeah, I thought it might have been a little bit off, but it felt good, so I just went with my instincts. I usually look at Mario's cap to see how much, like, clips through, and that usually is a good indication for me. Which is enough for sub 20. Now, if I want to go for past sub 20 in the future, it'd have to be in the far future, because I am not at sub 20 yet. And, you know, that's a different story. Let's go. I'm almost always good with the Womp, which is cool. Ah! I jinxed it. Why do I jinx everything? Oh my god. That sucked. Everything else was good. It was leading up to a gold split, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Take my time in BitDW or not? That is the question. Yeah, I jinxed it. I didn't even do that like on purpose or anything. Okay. You see, when I don't stop moving, I usually do better. Well, what? Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. Every time I say something, I play worse. So, I'm just gonna stop saying things. And I screwed that up. You're pretty good sometimes. True. I was really good at the beginning of WF. The first half of Womp's Fortress, I did good. And then the second half, I'm screwing up a lot. But it is what it is. The run is not based off of these splits. This split anyway. Unless I screw it up really bad. Like missing the star. Imagine I missed the star. Every time you brag about something, you always get proven otherwise. Yeah, it's karma. The world is trying to show me that not to get too cocky. But I feel like I play better when I brag. Who knows? That's life. Yeah. You're like, I'm the coolest streamer ever. And then no one watches you anymore. Well, I don't think that about myself, so. I'm lucky in that regard, I guess. I don't know what I'm saying. Cool mountain. Let's go. It's a cool mountain, baby. That was terrible, but I didn't die, so could have been worse. Okay. That one time you didn't care about PB and streamed for an hour, you got PB. It happened like 2 or 3 times, yeah. When I don't care, I tend to stress things when there's time limits. And when there are no time limits, I tend to do better. Or it tends to turn out better. Yeah. So I should just expect not getting a sub 20. Oh, that was so risky. It always feels risky, though. I mean, we're doing good time for a PB right now, but who knows what'll happen. Actually, if I do BitDW, Lava Land, bits really well, like better than usual, and I get BLJs, this is sub 20. This run is sub 20. That's a lot of ifs. And the biggest if is right here, right now. I don't even know if this is the biggest if, actually. Because bits is hard to get first try for me. Huh? Oh, no worries. No worries, Fairy. I thought you were saying I was muted, like, on stream. I was like, I don't think I am, but okay. That's no worries. I appreciate you chilling. Okay. Nope. Don't okay it. Just play it. Don't read chat. Don't read chat. You don't read chat in this section, Ping. I know you have 10,000 viewers and they're chatting all, like... You don't need to read it. I jumped up there for safety. I'm a pussy. Okay, the moment of truth. Do I take the risk? Ah, come on, bro. Come on. Fucking shit. Oh my god. It's good you have me muted. I'm gonna scream a lot today. I didn't even get to take the chance. Exactly. Shitty run, but I'm gonna finish it. No, I'm... Ah!
Mamma mia! It's me, Mario!
I'm not gonna finish it.
Hello!
Hello. Okay.
Okie dokie.
This is the biggest if and BLJs. Not really. BitDW is the biggest if. And bits and BL. They're all biggest ifs together. I don't know anymore. We're gonna practice that. I gotta get BitDW down. I have to get it down already. It's like sad at this point. Nice ping. Nah, I'd rather practice it like this instead of on the actual run. Because I could reset faster. There we go. So my fastest to finish that was 15 seconds. And I just got 17. Isn't that crazy? 2 seconds of time. Nice. Nice ping. Jesus. Nice. Nice ping. You're really good at video games. Yeah, it works in practice. Yeah, it works in practice. Oh my god. Oh. We come na 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 ta da. Na 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 na. Let's go. Okay, that was good. Sometimes I long jump in a way that feels good. Did not mean to do that, but okay. Nice. Nice ping. Oh my god. I'm gonna try it one more time and then do another run. Did you ever play the normal game? I played the normal game on DS when I was a kid. And I never beat it. And then... February 1st, because I've seen a lot of speedrunners on YouTube play, and I like watch Simply and stuff. So February and like Miskiff and Emiru and whatever, and obviously like some of like the world rankings people like Ouija and Cheese and whatever. And then I was like, you know what? Let me make it a challenge for this month. to get sub 20. Like, how am I getting it so often? I'm gonna do it one more time. That it just feels like a fluke. I have to keep doing it until I don't know. But yeah, I never played the game. I tried to play. I did the first run I ever did was 3 hours on February 1st. Second run was like 40 minutes or 40 something minutes, and then I went down to 30, 35. And now I'm stuck. I mean, I honestly think I could get a PB pretty easily right now. But I would have to be playing way too safe. Nice, Bang. It's not because of the camera. Oh my god. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Everyone is saying, you know what? Maybe you're right, Pocket. Maybe it is because of the camera. But like, it's also because I'm just moving much faster than I normally would. And I'm not used to that. But you know what? You're right. Maybe I am used to it, and it's just the camera. Sorry for going crazy. This game brings out my toxicity. Okay. Tell me where I'm doing like that. Was that my camera? No, that was me and my placement. Like this part I already know how to do without camera. And then here. The camera is showing the... At the risky long? Alright, let's try it. Let's try. I just got like 10 times in a row. Reason I keep dying is because you're too horny. Looks like someone else gets it. Didn't turn it and almost died. Yeah, I don't remember which way to turn it. I'll try to remember that for this run. I just did my tongue in between my fingers. Oopsies. Sub 20 is happening, boys and girls. It's happening. It's only been 2 hours and I'm freaking pumped, baby. I'm getting tired, guys. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Unpump yourself. Achieve Zen. Yeah, Zen is probably better. I achieve Zen when I talk to you guys about other topics. Like, just anything, I guess. That's not this. Nice. Nice, Pink. You fucking suck. You suck at video games. How the fuck did you miss that Lakitu? I mean, Zen. I am full Zen right now. Pump is only acceptable after the run. Makes sense. Makes sense. Pump yourself, but off the screen. I just got that. I'm just zenning it up, baby. I'm just zenning it up. No worries. Work on the AI project, bro. That's understandable. Ocean. Calmness. Water. Oh, now I gotta pee. Waves. Shut your eyes. Breathe in through the nose. Out through the nose? Wait, what? That does not help. Out through the mouth helps, no? Whale noises. Now I'm calm.
My hand is sweating. I am zen. I am ready. I am appreciative. I am happy. I am pink. I am triggered. Oh, Lakitu, that's fine. If I missed, I would have missed. That's okay. It's just a game. I ground pounded. A lot of anger rose in my heart, but it should not. Sometimes I will ground pound accidentally. Things happen. A very bad game. But I'm still speedrunning it for the enjoyment of me and others. No, it's a very fun game. Run pretty much over, but I will continue because I am zen. Let's get a PB. Shut up, Dinell. I mean, Dinell is being a troll. That's what he does in life. And I screwed up so much there. But it's okay. Because I am zen. Whoosh. It's a very cool game. Almost rages. Well, it's not a boring game. I can say that much. It does... I should have done a 24-hour stream. My attention would have been there. Because every run could be the run. You know what I mean? Not this run, though. I mean, you never know. My movements could improve drastically. Zen. Total zen. I watch them speedrunners play. They don't even talk. That's how zen they are. And when they talk, they have a monotone voice. They have gotten rid of all emotions to play this godforsaken game. Where I think I just messed up canonless. I'm pretty sure I did. I didn't. Okay. Oh, play some Breath of the Wild music. I can't play on the piano right now. Come on, bro. Very zen. Very nice. Very pink. Let's go. Where are we going? We're going to just play the game. We're not going to win. We're not going to get sub 20. We're just going to play. We might get sub 20. We might not. And you know what? That's fine. Because at the end of the day, Russia is still in Ukraine. So what else matters? Calmness. Anger is for the weak. Right, guys? Calmness is for the strong. I am not physically or mentally strong. Nice. I held my... It's okay. You made a tiny mistake that will cost you the run. You made another... It's okay because you've gotten to the womp. Ping, it's just a video game. It's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a game. At the end of the day, I'm gonna die one day. And you think when I die, I'm gonna think, I didn't get sub 20 on that one day? No. I'm just gonna think, I eventually got sub 20. It just wasn't that day. I won't do 10-minute vids. People won't go to YouTube if I do. I didn't think about that, yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking to just... I mean, you're kind of right, Nick. Well, you could show them... I mean... For you, it actually makes more sense to do to just put one of your 10-minute videos, if you have a 10-minute video, to put it on, to put the video on TikTok, and then essentially have it so that there we go. I think about how I'm gonna be plowing your garden at 5 a.m. What? I think if you die, you'll be like, damn, I still didn't get myself to 20. Get me back. Lol. It ends when it gets good. True. You could still put like one video because all your videos are very similar. You could put like one video up and then push them all to your main channel. Because like if they watch it on one full 10-minute video on TikTok, It makes sense that they would go over to like YouTube or whatever. Gold! We just gold split. We just gold split, baby. Let's go! I mean, calmness is what got me the gold. I must remain calm to be better. It means end it when it gets to the good bit. Oh, make a 10-minute video and end it when it gets to the good bit. Actually, that could be really, really good. And then put a link that says, check me out on YouTube. Eating food, you have my full attention. Nice. Calm, ocean, TikTok, TikTok. I know you're saying TikTok like the... Like, I screwed up, but it's okay. You're saying TikTok like a clock, right? But all I can think of is TikTok. I counted 4 screw-ups in that one section. But it's okay. Yes, put a cliffhanger. Or right when you're yelling, you're like, oh my god! And then the video ends. That would be funny. I think people would hate you on TikTok if they don't want to go to YouTube, though. I think you would get a lot of hate. Or not a lot of hate, but I think people wouldn't like it. But I think it would be good in drawing people in that would like it. I think of TikTok by Kesha. Ted $, huh? That was good. Oh, well. Yeah. No, I think it's still worth it for sure. Calmness. Calmness is boring for stream, and you're usually not like that, Pink. Especially when you talk to other people. Doesn't matter, Pong. You gotta be calm to play better. You're right, Pink. Fairy said it too. And so did Dinell. You're right, Pong. Let's just be calm. Pink, there's an advertisement in place right now. Why? Pong, it's Twitch's fault. Don't blame me. You're right, Pink. Nice. It's okay. People miss things. It's okay. Sure, that... Things happen, man. Things happen. You gotta remain calm. Because at the end of the day, you have a lot more runs. It's really hard to remain calm when you screw everything up. You're right, Pink. But you know what? You still gotta do it. Because that's what makes you play better. I know. Okay, good job there. Thanks, Ping. No good jobs. No good jobs until we pass... Until we get sub 20. Didn't change the camera, but got it. Pretty bad, but I'll take it. He's officially lost his mind. Maybe I have. The gold split didn't even save a second. Damn, bro. I sound like a school shooter trying not to shoot up the school, bro. What's up? It's Dale from college. I don't know any Dales. You guys gotta get better names. This is a story of a man that will murder thousands. Your time is running shorter and shorter. But it's okay. Excuse me. Because you have water to drink.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours
You
truly,
got the hardest part of BDW. You passed everything. Yeah, sure, you made mistakes, but... Oh my god. This is not even the hardest part of the run. I mean... Zen. There's nothing more glorious than a minus 0.0 split. Yeah. Pretty, I guess so. Villain origin story. Oh, my heart. It's not good for the heart, you know? Stress. Still a long time to go for my villain origin story, for sure. You know, good stress is apparently a good thing. So. But bad stress is not a good thing. So if I want to live long... If I want to live longer, I got to chill. Ultimate villain song is Welcome to the Internet by Bo Burnham. Yo, he's not a funny comedian, in my opinion. But I don't find stand-up comedy funny anyway. But some of his songs are fun. He's a comedian, right? I am thinking of the right guy. I'm a ticking time bomb. See, this is why I would rather show my expressions. This is why I would rather show my expressions, okay? Because otherwise it's just bottling up and I'm about to scream louder than you can say, louder than ever. That sounds funny and sad, Fairy.
It's me, Mario. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
What if I stop talking
Yours truly, Princess
and just play?
Peach.
I might just stop talking. Unless I respond to you guys. The graphics in this game are insane. Put the chat away and focus. Then I feel bad. Because I'm not looking at chat. Nah. I'm not gonna do that. I gotta focus my attention elsewhere or just... I gotta go full zen, right? I need to change my mind to something else. I gotta just play instinctually and not think about the game too much. I don't know how my A button is not broken. I've been spamming it so much. Pick up. Help me, Lucky. I'm just gonna play. Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do. Maybe I put music on instead of the game music, but then I might do bad in BLJs. But that might just be a placebo effect. Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do do. Doesn't help that I'm tired. Do do ba da da. Do 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 do. I feel like I should have just done a 24-hour. Like Dina will say. That should be good. Let's go. Let's go. Nope. Zen. Da-da-da-da. What was I doing? You're gonna go eat? Alright, cool. I hope your food is very nutritious. Alright. Okay. I'm actually surprised I hit that one. Even though nope. I'm not gonna talk about when I screw up stuff. I'm just gonna keep going. I screw up. Unless it's like a bit DW fall. But I don't want to think about that. I feel like doing 24 hours. I feel like doing 24-hour streams have aged me. Oh. Okay. I redeemed myself a little there. Here we go. Here we go. I'm not a schmo. I got them bars, but got no cars. So if you sub, there'll be a dub. Because I'll have money to buy my car. I don't know. Bars. I don't know what I'm doing. I love when you hug the wall, Mario. You want to have sex with the wall instead of Mario. Christ, I wanted to scream on top of my lungs. Internet song was okay, not my thing. Welcome back. I'm gonna go in the Discord after this to talk with y'all. I think that'll distract me from the game. Because the game's fucking pissing me off. Hard to be zen. But I golded 0 seconds. So what that I golded? Like you always say, the goal is not to gold, it's to get sub 20, right? But I didn't even gold anything. I golded like a minus, I don't even know, probably 0.01 or 0.1 or something. So, not very impressive. Change the goal is to have a good time. I'm having a good time. Everyone has practiced for that. Yeah, whatever. I mean, you're not wrong. Just it doesn't feel like practice when you screw up so much, you know? You getting mad is fun? Okay. Hey, listen. I'm having a good time. And I'm zen right now. Because I'm doing decent. When I start doing shit, I won't be zen. I mean, I am zen all the time. Getting mad is not fun for the individual. See, Fairy has empathy because Fairy has played this game, and Fairy used to have anger issues, so Fairy understands. DNL has no empathy. DNL has never speedrun this game. DNL is a troll. DNL will never become mod. You don't be too zen though. I want to be zen, bro. I want to be very zen. What are you talking about? I don't care. At least you're honest with being an asshole. Nah, I don't care either. Listen, my biggest priority when I stream, no joke, is to make sure you guys have a good time. Well, maybe that's not the biggest. It's also to, you know, grow. But, well, honestly, I'd rather grow from YouTube and just chill on Twitch. My biggest priority is to make good content. And if you guys are enjoying, then it's good content. So you know what? If you like me getting angry, then it's good content, right? Then it's all good. Long jumps are easy, they said. You just go forward and jump, they said. Fuck all that shit right now. What the hell am I doing? Yeah, why didn't that long jump, huh? I practice that in practice. I almost never miss it. I do it on a run, I miss it. When if you're too zen, you'll reach an enlightenment and stop playing. Well, maybe that's good. When I streamed, I chose streaming over YouTube, so I don't have to worry about editing and whatnot. I'm trying to do everything at the same time. It would be cool if we got big on YouTube and keep those weirdos away from us. Okay. Aren't you on YouTube too?
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess.
I was about to say, does he ever eat the cake? But then they do show the cake when you beat the game. Maybe I should change the title so it says depressed. I changed the title so it says depressed. No, and I'm not gonna get sub 20 soon. How's the food, Blocky? The cake is Peach's butthole? I mean butt. How did I miss that? Could always just do another month? Nope.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
I've been recording this whole time. Wasting my space on my recording. Nice ping. Nice. If you want to do a long thing for charity at some point, I suggest the 602. Oh, is that a thing? How does it work? Playing for charity sounds cool. Oh. I just figured doing it for a charity stream would be fun. Oh.
Every reset is $1 to charity. I don't know, bro. I need to make money to donate to charity. I mean, we're gonna have an interesting stream that's kind of charity soon, so. But I'll look into the 602 for the future. Oh, I gotta go to the dentist on Wednesday. I'm gonna have my metronome open for BLJs, which might not happen at all. 120 stars from 6400. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that then. I don't even know how to do 120 star. I might do it in the future, but that would be way in the future. I don't care if it's for charity. Wait. Like, charity's nice, but what? I'm gonna learn how to play, like, I'm gonna spend like 20 hours. I could give to charity without doing that. No? It's technically a run, but I see it more of an endurance test. I mean, if I don't train for it and it's a one-time thing, then sure, I'll do it for charity. But yeah. Yeah, send me I have so much stuff I'm trying to do right now, but send me a message on Discord just saying like 602 charity, and I'll look into it after stream. So I don't forget. Or I guess I could write it. I have so many notes. But that sounds cool. Is it a certain time every year, or that'd be torture to try to make it? Thank you. I feel like it would be as well. 602 isn't a charity, just really wanted to clarify. Oh. Oh yeah, you said it earlier, my bad. Doing it for a charity stream would be fun. Gotcha. Yeah, look into like that whole thing. Sounds cool. One of my goals was to do a tournament by the end of the month, but I didn't even think about setting it up. Or like going into a tournament. Maybe if Adam comes back, or if Adam is still here lurking, he could tell me more about that, because he said he's around my level and he's in a tournament, so. That could be something cool to go for. There's a beginner 16-star SM64 tournament accepting entries right now. Can you send the link on stream? Dude, there's an entire subsection of multi-Mario speedruns. I'm supposed to long jump here. Hey, still here. What's up, bro? I'm sorry I'm so depressed. But this run sucks. This game is hard, Nick. Would you ever consider playing it? My guess is no, but who knows? Let's go. I should probably learn the shortcut to skip all this. I should have learned it yesterday. I should have learned more stuff yesterday. I really should have. But that's my fault. I played it before. I suck. And I wasn't even speedrunning. I sucked too, though. You gotta remember, the first day, it took me 3 hours to beat the game. And that was pausing the timer and, like, looking up how to get different stuff. It took me 3 hours the first day. I think everyone sucks right away.
Nice. I got the ground pound, baby. Yahoo! 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 That's what I gotta think about, you know? I don't know why I tried that. With 3 hours, you might consider doing a slow run. Yeah. You know what I've realized helps me the most in stuff like this? Low expectations. The problem is I gave myself high expectations for today. People who are good day one are crazy. People who are good day one probably have played games since they were little and have some natural talent and like a combination. How'd I miss that? Combination of how? A combination of a bunch of different things, you know? It's an What does invitational mean? Someone has to invite you to it? And if yes, who has to invite you to it? Guys, once my emote guy is done with all the emotes, all I need is to get partnered, and then we're gonna have so many more emotes. It's gonna be cool. I thought we were going for the last star. Oh my god. I like that I'm not good at games and stuff, though. Because then it could push people to play. Because if you think I'm decent now, you know, like you could become this or better. That was bad. That whole thing was bad. You probably saw it on YouTube or something? I mean, I saw it on YouTube and I wasn't good day one. I don't think... But, I mean, it definitely helps to see, like, gameplay. Let's go. Anyone can get good with time. Yeah, but everyone has their limits, right? That's why I wanted to get episode 20 in a month. To show that my limit is not over 20 minutes. And that's what I'm going to show you guys today. Okay. Maybe. That's what I hope to show you guys today, I should say. Yeah, I'm aware that there's no... Why would that be a gold? That was a shit split. You should see a beginner 16-star run. Probably better than mine, no? This is a beginner 16-star run. If you see how many hours I've put into this game, it's not that much. I've been streaming it every day since February 1st, but the amount of hours I've put into it is like not much. Because every time I would get mad, I would end stream or like do something else, like play Pokemon Arceus. So yeah. Although right now I'm feeling okay today and yesterday, because it's the last 2 days, but. Just want to let you know it ain't gold. Yeah, I'm aware, bro. I see all the splits on my left, but thank you. I'd say it's definitely less than 72 hours. Yeah. I think the amount of time... Oh, less than 72 hours is considered beginner? Oh, so then I'm a beginner. I definitely have not played this game more than 24 hours. We could actually check. There's a tracker that tracks everything. I thought I missed that. After this run, we'll check. And I've played 10 minutes off stream, so. Not a gold Dino, I just wanted to let you know. You've played for less than 72 hours, yeah. I've played for less than 48 probably too. You almost bonk on that wall. I know. I bet you've played 45. I have. Actually, I might have played for like 2 days, yeah. 2 days game time. I would reckon I played for less than 72 as well. And playing includes like practice. Okay. Let's see what happens. Nice. Jesus. That was almost an immediate reset right there. I'm not taking as many risks as I normally would. Oh, I'm surprised that hit. Oh my god, bro. We're gonna wait here. Bro! Oh my god. It's not over though. I could still die. You know what? Let's take the stairs. I wanna do a complete run for once. You can do it, please don't die. Yeah, I didn't take as many risks. That's not gonna be sub 20, but wait, actually, yeah, you could look at the stream. You could look at the amount of time I've streamed this month, and I forgot it does that. Fuck. And that kind of shows. That kind of shows how many hours I've played. I mean, we've done a lot of stuff not this game, but I would say probably what 69 hours game time. I don't know. You've streamed 100 plus hours. Oh, so maybe I have streamed this game for 72 hours. Some of what you've streamed wasn't SM64. Yeah. I should have slid back in. Dun, 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 dun. Nice, punching in the fucking air. Anyway. Who knows? Bop, bop. A lot of what you streamed it. A lot of what I streamed was SM64, but I didn't. Some of what I streamed wasn't. I mean, I don't know. Nice ping. You're really good at video games. You're just really good. You're just super good at video games. You should have learned LBLJ. I don't think that's legal for what I'm doing. I don't remember what it is, but I remember it being on a different leaderboard or whatever. Bosa, stream, Hollow Knight, other stuff. Yeah, sliding into the level might not be faster. I just remember seeing someone doing it once and I started doing it. Oh. 16 star is LBLJ. SBLJ is illegal? Oh. Okay, whatever. I don't know what LBLJ is then. Nice ping. You're actually fucking trash at video games. Lobby BLJ. Oh. SBLJ is illegal. Oh. Wait, so didn't I learn LBLJs? Now I'm confused. Whatever. It's inside the pillar geometry of the castle. Oh. Yeah, isn't that illegal? I thought that was illegal in 16 star. I don't know, bro. Gets you through the Bowser door so you never have to bob. Illegal in 70? Oh. How's it not illegal? That's so dumb. Don't you need 16 stars in a 16 star run? Or you just pick up MIPS star instead? No, you need 15 to spawn MIPS. Only SBLJ is illegal. Oh my god, we could get it. Nice. I try. What was I doing? We can get 2101. I don't want to make you mod, you know. You trigger me sometimes. Mod's job is supposed to make my life easier, not harder. You get faster stars in HMC, and We got to do it again. You got faster stars in HMC and LLL to make up for the lack of CCM and Bob stars. Oh, nice. Nice ping. Nice. Anger is transferring to the game. Mario is punching the air. Yeah, it's okay. I love you, Dinel, but in terms of being mod, I don't know. You only get 3 stars in Woof as well. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'm not gonna learn that right now. You only get Kless, Wild Boo, and Alice. What is Kless? Cannonless? Oh. Probably Cannonless, isn't it? Oh. Yes, I know I split that at weird times. That's why LBLJ saves time. There's lots of stars in HMC you need to get if you do the LBLJ. Okay. Less is pillarless. Oh. There's a lot of... You guys are so knowledgeable. You grab more in LLL. I think there's only one. Yeah, so I've grabbed an extra one in LLL because I've seen people do that on my like first 2 runs. I grabbed more, and it was so easy. Like you just kick that bomb guy and you grab that one. Like that one is easy. Maybe I should have learned that instead. Who knows? Nice ping. Nice. Nice. You grab more in LL. I think there's only one of that bomb guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the names. That was an accident. I should have long jumped right away. Bully, big bomb guy, big bully. Is that what people call them? Oh, that makes sense. That's a real bully. I pressed the wrong controls, bro. That's literally... I'm not even trolling. That's never happened to me in any run. I've reset over 200 times, probably done, I don't know, 30, 40, 50, 100 runs. That's never happened. Ever. Oh, that actually worked. Nice ping. Oh my god, that was terrible. I like to call them mommy and daddy bully, but with their kids. That's what they're called. It's not just what we call them. Starts even called Boy the Big Bully. Oh, Boyle the Big Bully. It wasn't... You got the cycle earlier this time. I get the cycle early every time nowadays. It's not enough. But thank you. If it was enough, we would have minus 40 now or something. Love the confidence, thanks. The confidence is strong. Low expectations makes me do better in life, okay? For a lot of things. Nope. I'm probably not gonna get a new PB. When I usually get to this point with 50 seconds, minus a minute, minus 50 seconds, and then BLJs fucks me up, and then I screw up on bits. So, almost certain I won't get a PB. Hey, that was actually really fast. But of course, I bonked the wall. The stairs, I mean. Lower your expectations, you'll never beat this point. Exactly. Yeah. That was stupid good. Yep. We'll see how everything else is. Lower expectations. I mean, no, I've gotten a better one. Because I screwed up on the second one there. Nice. I mean, it doesn't matter. I screw up bits a lot, so we'll see what happens right now. This is the moment of truth. And then obviously the Bowser fight, but this is the hardest part. The hardest part of the whole run. I've finally gotten to it. Hey, second try, not bad. I don't know if I should have jumped on him. My BLJ Gold had perfect BLJs on both. Same. Yeah. Or I feel like it had. But everything else on it wasn't perfect. Nice. Nice grab, Ping. I didn't grab his tail when he bounced. Is that enough? Nice. Good job, Ping. Hey, it's never too late to screw up, Blocky. I think I did that other one already. Okay, that's a PB. Let's go. Not a good PB, but it's a PB. Oh! Look at bits! We golded bits. 2010. We golded by like 5 seconds. And I screwed up. I didn't get it second try, and I screwed up on the second Bowser throw. My Bowser grabs are fine. It's just when I don't pay attention to it, I've screwed up. Fairy. It's not about the hitbox in my head. It's about how, when you let go, when you're spinning him, there's like a feel for it with the controller. That's how I feel about it. You got standing. I got standing left in a previous run, like third try, but then I screwed up on Bowser. We PB'd sub 22. That was good. That was good. I screwed up a lot. It was still. That felt good though. It's gonna be harder to PB now, but that felt good. His tail hitbox is gigantic. I mean, when you keep running around him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you said your Bowser grabs. My bad. Yeah, no, you're right. His tail hitbox is gigantic. Gotcha. Dive into the wind to not get blown back by it. Yeah.
The power of the stars is restored to the castle.
And his hitbox, his body hitbox is tiny. Okay.
And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special for you.
Still not sub 20 with best possible time, but that's okay. That was a decent round.
Me,
Even the bomb
Mario.
hitbox is huge. Yeah, the bomb hitbox seems insane. I just got a PB fig, but they're going eh. I was getting triggered a lot because I keep messing up on a lot of stuff. But I'm definitely better, right? Not good enough. Before we start, can I see your best set? Oh, yeah, I can show you.
Peach.
Here are my best segments. So, those are my best segments. It looks like between BLJs and bits, it's 3 minutes, which seems insane. But I don't know. Saved the whole minute. Yeah, that I wasn't excited to get that PB, to be honest, because I knew I could have saved a lot of time on it already. But I saved exactly a minute, actually. Yeah, that's kind of cool. But I knew like the next PB was gonna be fairly easy if I didn't take as many risks, and I was right. But not by not taking certain risks, I did get bits left standing though, which was nice though. So lower your expectations, focus on the run. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That was bad. BLJs and bits definitely clutch it for you. Yeah. What PB did you get? 21:58. So nothing crazy. It's a minute faster than my old PB, but it's not good. I messed up a lot. I didn't get bomb clip. Nice. Hey, Mario.
Dear Mario.
This possible time say 15 seconds, but it's more than that.
Truly, Princess Toadstool.
Oh, that's just for this section. Never mind. So basically, my Womp's Fortress could be slightly more optimized. Like, with what I know right now, I could do it slightly better. CCM, I could do... I don't know. CCM is pretty decent, I think. Bit DW, I could do faster for sure. SSL was okay, I guess. Lava Line was okay, I guess. Bits, I screwed up twice, but yeah. Do you want me to give you tips at all when I see them, or do no? I just want to do I just want to do runs right now. Biggest fails. You want a compilation? Honestly, I like making that type of those types of videos on YouTube. It just they don't really do well, you know. I want to see your best segments so I can see which parts needs to be fat. No, I know how to get myself best sub 20. I don't need tips. I don't want tips. I'm tired of all that already. I know what I'm doing wrong. I just have to get better at being consistent at certain things. Sorry, guys. Like, I know for a fact my bit DW could be like 5 seconds faster. And then my bits could be like 10 seconds faster. And that's already some of best below 20, sub 20. But I don't know. If I ask for tips, though, I will greatly appreciate them. Sorry. I was, you know, I wanted today to be mostly just runs. Because what's the point of fixing stuff that I'm... Oh, now I get it. I don't even get it. What's the point of fixing stuff, trying to fix stuff, when I can't even do anything consistently? Come on. Nice. I'm not tapping here. It's especially annoying when you get it like 40 times in a row. Well, not 40, but when you get it so many times in a row and you just fucking suck, and like 30 times in a row. But it is what it is.
It's me, Mario.
I could tell you where I'm losing time.
Okie dokie.
I know where I'm losing time. I'm losing time in
Please come to the castle. I have baked a cake.
everything.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
I just haven't had a perfect run in a while. That's why. If I had a perfect time, I would. If I had a perfect run, I would get sub 20. Like, I already know that's possible. I just don't have perfect runs yet. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? That's the whole thing. Like if every star I ground pound, if every movement that I know, like from my knowledge right now of the game and what I've practiced, I could get sub 20. Like I've actually done the math. I just screw up a lot. What were we mainly practicing yesterday? Everything. I was practicing bomb clip. I was getting it so often. I was getting Lakitu very often as well. I practiced bits, standing left. And I actually got it in the last run. Second try. So that's good. That's paid off. Bomb clip I just forgot how to do, apparently. And I practiced bit DW a lot. So those three things, getting those three things every run, I just need to do everything else like decent enough, and I could get sub 20. Like this run is not sub 20 now, most likely. I should probably give myself more leeway, but it is what it is. Minus 0.5. I know certain things I should practice, but I think it would take too much time. You guys could tell me how long you think I could get these things consistently, and so like if I should practice them or not. So one thing I know that I could practice is on Whomp's Fortress, the long jump, the shortcut to get to Cannonless. That could save a few seconds. Movement from SSL to movement from the basement to SSL. That could probably save a few seconds. These are things I feel like are not gonna require much time, but I could be wrong to practice. So I really wanted to just do runs today, but I feel like I do need to practice like that type of stuff. I think all of the Bowser in the levels are the hardest and could be optimized the most. Your splits will be better now? My splits will be worse now. Well, my splits will be better, like closer to like they'll be more authentic to like closer to sub 20, but because it's comparing against my personal best and I just PB'd, so that was bad. I think all of the Bowser in the level hardest. Yeah, that's why I was saying like bit DW. I've gotten it down. I know I can save like at a certain point like 15 seconds. Now, probably I don't know, 10 seconds I could save on it, like with stuff that I've already practiced yesterday. But I guess I haven't practiced it enough because it's not that good. Oh, I still had momentum. Sheesh, that was close. Let's go. That was good. I can't get mad if I screw up. That's the that's the biggest thing, I think. I feel like my fighter C is, you know how when you get to the platform early, people do a trick to like get up the platform faster? Nice. That just lost me a gold split, but that's okay. You know how people could get up the platform faster? I think That was bad. Oh, that was an accident. Like, if that trick is easy to do, then maybe I'll do that, but I'll watch until I do a bit DW to see how that's looking, but then I have to go for a bit. Okay. Sure. I appreciate it. I'll probably fall in bit DW. If I don't take risks, I don't fall as often, but if I take risks, it's a better chance of sub 20ing, and I get better also, right? Hey, we gold splitted. That could have been fast. Oh, we gold splitted by, what, 0.01 seconds? I can't tell. That could have been faster if I didn't screw up going to that, like, going to the castle thingy. I mean, yay, we gold splitted. I'd be really happy if we had more days, but, you know, today's the last day to get sub 20. I think we're gonna get it, though. I mean, I have low expectations. Who knows what'll happen? Okay. There's also this trick, but I've practiced that and I didn't get it. I don't want to practice that. I think it would be too much of a waste of time. I'd rather practice stuff that is just regular kind of movement from one area to another. See, like, I know my CCM could be faster. Oh, because of that. And because of the triple jump here. Your expectations drop them. There we go. And that did not matter because I missed the penguin. Okay. Nice. That could have been much worse, but I'll take it, I guess. Lost 4 seconds there. See what I mean, guys? I mean, I think I need to practice a lot. Like there. I don't know what the best movement is to get out from there. Watch me die now, Fig. Mr. Seth. Can't get them all. True. Charo. Well, the whole point is to get them all. so I PB. Well, I think that's my problem. I don't have enough. I'm not good enough to get sub 20 because I'll have to perfect everything. I need to have a sum of best that's like, you know, that's like 18. That was almost terrible. You see, Seth? That's the type of shit that happens. That's the type of shit. I think that's what happened last run too, and I PB'd. That's how shit I am. Oh my god. I'm resetting. Oh shit! We saved a lot of time in WF with the gold split. I screwed that up. We're almost sub 20. That Dark World looked really good up until that. That's what ends up happening a lot of the times. And I practiced it for like hours yesterday. I didn't like, maybe I didn't put enough attention to it. I was just practicing in the background type of thing. But yeah, that's the type of movement that I've been practicing in Dark World that could save me like 15 seconds and could make a sub 20. But I don't get it. I don't get it enough times.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
I think it could save me up to 15 seconds. I could be wrong on that. It definitely could save 5 to 10. And then bits, if I throw Bowser all 3 times without missing. The second throw I kind of missed last run. And if I get standing left the first time, then my bits will be much faster too. we have like 8 hours left, so I should get Dark World one of these times, and Bomb Clip, and like it too, right? And BLJs, and I don't know. Nice. That was actually the second worst thing that could happen. Just happened. Worst thing, gets in the water, reset. Second worst thing, does this, and I have no momentum to get to the door. And third word, and then the best is obviously just nice. This is just terrible. I would say instead of moving the camera right on that part, move it left so you can see where you're. No, I don't want to. I almost never miss it. That's a lie. I almost. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm so mad that I don't even listen to suggestions. I'm sorry. I don't want to move the camera there. I just don't want to. I'm used to doing it that way. I just have to long jump. It doesn't matter. I don't miss it. I never miss it. What almost always happens is that I don't long jump. I jump instead. I don't care about seeing where I go for the 5th coin because I get it every single time. What the problem is just long jumping. Like sometimes the way I'm positioned, I don't go forward enough and then it doesn't long jump. So I don't need to see it for the pyramid like area. Sorry, I'm so mean. I'll be better after today, I promise, guys. What's your video idea? Thank you, Seth. My bad for being a bit of an asshole. I do appreciate the help, though. And yeah. See you later, bro. Yeah, we could race later. Hey, Cashew, what's up? Oh, you're a hype train conductor. That's cool. You've got to get sub 20 today? I do. Yeah, we could race later. The only thing with racing is like... Actually, I don't know if I want to race. Maybe later. The only thing is if I screw up big time, I would want to reset. I wouldn't want to continue the race because I'm on a time limit. Nice. I can't even grab the fucking bomb. But yeah. I know how much you enjoy winning. That's what I'm trying for, Cashew. How you doing? But I'm like PMSing. I'm like PMSing now. Thought it was a brown Twitch emote. No, it's a hype train conductor. I don't know how much but 20 minutes seems ambitious. Yeah. It is ambitious. It'll chill you out a touch and you'll end up finishing more runs. Yeah, maybe we'll do one soon. I got one of those. Let me find it. How's it look? Wait, you could turn it on and off? Or you've just had one on? So one of the tricks I probably should learn, if it's easy to learn, is the thing to skip all of this. Because that's going to save a couple of seconds. But that's if I could get it consistently. I don't know if I want to learn that today. It looks great, Dino. What you mean? Oh, you could change it out. I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool. I just realized I thought I was gonna walk my dog today. Feels bad, man. I'm not gonna walk him. That like never happens. I think I tried that skip once just for fun. Yeah, I've tried it a couple of times for fun, but I didn't get it. I think I got it once, but I want to be doing runs all day, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's rare when you don't walk the dog. Yeah. Wait, what? I mean, it is, but this is like the opposite of last run. It's shit. I'm not gonna do another month of Sim 64. If I do another month and I don't get sub 20, I will stop streaming. I think the whole point was that it would be 1 month. It's not as impressive if it's 2 months, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This run's already shit. Might as well reset, yeah. Maybe aim for sub 19. That's for next month. The whole thing about this game is that everyone who ever starts this game, their first objective is to get sub 20. That's like your first objective. Like that's what feels like amazing to get, you know? That's the feeling. If I aim for sub 19, it's just not the same. And there's not as much hype for that, I think. For me or for you guys. Yeah, it's hella ambitious, you see? I'm gonna reset, but I have to do this better. I have to do it at a different angle, like that, I think. Sub 19 in 2 months would be mad crazy. And that's not as cool. Sub 20 is the goal, baby. Sub 20 is the goal. Plus, I have plans for next month, which don't involve this game. It would be, but only people who know anything about SM64 would be like, oh dang, that was quick. Yeah. I know. But it would be cool for me. Also, Fairy. It's not also about other people. It's about me. Like, I would feel much more accomplished if I got sub 20 in a month than like sub 19 in 2 months. I don't know. That just doesn't feel as cool. I could also just lie. Nah, I could, but I don't like doing that. Yeah, I just don't get them consistent enough, Cashew. You learned a lot pretty quick. You guys are so nice. But I'm not getting sub 20, and that's the problem. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We have 7 hours left or something. You're also sexy. Oh, that's it. Mod this man. He called me sexy. It's just really, 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 really frustrating. Screwing up stuff that you've practiced and have gotten so consistent. That's the most annoying part, you know? Now when you're at a party, you can be like, hey, want to see something cool? Then pull out a laptop and start speedrunning. True. Stream Elements is saying hi. 8 hours left. Oh. Yeah. That seems like a lot, but honestly, 12 hours flew by yesterday, so I don't know. Don't want to wait 20 minutes for something. I Stream Elements. I pressed the wrong button there, damn it. Yeah, that's true too. Barry makes a good point. Who cares about people at parties? I'm sitting home all day. If you go on the Twitch channel right now, you could scroll down and see every date for every 24-hour stream that I've remembered to write down there, and every Pokemon challenge that we've accomplished. That's what this is for, okay? It's to fucking say 1 month sub 20 and to feel proud of that, you know? You find yourself resetting early too much, do a whole run without resetting at all. I just did a whole run recently. I don't mind resetting. But I'll keep that in mind. You could find a shorter game to speedrun. Everyone's in love with speedrunning. Let's go. I'll take it. And I screwed up. Find yourself reset. Oh. Freddy Fish 4, the case of the I've seen you speedrun that on YouTube. The thing about shorter games to speedrun is you have to be much more technically, like, advanced, obviously, right? So that could be annoying in its own way. I was so close. I was so close. And I screwed it up. People who watch speedrunners live generally really like speedrunning. That makes sense. Oh, you could do it in 5 minutes? Casually? That's cool. Nah, I really want to reset, but you know what? I'll do a full run. Let's see what happens. I just like ping pong. Aww. I like you too, Cashew. I also just like ping. Aww. Since speedrunning where you don't finish often is hella boring than uninitiated. Yeah, I don't care. If I want to get sub 20, I'm going to reset a lot. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm trying to make a community that's there for me. Not for the game I'm playing. Plus, honestly, I don't like how I am when I speedrun. I feel like I'm so toxic. I don't like that. I take things too seriously. I don't like that. So probably not going to be speedrunning an insane amount of games, but... Oh, I think that's bad. That is bad. Yep. I knew just because I got that other coin. I'm good with all the resetting. I enjoy this. Oh, okay. Speedrunners are toxic sometimes. It's good practice. Yeah. I also want to see Ping succeed. Aw. It's worth it when they get... Speedrunners are toxic sometimes, but it's worth it when they get a good run. Okay. I definitely am, and I could see why people are. Because, Jesus. It's frustrating sometimes. It's frustrating. My life is so difficult. I live in America and New York. I pay rent to my parents. I live in my mom's basement. My life is so difficult. More fun games to speedrun is Smo. It'll make you less angry. Or you know what is even better? Just playing games that I enjoy and doing stuff I enjoy, and that won't make me angry at all. That's probably the best. But I might end up speedrunning other games in the future. Hollow Knight is also fun. No need to speedrun, yeah. I have to come up with a bunch of video ideas for YouTube to stream. And yeah, what's the point in playing games if you can't beat them in 10 minutes? True! Why am I playing this game then, right? Then just play Smo casually? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm not... You know, this is the first game I'm ever speedrunning in my life. And honestly, what makes it the most annoying is the fact that I put a time limit on myself for it. If I didn't say sub 20 in a month, I wouldn't be annoyed right now. I would just be chilling. GTA RP. Bro, I wanted to, but GTA RP, even if you pay money to be priority listed into it, you gotta wait like hours just to get into the game. Like 5 hours or whatever. And it takes 100 gigs on my PC. I just edited a Pokemon video so I would have space for GTA, but honestly, I don't know if I want to put 100 gigs on my PC. Just for one game. I already... Yes. 1 month challenge could be to 100% Smo without a guide. Nope. I don't want to do 1 month challenges anymore. Actually, that's not true. I might still do 1 month challenges, but not for next month. I want to do like smaller challenges. I might do that in the future though. We'll see. What's the point of games if you can't beat them in 20 minutes? GTA RP. Speedrun Celeste next? Who knows? If you didn't say 20 minutes in a month, you wouldn't have gone this far. You are 1,000% right, actually. You are 10,000% right. If I didn't say sub 20 in a month, I actually wouldn't have played this game as much. That is so true, actually. You stream for like 12 at a time. Also, there's... I don't stream for 12 hours. I don't stream as much as I used to. The past 2 days are the exception, pretty much. There are other yeah, that's true. I could look up other roleplay servers. What games am I playing next month? Hollow Knight. I'm most likely going to be playing some Hollow Knight. Pokemon Arceus, probably a bit. And maybe GTA. I'm not sure about GTA yet. Maybe Celeste. I don't know. Next month is experimentation month. I'm gonna try to do 2 to 3 times. I'm gonna have 2 times a week. I'm going to try to have streams that are. Wait, give me a second. Let me concentrate on this. Never mind. Nice. Thanks. I'm gonna try to do like YouTube geared streams. So if you know like basically if you know Ludwig, the type of stuff he does, I want to try to do stuff like that. Like if I die in the game, I eat hot sauce. Like little challenge type stuff. What the fuck was that? I want to do that at least twice a week, and then the other days of the week we'll just try to figure out other stuff. That's fair. I've learned all the 3D Mario games so far, but I keep putting off SMS. I hate it so much. Oh, and 3D World. Say boys before every stream. Boys! 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 But to be unique, you could say girls. Girls! You're right, actually. That's a great idea. But because it's been over a year, and I love you guys, but we're still a small-ass channel. I don't think that's good. I think it might be good. I can't tell. Personally, love to watch you play, not as a speedrun, but just for fun. Yeah, I don't care much about games. I really don't. What I like the most, and I've said this before, but like I like interaction. I like interacting with people, and I like challenges. So the aspect of this game that I like is the challenge, but also the like being able to talk to you guys, but like it's a bunch of different things. But I think I want to take a break from speedruns. That's what I'm trying to say. I think I want to take a break from. I don't think I'm gonna be speedrunning all month next month. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not huge on games. I like the things. I like the things that come out of games more than the actual game itself. If that makes sense. It's like I don't like Star Wars movies. I just don't. But I like lightsabers. I like, you know, pretending to be Yoda. I like the fight scenes people made on YouTube like 10 years ago with lightsabers, you know? It's kind of like that. Like, I don't like playing games really that much. I like the challenge involved with it. If, like, the creative challenge with it or the interaction with chat. Next month could be all Uno streams because I missed the last one you did. It didn't end up being Uno. Uno wasn't working. So, yeah, we will probably get back to an Uno stream. Oh, shit. Speedrunning is the wrong thing to choose if you wanted to chat. Well, I want challenges too. I want a lot of things, okay? I'm like a baby. I don't mind speedrunning this. I'm enjoying this, you know? I'm happy that I chose to do this. I'm just saying just because I'm speedrunning this one game doesn't mean I want to become a speedrunner now. Like, I don't want to speedrun other games. Like, maybe in the future, 1 or 2 games, but you know what I mean? What are you talking about? I got distracted by old Japanese battery commercial. I don't know. All right, see ya, Blocky. Sorry, I'm so triggered. Have a good one. Like, I don't know. If you guys think about gaming, what are your best or favorite moments of gaming? For me, Genshin Impact was really fun. It was just really fun. Genshin Impact, I actually enjoyed as a game. But I stopped that. For me, Call of Duty was really fun, but I felt like it was a terrible stream game. But I really enjoyed it. I love Call of Duty as a game. But no, not even. I don't even love Call of Duty as a game. I like playing. I like playing with people and competing in Call of Duty. Like if I play alone, I get tired after an hour. But most games, it's like there has to be some interactive element for me to like enjoy it more. On Twitch, it's cool because you can play any game and interact with chat. But yeah, challenges are cool from time to time too. So that's why I like speedrunning this. I don't know, bro. This guy sucks. True. This guy does suck. Still watching him though. I enjoy games casually as well, just so we're clear. I don't speedrun everything. It sounds like you do. I play almost everything casually. Okay. My favorite gaming moment is watching BT walk up a ladder. What's BT? My absolute favorite game that I played casually was Return of the Obra Dinn. I don't know what that is. No, he doesn't. We're very proud of him. Nah, I do suck. It's all relative, right? I suck relative to the top speedrunners for sure. I suck relative to hundreds of people. I don't know thousands, but I'll never play it again because I know the answers. Okay. Oh my god, we're on pace to get up to sub 30. I speedrun 3D Mario games, but I play everything else as normal. Yeah, but you're always telling me speedrun this, speedrun that, I don't want to. I'll speedrun games later. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable just playing a bunch of different games now either, to tell you guys the truth, because I've been doing this for over a year, and I need to make something happen on the YouTube and Twitch. Like, and if I just play games casually all the time, I'm not doing anything to grow or to do, like, you know? Unless it's like a challenge-based thing, then I feel like it could be fun to watch. It could be it could be like good content for YouTube, for Twitch. This is one of the reasons why I was like, let me just. There we go. See, I never miss it. If I know where I'm going. I mean, if I get the long jump. There we go. I almost just died. Yeah, just playing a game casually to, you know, because one or two people want to. It's not good content per se, you know? I got to think of everything. That's why, oh yeah, I remember what I wanted to say. That's why I said I would stream a lot more. I would stream 8 to 10 hours a day if I made enough money doing it. Because then I would enjoy playing more casual games more often. Because for every small streamer that's trying to actually make it big, or YouTuber or whatever, my assumption is they all think like, I don't know why I threw him so far. My assumption is they all think, oh, this is a PB. Do you guys see what I mean now? Not a PB, a gold split. You guys see what I mean now? I screwed up there anyway, and this is gonna be a gold split by. Look at that. Like, my bit DW, I know I could sub 20 if I get bit DW down. But anyway. You want to pull a small ant. Is that what small ant did? Stream challenges, turn them into videos. You want to stream a game that will make a good video. I always go the wrong way here. I want to stream games that make good videos. And yeah. I joke, dude. Play whatever you like. People who like you will join the stream no matter what. Well, I'm trying to think more critically about this, the way I spent my time on stream. Because... Ow. And I get this feeling from time to time. Because, like... I basically want to make content that, like, Ludwig does for stream. And then have other stream time that's more casual. To do whatever I want with you guys. You know what I mean? So, like, oh, let's play Hollow Knight. Let's play Hollow Knight. But I want a lot of time to be spent on, like, actual stuff for, like, YouTube videos, you know? Stream challenges, turn them into videos. Exactly. Exactly. So, I was kind of doing that with this game, but I wasn't. I realized that one whole month on a game it's cool from time to time, and it would be really cool if I'm a bigger streamer. But as a smaller streamer, it doesn't really make much sense. Pokemon, but I can only use a water type. Yes, exactly. I mean, the Pokemon stuff, I just made the Pokemon game too hard for myself. Jesus Christ. I made the Pokemon game too hard for myself, and that kind of... And then I posted like 3 Nuzlocke on YouTube, which I like heavily edited and stuff, and it didn't do well at all. So I'm like, okay, this is not the way. This is not the way, you know? Let me read chat in a moment. I read a while ago that I need 2 of 3 things. Be entertaining. Be attractive. Be really fucking good. I think I got 1 of those things, and that's about it. I never heard the be attractive part, but that makes sense. Sometimes you might need only 1 of those things. Nice. Nice long jump, bro. You started a sentence before with streamers think, but didn't finish it. Oh, I think streamers who try to become big, at a certain point of time, they're going to think of, oh, what games should I do? How should I grow? And all this stuff, you know? Like, seriously. I try to do that from time to time. Clickbait? Yeah, I gotta make clickbait, but I gotta make clickbait that actually delivers on the clickbait. Then it's a good video. Which one do you have? I would say entertaining. I would hope. I think that's probably... You reasonably attractive? You think so? Alright, then I guess I got 2 out of 3. I mean, my whole thing when I was streaming on YouTube was like... The reason people would watch is because I was a noob. I'd say I'm entertaining, I think. Right, guys? Right, guys? I'm entertaining. Not when I play this game. Sometimes I'm too angry and triggered, but... I think that's kind of changed. I think if you want to be successful streaming or YouTube or whatever, I mean, being top is obviously really good of a game. But being entertaining is not enough. You have to be like unique enough, I think. You have to, on Twitch, you have to be the top of the top, or you have to play one game for like 10 years or 5 years or whatever and become really good, which is kind of the same thing. The problem with me on Twitch is that I change games all the time. I don't stick to one game to get really good at it, because I just don't want to do that. So... Like, on Twitch, you have to push people to your Twitch channel on YouTube and all these other things. Or just have a clip go viral somewhere. Like on live stream fails. Which is very hard to get on unless you're a huge streamer. Or one of the YouTube channels that, like, conglomerates, like, clips. He's attractive. Aw. That's just the speedrunner experience. Losing 10 seconds will make any speedrunner pissed. Okay. The exclusive reason I clicked onto this was that you were worse than me. The reason I stuck around is because you're entertaining. Yeah. I think most people... Like, when I was streaming on YouTube, my whole shtick was that I was a noob at everything. And people would make fun of the fact that I was a noob. And I don't care. Like, it's fun. It's funny, whatever. And people stuck around, I think, because I'm entertaining or whatever. But yeah. Do you really want to clip on LSF? I think changing games helps you get new viewers. Yeah, I mean, I'm so small that it doesn't necessarily hurt. But the thing is... I mean, Fairy would have never been here, right? If I didn't stream this game. Oh my god, can you like... But... Give me a second, guys. I can't, bro. I can't. I can't. Like, I hate this game so much sometimes. It's so stupid. How do I get this? The fucking second week that I've played this game, I got this first try every fucking time. Now I can't jump on it once. Fucking 1 month into the game. Jesus Christ. Anyway. 20 fucking seconds lost on that shit. Do I really want to clip on LSF? Yeah. I mean, it's not like I'm like, oh my god, my life would be complete, but obviously it would help grow me as a streamer. I won't even get this cycle. Fucking stupid ass game. Yeah, if you want to get big on Twitch, play one game that's not very well known. Get decent at it, play it for like 2 years. Then when you have a decent audience, switch over. Or be insanely good, like the top 0.001% at any game, and stream it. You don't even need to talk, and you'll be good. Oh, I somehow made it. Okay, I'll take it. Or be very attractive and sit in a hot tub. Which is, you know, it's not an easy thing to sit in a hot tub for like 10 hours a day. Or make YouTube content that helps out Twitch streamers. And then people will pop up on your Twitch. A lot of people do that. There's a lot of ways, you know. I'm going to try to do the Ludwig way next month. But we'll see how it goes. Clip that anyways. Nice. I grabbed his tail so nicely there. Still waiting for Levelhead to get big. I mean, you never know. That's on issue track. There's 2 strategies. Play something really popular. So no, nope. That is not. Nope. How'd I save 10 seconds? My BitFS must have sucked ass for my PB. Anyway. Well, this will ruin the run right now, but we got a gold split, so that's okay. I think. Play something really popular so lots of people see that your stream. No one will see your stream exists if you play something. I'm gonna show something to you after this, or play something obscure so that you're one of the couple of streams. Yeah, that's one way. Play Lost Ark. I feel like it might get pop. I'll show you guys something after this run. Okay, apparently I am a BLJ god today, or the past 2 runs. I just can't get everything else. Nice. And I jinxed it. I fucking jinxed it. Lost Ark with me. Bro! Okay, I calmed down in my head. I'm gonna get it. Oh, I fucked it up. Nice. Nice ping. That was shit. I need a Jinx compilation. Yeah. A lot of compilations needed here. Hey, if any of you guys want to make compilations on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok, feel free. Watch the VODs. Go ahead. I'm fine with that. I will, even if you make money off of it, I'll never take your money. Not that you would make money off of it now, but play Lost Ark with me. If you're willing to legit think about... Wait, can you even play Lost Ark with people? If there's a streamer... Nick, if you're serious about streaming, let's say once a week or twice a week or something with me, Rust or something, and we have a plan, like we stream the same amount every week, and we edit it and upload it to YouTube, and it's, you know, we could somehow get into contact with bigger streamers, or we could do something unique, then that sounds good. Otherwise, that just sounds like, no, not good. You know? I actually saw the problem with that last BLJ's. Nice. Hopefully it helps with your BLJs too. That would be awesome. Rust is fun. I'm very bad at it. So very bad. I've never played it. If I had a computer, I would do it. Fair enough. Yeah, I think Dinel was trolling there, Kesha. Could be wrong though. I hate when I dive trying to grab his tail. It's so frustrating. Okay. Well, good one, Ping. That was good, Ping. That was really good. I can't even throw him anymore. You were trolling because it's obviously insanely big. What are you talking about? Lost Ark was insanely big, and then when Elden Ring came out, it died off a little, but it's still huge. Unless you just didn't know that, but I don't know. Do you know would never troll? Problem with the last BLJ was that Mario wasn't completely facing opposite to the direction. Yeah, that could be it. I think when I do the infinite staircase, I used to do it well, and now I screw up on it, and that might be the reason. Yeah, that was an obvious troll. Yeah. See? See, I know you. But I don't know how to go straight also. I don't know why I'm throwing him so far away. Hey! Guys, we're going to get sub 30. This is going to be crazy. See, when I get the first throw, I get all of them. It's literally the... there's a way that you do your controller that makes it work, but normally easier. Yeah, it used to be easier for me, but now it's not. Sub 25, let's go. We saved a lot of stuff. Yo, we're sub 20, best possible time. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. Sub 20, best possible time, 1957, baby. That's before my dad was born, baby. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. Now I just have to get sub 20. You see what I mean? You see how much fucking time 50W could save if I do it well? It literally saved, what, 10 seconds or something? I don't remember. It saved a lot of time. End stream? Nah, I'm gonna get so much more hype when I get sub 20, guys. When, not if. You're literally one good run away from your goal. Yeah. And my bits is still not perfect. And my bob is like, my bits is not, I could gold split my bits too. So I'm so excited out of nowhere. Anyway. Oh yeah, let me show you guys. So I used to think this too, but streaming the most popular game is not a good idea. Unless you can stream it very consistently and you could gain an audience from it, like if it's a multiplayer game. So like if you're playing Call of Duty, that's not that bad because you could gain people by talking in game chat. That's how I met a lot of people on Call of Duty. Yo, what's up, Chris? You need to work on DDD? Nah, my DDD is usually okay. Take a breather. Yeah, I mean, I might as well just show you guys this. So, oh yeah, how's Mexico? So, if you look at this, how do people find you on Twitch? You know? Let's even go, let's say you're streaming. You're a new streamer, you want to stream Elden Ring. This is you. You're one of these people right here. They all have 0 viewers. I'm still scrolling. All of these people have zero viewers. Oh, one person had 1. Oh, now we're in the 1 viewer category. The only way that it makes sense to stream a new popular game is if you could make content on YouTube for it. In my head. Or if you could gain people's attention in the game. This is a single player game. All of these people will never be found. It's a single player game. You know what I mean? I will play the game. Look, I'm still scrolling. It's all 1 viewer. I will play the game. But do you understand now when you guys ask me to play games, like what my thought process is going through it? Oh, would I enjoy this game? Would chat enjoy this game? Would this be good content? Would I be able to make... Like, these are the things I think about. Open up one of the streams randomly. I just want to get to 2 viewers for a second. I can't believe I'm still scrolling. I used to just play games I enjoyed and chatted while doing it because this wasn't my career goal. Yeah, I mean, that's different, obviously. That's different. But also, I'm not, like, I gain more enjoyment. Like, I gain enjoyment from interacting with you guys more than the game I'm playing a lot of the times. Unless I get sub 20 or something. Like, that's fucking hype, right? It's pretty good in Mexico. Nice. But I'm going to play games that I enjoy, but add challenges to them. So, I'm going to buy Elden Ring, but there's going to be a challenge involved with it to make it more... Okay, we've gotten to 2 viewers. Oh, that was only 2 people. That's actually insane. Okay. Alright, let's click on a random person. He's been streaming for 11 hours. 35-year-old asset live and die for death chat on COD Warzone. Love games in general. I have a wide interest across the board. That's pretty cool. Anyway, that's not what we're doing today. Let's get back to the runs. It's high risk, no reward. It's no reward. If you're trying to grow, it's literally no reward. But I should change my bio. There you go. No, if I got sub 20, I would be fucking going crazy. I got sub 20 for best possible time, which means it's possible for me to get sub 20 now. Like, I already knew that, but it's like on the screen. Who would play Elden Ring? Well, thousands of people, you know? So, like, I'm gonna play Elden Ring, but I'm gonna add a challenge to it to make it more fun for you guys, more fun for me, better content, and a YouTube video, you know? Instead of just playing the game. But I'm probably not gonna play Elden Ring every day. I'm probably gonna play it for 1 or 2 days and then move on to something else. Play Bloodborne. We'll see. If you actually want to convince me to play a game, give me a challenge or like a YouTube idea that you think would be good with that game. And then I would be more likely to actually play it. Elden Ring, but if I die, I gift... For those that don't know, I did a Jump King, but if I don't beat the game in less than 24 hours, I gift Miskiff 100 subs. I did that challenge a few months ago. That's how Doctor came on stream for the first time, actually. And I beat Jump King with like an hour and a half left. So I didn't have to... And I made it a video, but that video kind of sucks. But that stream was great. That stream was great. Let's go, baby! Haha! Anyway. He'll be poor. I'm already poor. Nice, you got the skip. Yeah. That's like pretty much the fastest I think I could do it. 138 is insane, though. I never thought I would see 138. Bomb clip, you don't need to hit the edge of the cage. Yeah, I know, but it feels riskier if I don't get the bomb big enough. You know what I mean? But you're actually right. I could make it even faster if I hit the middle. Guys, that was a shit run last. That last run was shit, and well, it wasn't a PB, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I feel like it's actually possible now. After crying like a baby for the past like 2-3 hours. Thank you guys for dealing with me. I appreciate it. Damn it. It doesn't feel close enough. Fuck! I should have actually thought about that. I was like, oh, I get it all the time, and I didn't think about it. Feels like it, but it's actually riskier on the edge. So sometimes you go into the wall. Oh, okay. I'll try to keep that in mind. There's so many time losses, Cashew. Learning that is so much harder than learning, like, how to move better from one area to another. I definitely need to learn a lot more before learning how to get cannonless, like, without the setup. Okay. That's fucked up. I got the last coin. That's fucked. Oh, that's good. Your Bob Gold is better than mine? I mean, that Bob was insane. But damn. I don't want to make me feel better by making you feel worse. But thanks for telling me, I guess. I probably should have reset just by fucking up Canonless there, but I am going to reset. Do I want to update my best times? Yeah, let's update it. I don't feel worse. I think there's less than a second in it. Oh, okay. Nah, it was terrible. It might have not looked bad to you, Cashew, but just missing that Canonless. Maybe it wasn't that bad. I didn't feel good about it. So. Technically, I did save time with Bob, but I gotta get everything better. I get that sub 20, baby. But like, if you guys can think of a game that's easy to speedrun, and you think I could speedrun it in like 2 hours, like learn how to speedrun it and speedrun it like against one of you guys, and you guys give me a big time gap, like that could be a good YouTube video, I feel like. Like noob versus pro in the games that Keshu speedruns that are very short. Lower your expectations, you suck. Nah, I'm feeling pretty decent now, just because we got the BPT down. Freddy Fish is the only game I can think of learning to speedrun in 2 hours, because it's a point-and-click game. Yeah, so that could be like a funny, like stupid video, you know? Maybe not the best video, but yeah, I don't have good ideas. I've thought of like 1 or 2 good ideas for videos. One of the which I'm gonna implement tomorrow, hopefully. And the other one I've said on stream, which is like spicy ramen, eating spicy ramen, but we'll see. You could do IL runs for some games. What's IL? I don't know what IL means. Fuck, I went too forward. Individual level. Oh, yeah. I could do that. I actually, it's funny, I had an idea. And I thought it was such a random idea for a video and for a stream. And then I see this huge streamer on Twitch. This huge streamer tweets the same exact idea I had. Like there was one tiny difference, but it was the same exact idea. And I was like, how did this person think of that? And now it's going to look like I copied their idea, but whatever. Speedrun Waterboy and Fire Girl. What is that? Sounds fun. Race me in Levelhead any %. Yeah, like maybe I'll do that. Would you consider yourself a pro? Do you hold any world records? You know? So I could make the title like Noob versus Pro or something. You know? I don't know. That should be good. It's on cool math games? Lol. There's 2 types of videos I want to like concentrate on. Well, 3 types. One is collab videos, like collabs coming from collab streams from Twitch, because I love that. Another is evergreen videos, which is like, in layman terms, basically is a type of video that stays relevant no matter what. And the other one is like a viral type video. So viral type video would be something, you know, that's going on right now, right? Evergreen, I don't know, like if there's a new world record in Mario or something. Evergreen video is something like eating the spiciest ramen, because no matter what time of year, no matter what season, it's like still a good video, you know? Still, those are the 2 things I'm trying to concentrate on. Telling you guys all my secrets. I do love doing challenges though. Oh my god. I do love doing challenges though. On stream. Let's go. Yes, exactly. Viral type videos are not going to be good for the long run for channels. That's why I want slightly more evergreen videos. But I want viral videos too, in case one actually goes viral, right? But yeah, that's why I want a combination of both, essentially. Go to anime shop and buy most lewd figure. Oh, that sounds like a good idea, actually. That's another thing. A lot of these ideas require, like... I am an idiot. I thought I was going for the last star. Require money, which is fine. But... I just... You know... I hope to make my investments back. Oh, that was good. I am a world record holder in Zeeple Dome speedrunning. One of 2 runners plus the moderator. Oh, there's only 2 people that have ever like speedrun that? What is that? Hey, how's archery practice going then? Most viral videos attract people to the channel. Yes, that's exactly what it is, yeah. Evergreen should keep them, yep. It's a Jackbox game? Oh. Oh yeah, you asked me earlier if I would do Jackbox games. I would do Jackbox games with other streamers, not with chat. Surprised that wasn't a gold split, but whatever. Not with chat, only because I love you guys, but I don't trust some of you guys. And if I let only... oh my god, it just lagged. What the hell? Why is it lagging? If I let only some of you play, then everyone else would get mad. You know what I mean? My round is about to start. All right, see ya, Angel. That's fair. It's hard to trust chat. Yeah, like Angel. Aren't you a Jew? I am. You could get someone to be a mod in the game, though. I'd rather do, like, for viewer games, I would rather do something like Mario Kart Tournament. Like, that's just awesome, you know? Jackbox, it's a type of thing that, like, you gotta know what type of jokes are okay to make as a streamer, I feel like. I mean, I probably make fucked up jokes sometimes, but like, certain things are just like, bro, come on, you know? You could get, I wouldn't trust Angel. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Angel either. For that. A lot of the little kids I wouldn't trust, basically, I guess. Because they're the little kids. Mario Kart Tournament sounds sick. Yes! I'm thinking about buying Mario Kart 8D because of DLC. Yeah, I mean, you'll definitely have people to play with. There's a lot of streamers that we know that play it. Okay. Jesus. Anyway. We were playing Mario Kart 8 yesterday. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't, but other people on stream were. Yeah, that was bad. Damn, I did it well on my PB. I probably should change my camera for that to get it faster, but I sucked bad, but don't tell doctor. Okay. I will say, okay. In order to do a lot of these things, I'll have to stream less often to set it up, you know? So that's why I was thinking for March it'll be like more like setup stuff. Best case scenario, I just stream whatever I want whenever I want. Make enough money, have an editor for everything. That's best case scenario. But reality, that'll be in the future, you know? Assuming everything goes well. It's been a year since I've played. Really? I did it again! Like, come on, bro. People would be more down to play Mario Kart because of the tracks. I'll read chat in a moment. I don't know why I'm still doing this run, but I guess did I get bomb clip? I already forgot. No, I don't even think I got bomb clip. I don't know why I'm doing this run. I guess I need as much practice as I can get on this fucking stupid ass.
I didn't think the long jump would work. I'm resetting. You say you're Jew, my friend doesn't believe me. I'm Jewish. It's been a year since I played. People would be more down to play Mario Kart because of tricks. I've set up my Switch for streaming now, so I feel like my world has opened up. Nice. They could do track release dates to do tournaments since everyone will want to play them.
Yeah. You're talking about the new tracks, right? Are they gonna release them at different dates?
That would be cool. I just need to... It's a big setup to set up a tournament, so... The hardest part is the technical stuff. Getting people, I don't think is going to be hard. I have a capture card. I really need to start streaming Switch games. After this run, boot up Usam Mune and do some... I don't want to do it. Long jump from the gray block instead of the moving yellow one. Yeah, I do that better. That's what I was saying. Like, if I take more risks, I save more time. But you're right. I should probably just do the gray one instead. It doesn't lose that much time. I think they're doing it in 5 waves. First 8 will be released March 18th. Hey, Josh. Let's go. What's up, Josh? March 18th. I'll try to keep that in mind. It says on a second of time loss, but it's easier. Oh. Yeah, it's much easier. Okay, then I'll definitely do that. By the way, if someone's not in the Discord, I would suggest joining if you want to see me switch my streaming hours. Because I might stream at different times depending on what you guys want. I think I stream too late for a lot of people. But I could be wrong. Mondays suck. Aww. Mondays do suck. But hey, I'm going to get sub 20, so that's pretty cool, right? I don't want to... I don't want to do... I'm just... I don't want to boot up Usamune right now. I'll put it up after this run. Maybe? I don't know. I'll just do the jump. I won't long jump from there. I'll try not to. I got a pee-pee. Should I go pee-pee? You're late for me. If you stream earlier, I'll be able to watch without screwing myself over. Yeah, all the British people for sure. And even like the Eastern, like a lot of Americans. For Californians even, I think I stream okay time, but I could stream earlier. In my head, like if I streamed at 5 p.m.-ish Eastern, which is like 3 hours earlier than I usually stream, that would probably be good. It's 6 waves. First wave is March 18th. Oh, it's 6. It's not 5. Okay, I wrote down March 18th. So, all the British people. Yeah, all the British people. Did I stutter? What happened today, Josh? Everything good? Or is it just because it's Monday? The Californians, I don't know what time works for them. But... that's why I think of... I'll hold a poll on Discord to see what more people want. Good? Fuck! Ah! I mean, it's okay, guys. I don't know. The day wasn't bad for any specific reasons. It just felt blah. I know what you mean. When I have blah feeling days, it just is what it is. And then next day just is better. But you could probably do something to make it feel a little more productive or decent. And then you'll feel like it was a better day. You still have time, Josh. You still have time. That's why you shouldn't go through the edge. Yeah, I actually forgot to try the middle. Yeah. I'm fine with early streams. I'll just pop in late. Okay. But yeah, I definitely want to put a poll up on Discord, and I hope a lot of people respond to the poll, because it's gonna be a big reason for why I change times. If I do. If not too many people respond to it, I might just change it by like an hour or something. I don't know, but just to test it out. Because I feel like when I stream like at past like midnight or like 1 or 2 a.m., it's either people aren't there or it's like a different group of people. Let's go. Oh, the audio just screwed up.
Actually, with that bomb, I was scared to even go to the middle because it wasn't that fast. Nice, ping. A good time would be 3-year time. What time were you thinking? So I was thinking when people get out of school in New York, and when people get out of school and work, so like after 5, so 6 p.m. Eastern, I thought would be good. That would actually still suck if you're in Britain. I don't know if that's good if you're in Cali, actually. You keep thinking you need to be faster for the middle. I do keep thinking that. You're wrong. Alright, then I definitely should go for the middle then. You just need the backwards momentum from throwing the bomb, which is the same no matter the size of the bomb. But sometimes I don't have like good momentum, you know what I mean? I say do 4 or 5. I don't think I would change it that drastically right away. Unless a lot of people would prefer it and would actually watch. But I might end up doing 4 or 5, yeah. But that's not good for you Californians. I mean, that's good for when you wake up, but it doesn't work for all the other Californians. There's a lot of Californians who come here. Beyond when people get out of work. But people have to get home from work. Well, I guess not with COVID, but I mean. Bro, should I fucking reset right now? What the fuck? Oh my god. All you need is to aim it correctly. You say all you need as if it's so easy, but okay. I might do that. What's your March challenge? I've decided to not do a big challenge. I'll make an announcement tomorrow. I'm gonna do like smaller challenges. The big challenges are nice, but it's hard to make YouTube videos from them. That's pretty much why. And I'm attracting only people that like that one game or whatever, you know? Like Fairy was saying earlier. All I need is to get good. True! Okay, I'll definitely be practicing with Samune then. Or maybe. All I need is one good run. People get out of work. Isn't the thing it's 9 to 5 is the general thing, right? So people getting out of work at 5 p.m. School. I guess people get out of school like 2 p.m., but it is that easy. You just need to point the stick away from the cage. Okay. When do you point the stick away from the cage? Cool, that makes sense. Yeah. Also, I feel like people who like being here but might not like the game. Like, Josh, if you like watching me play Call of Duty or something, right? Oh, but and I end up playing this game for a whole month. Oh, fuck, man. This is like such a shit run. But I'm gonna do it till BitDW. Then it's different, you know? People here get out of school. Yeah, that's true. But then I was thinking, do I want like small kids to join? I don't know. My last job was 2 to 10. Huh. I don't know. Maybe I'll just maybe I'll just reset my life. Maybe I'll just I'll do it an hour at a time, maybe. So I've started streaming an hour earlier. I used to stream at an hour and a half actually. I used to stream 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Now I stream 8 p.m. Eastern, an hour and a half earlier. And people usually leave like a few hours later. So I might try an hour earlier or take it slow. I just want to see what people would say, you know? Personally, I hate COD, but I've also never gone out of my way to watch a stream of it. Under the assumption that most audience members would be 12. I think our average age is like late teens. You still have all East Coast and in between. True. What games do I have? Not many. I have Call of Duty. I have Call of Duty. I have Call of Duty. I have Apex Legends. I have Call of Duty. I have Mario. I'm willing to get games if it's worth it. I'm gonna do a Elden Ring stream tomorrow or the day after, so that should be cool. I'll figure it out. I haven't put too much thought into everything because I'm concentrated on this game. But I'll figure everything out on... Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, I'm just going to do gray. Okay, I looked where I went, and I got it. That was bad. Elden Ring is going to be funny. Is it? Imagine that thing killed me. If you want a short challenge, you could always do a pencil sharpening speedrun. Yeah, that would be a good example of like a short challenge, yeah. I don't want to just play one game for like every day. Like I don't want to be stuck with one game because like some people like it, but some people don't. And there's nothing I could really do with the game except to play it. Because that's not good for growth. It's not good for content. It's just... It's fun. It's chill. But I'm trying to make an anime reacts channel and all these other stuff, so... I want to spend time on that later, you know? Small Ant. Everyone's saying Small Ant. I'm surprised that wasn't a gold split, but that was good. Wikipedia... Oh my god, guys. I died, and I got plus 1.4. Do you guys know what that means? My best possible time, if I don't die, is so good. It's like 5 seconds better or something. How, Mario? Wikipedia speedrun. I wrote that down as an idea. That's, bro, you guys are great. Send me these ideas on Discord. Counting to 1 million. I mean, that's been done by Mr. Beast, but if I put my own twist to it, that could be cool. That could be really cool, yeah. You know, I want to do stuff like that, where each, like, where at least 2 or 3 times a week, you guys could pop up onto stream and be like, damn, this is cool. What the hell is he doing, you know? Like, I wanted to have that type of feel. And then there would be good YouTube videos, too. Mr. Beast didn't do a speedrun, though. Oh, that's true. Wait, you're right. He didn't. How long did it take? Oh! Oh, that was good. I don't have to imagine the Goomba killing me. I have the memories. Yeah, that's why I was very careful there. I was scared. All I hear is like. Oh, my bad. I'm saying like a lot. How's the archery going? Small Ant is on another level, though. I wouldn't mind spending so much time on that stuff if people actually watched. Like enough people watched. That's why I think when I get, when I get bigger, let's say when I get bigger, I think I'm gonna do more like crazy challenges because I'll have an editor who could actually sift through like 24 hours of content and make it an hour or half an hour for a YouTube video. Like it would be much easier to do that type of stuff. Right now, it's not. And money. Right now, I need money. I need money. And I don't want to make money from you guys primarily. I'd rather make it on YouTube, so I don't waste your guys' money. I mean, spend. Good, I'm back home. Nice. Oh, that was fast. And I want to make kids cry, but I want to watch you and eat. Do both. Or I guess eat and then make them cry. Yes! That's the double long jump I've been wanting to do. Video essays are getting popular lately. Yeah, they have been. It is kind of weird. I have a lot of ideas for other channels, so the biggest problem that usually comes in the way is time. So that's why I think I'm going to be streaming a little less on Twitch next month to concentrate on other stuff, but yeah. Yeah, Josh did just make a video essay on Spider-Man. Check it out if you haven't. Dark Italian 2020 on is your name actually Dark? It's Dark Italian something. I like your banner on your YouTube channel. But yeah. I think it's his username on YouTube. That's what I'm gonna do. Nice. Like the stupid long ones. Oh, it's Dark Italian on YouTube. There you go. Yeah. Video ASLs are becoming a thing, or are a thing. This is so much less scary than it used to be. Jesus. You do something so much, and you just get used to it. Oh. The first one I watched was by JXL on the Fall of Doctor Who. Oh, I don't care about Doctor Who, and I don't know who JXL is, but that sounds cool. Little plug. There's his YouTube channel. His first video, you know, could be better, but it was good. It was good. The most recent one I watched was on iCarly, and it was in 2 parts. They were both 5 hours. Jesus! Was it that interesting? You just said it was the stupid long ones, but you're watching them too. It's kind of funny. You know what I've realized about myself? When a challenge presents itself to me, I do better. Like I'm doing better now. Well, I really shouldn't jinx it, but I feel like I'm doing better now. Now that my PB is closer to my actual skill level, I feel like I'm playing better. Because when I look to the side and I see plus 0.8, it feels better than seeing minus 30 seconds and knowing that I screwed up 10 times. You know, I watch them, but I don't know why. Yeah, we all waste time on different stuff or spend time on different stuff. I watch on YouTube like. I watch on YouTube like political conversations for like 3 hours sometimes or 5 hours, but I'll put it like I'll put it on like nice. I'll put it on like 1.5 times speed. Fucking shit. My DDD was trash with my PB though, so. In archery practice, if you make all reds and yellows, you get candy. So I made it practice and I have 15 pieces of candy. Sheesh! A lot of candy. Damn, you're a beast archer then, right? Yo, if there actually is World War III and you have to like hunt food with your bow, you're probably gonna be Gucci. While I look around for anyone to watch me play Mario. I don't know. Okay, I missed the first one. That's to be accepted. Accepted? Expected? Ah! Oh! That's what she did. Oh. Nice ping. You know what? I'll take that. I'll be yellow health, which is good. Do ping pong. Yes! I will do a ping pong stream one of these days. I once procrastinated by watching TED Talk on procrastination. Yo, same! We probably watched the same exact TED Talk. I have to tell you a joke. Oh, that was a bit scary. This might be gold? Question mark? Yeah, oh, that's like 5 seconds, guys. That's 5-second gold. No, actually, it takes a while for the key. Let's go! Let's go, baby! Still not enough for sub 20 because I didn't get bomb clip and stuff, but it's still cool. When the apocalypse happens and Twitch servers are down, Ping will hunt down people in real life and make them watch and play Mario. Exactly. That's where I have like 3 instant gratification monkeys. Mexicans don't have to worry about being drafted because they aren't documented. That's a decent joke, actually. They keep the panic monster tied up somewhere.
Okay, that would have been really cool if I got it first try, like the past 2 runs.
Yeah. Damn it, I keep missing. Oh my god. Run is over. Oh, I'm starting to figure out how this works. Huh. There's a certain time when he jumps. Nope, I don't get it. And there goes the lead. That's not enough. Let me get the thing. That actually helps so much. What the hell? I should have done that before. Bro, it doesn't matter where he's facing. But it does for the infinity. Thank you, Fairy. He's not going straight, bro. He never goes straight. He's not straight. There's nothing wrong with that, but... Nice, nice, Mario. You know, it's all about the rhythm. It doesn't matter where he's facing. Yeah. No, it doesn't, bro. It did. Look where he was facing right there. He wasn't even facing the nice ping. He wasn't even facing the right way, and I did it. How does that matter? It's actually a rhythm game. True. You know, oh, I probably did. I feel like I misunderstand a lot. And I don't blame you guys. I blame myself. In which case I do apologize, but... Nice, Pink. Oh, that was terrible. The next month be a rhythm game stream month? I mean, maybe we'll play some rhythm games, but... Oh my god, thank you for the raid, bro. Oh my god, it's Call of Duty God Meow, baby. How do I keep missing this? No problem. Nice, Pink. You fucking dumbass. I'm terrible at explaining things, so I think it was joint blame. Oh, okay. Hey, if it makes me feel better by myself, I'll take it. There's definitely times where, like, I don't know. It's all a mix of stuff, right? How I'm feeling, how you're feeling, how the game's going, how many people chatting, what you're saying, me missing. What a great run. But you know what? This is practice for the next run, like Fairy says. I don't know how I missed that. You should play Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero, I wouldn't be able to make videos out of. Because it's music. But it would be cool. I do want to do a music idea one of these days. Dance Revolution. Bruh. I would lose weight. It's probably good. Did I have a fluke? Did I have a fluke? What's going on? Buy an at-home pad for $100. I love how I got that one while looking at chat. Step Mama? Step Mania? I don't know what Step Mania is. There we go. I had to dive. Like Fairy said. It worked, Fairy. Thank you. Just Dance 3 has Let's Go to the Mall by Robin Sparkles. What is that? Me. Do it. You. It will make me lose weight. Pretty much. Shalom, gay Bowser. Shalom to you too. Oh, I'm happy that was not a PB. I would have gone crazy. Bars. I haven't missed the second throw in a while. Not too long, but in a while. I threw him too much. That's miss. Okay, I'll take it. We'll go for this one. We're not noobs. Yo, it actually felt like it lagged a bit. That was weird. Yo, guys, my computer is down. I don't know why I missed. That's what I sounded like right now. Okay, I just forgot how to throw him, apparently. So long, Bowser. Me, big schlong, Bowser. No, I think he's saying shalom, which means hello in Hebrew. That's what it sounds like. It sounds so much like shalom. I don't understand how it's not. Damn it, the fire's gonna be all around now. Let's go. Imagine falling off. Couldn't be me. So long, gay Bowser. Shalom, gay Bowser. I don't think it says gay. Well, they definitely don't, but it's supposed to be so long, gay Bowser. 1952.
So long, Bowser. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that Italian accent. Like, if you guys listen to the end credits, I don't want to show it to you guys, actually, until I get sub 20, but I'll show it to you guys. Yeah, I thought of a you laugh, you lose, but thank you. You laugh, you lose, and if I lose, I, like, eat hot sauce. I thought of that. The thing with you laugh, you lose is, like, it only matters if you're actually known. Like, Ludwig could do that now because everyone knows Ludwig. If you're just a random person, it's harder to make a video like that. But that's definitely an idea I had, yeah. Mario's supposed to be Italian. Yeah, I know, but, like, the Italian accent is so heavy. It's funny. Oh, my butt. Look, watch what he says right here. Where's she looking? What the hell? Did she not see Mario? What the hell did she just do? She looked to the side twice and then just Mario! I just realized that. I'm gonna eat food now. Good luck getting sub 20. Thank you. See you later, Cashew. I always love seeing ya. I've missed you.
Here we go! Listen, everybody. Let's bake a delicious cake. For Mario.
Like, this is the best part. You guys gotta see it. What does this say?
Mario.
I don't know. Yeah, sorry. You guys have to wait. You guys have to wait. Maybe I shouldn't have shown this until I get sub 20, but I want to show you guys what they say, okay? Listen to what Mario says in like 10 seconds. When the cake comes out. The credits are longer than you expect. Okay, you know what? You guys will see it. You guys will see it when I get a run. I'm staying for the end. Oh, no, it's oopsies. Yeah. The scene made you cry as a kid when I beat the game in 2 years. Yeah, that's understandable. Never mind, now I'm going to get food. All right, enjoy.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly.
I gold split, screwed up on BLJs, screwed up on the bits part, and screwed up on bomb clip, and didn't PB. But I gold splitted something. But no, I don't remember what. I gold splitted something. What else is new? What else is actually new? What else is new? Yeah, 1952. Did I have 1956 before, or was it 19? I don't remember. Did I say 4 seconds in that gold split? 'Cause that's a lot of seconds. What else is new? I'm gonna be streaming less next month, but I'm gonna still try to do daily streams. I'm gonna be trying to concentrate on a lot on anime reactions channel, on the main YouTube channel, on making ideas. That's the hardest thing. On preparing those ideas for stream. And I guess that's it. My stomach just grumbled. That was shit. I suck ass. I was doing it as a kid, so I didn't really know what to do, and I looked more, so it took longer. Oh, I gold splitted. I didn't gold split DDD. I gold splitted something else. Here we go. You are a kid. He's a teenager, but he's saying that's not being a kid. Bro, we're all kids to someone, right? Because it's not. He's a teenager. Fine. Just read a forum post on how all speedruns must be faked emulators with changed parameters because they couldn't pull off bomb clip. What? Are you serious? Yo, comment on it. Check out Ping Pong Masters. That sounds like a troll, bro. Be like, check out Ping Pong Masters, and then they check me out and I miss everything. All kids want to grow up and all adults want to be kids. Yep. Hey, what's up, pigeons? Last day I'm streaming. I'm never streaming ever again. What do you think about that? You know, I just didn't make enough money. I thought I'm kind of tired of streaming. You know, I hate everyone here, so yeah. It's the last day I'm ever streaming. Cap? Okay. Yeah, it's the last day to get sub 20, to beat this game in less than 20 minutes. I've played this game every single day the past month. And that's the thing. I count teenagers as kids. That's you. No, go have fun. Yeah, I knew that was gonna be bad. But I went for it. He did not blow up for Mario speedruns. Huh? Yeah, exactly. I didn't blow up for Mario speedruns, so I just thought... I really thought I would, because, you know, I'm such a good speedrunner, so I just thought I'm gonna end. They ended up buying an autofire controller for BLJs. What? I don't think people understand. BLJs is not clicking the button as fast as you can. It's a rhythm thing. My criteria for being an adult is when you start wishing that you were younger. My criteria is when, I don't know. When you don't complain as much, in general, about things that adults have to deal with. That's probably... Maybe that's it. I don't know. He probably thought he'd get sub 20 by now. Oh my god! Why'd I read chat? Especially Dinel's chat. Oh my god. You fucked me up, Dino. Well, you didn't. I did by reading it. Bro, what the hell? Oh my, is it even worth continuing this fucking shit run? Anyway, when you get some bitches. Should I reset? Nay, continue. Nice. Nice fucking bullshit there. It's always worth continuing. Reset. I'll continue for now. A golden knight is in my game. Challenge. All right, love challenging people. Nice. Can you do like lobbies with like pros? You have to find lobbies with pros, pigeons. You have to do that because like you're a pro. And you have to just play with them, so it's a challenge. Did not mean to do that, but okay. Nice. Slightly faster to double jump to the top. Oh, I'll try to do that. Is that the way to skip the dialogue of the owl? They need to add rank for you pigeons. True. No? Oh. Is it hard to skip the dialogue? You can't skip the owl. What? I could have sworn I've seen people skip the dialogue. Am I misremembering things? I'ma go. Alright, see ya. Enjoy your food? Or pissing people off? Right? You were gonna do one of those? Closest you get is owlless. They do owlless? No, no, no. I'm talking about the dialogue of the owl. It's gone. I know, owlless is different. That's not what I'm talking about. I thought that was possible, but... He beated you? He beat you? That's not good. Oh! That's the end of that run.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
Okay, if you're wrong, I am banning you. Okay, I don't know how to find it. I'll just take your word for it. That was a GG. You got the next one, pigeons. If I'm wrong, I want to know. Fair enough. I guess I thought I saw people doing it. I don't know. I don't know.
That's okay. We have another chance at bomb clip. If I screw this Bob up a lot, I might just go to Usamune. No balls.
Yeah, no balls. Calm down, Ping. Jesus. Ba 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 da da ba. Ba ba da da da. Da 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 da. I'm so tired. I feel like you play better when you're tired, right? But like, not too tired. So it's good I didn't do 24 hours. Or maybe it's not. Who knows? Maybe I would have beaten the game right now. By now. Or right now. There we go. You see, I needed like an hour or 2 hours of practice. Come on, jump, jump, jump. You know what I realized? When we get sub 20, my voice is gonna be in it. And I say some weird ass shit. I did it. It was not a gold split somehow, but I did it. I went to the middle. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Where are we going? I forgot to long jump. Fucking dumbass. And that just wasted all the time I just saved. I take everything back. Well, not all the time I saved, but... I just searched through a list of glitches. Cool. Oh, to see if the owl thing is a thing? It wasn't a thing, huh? I don't know why I thought it was. Owl dialogue skip wasn't there. Huh. For some reason I thought people could skip it. Okay, I don't feel as dumb now. That feels a little off. I can't see his head. I don't know if it was good or not. Ah, this is bad. This is bad. Oh, it's good. I thought because I got the second coin before even going down. Do-do-ba-da. 4.5 hours, baby. 4.5 hours. Okay, I just wanted to try that. I've seen people do that. I wanted to try that. Fuck this run.
It's me, Mario.
What's the trick to it there? The trick is to get it at a certain angle. Okay, how do you do this? Because I've been wanting to do this for forever. The plant where you slow down. Yeah, you have to get at a certain angle. This is bad, but gets canonless compilation. Okay, so there's a way from here that you could push to the top left. People change their camera. Is that what they do? That must be what they do. Oh yeah, double jumping also, right? That takes the same amount of time, I feel like. Is that worth practicing? Like, doing that is what I want to do. You don't know if it's worth practicing. You're just saying it is. Turn music down a bit? Okay. It's loud in my ears, too. Good to hear it's not just me. I've been told that long jumping to it is fast. But then you still have to climb, so what you say makes sense. That was bad. What the hell did you put? That double jump shit is so hard to get because it's so fast. There we go. All right, let's do it. What other thing I wanted to practice? Let's practice BLJs for like a second. Oh, my movement here sucks ass. Is that okay, what I just did? I wonder. I could just watch the video you sent, but... Long jump is for the other stars since you don't need to climb to the top of the tree. But it still feels faster to do what the kick double thing may be. I don't know. So the reason why I don't do this trick is because I fucking suck at it. See? I always fuck it up. That's not worth it for me to practice it right now. But this is worth practicing maybe. Rhythm. There. Guys, you're not gonna have a lot of your songs being played. Sorry. Shots, shots, shot. Is that song? Well, I'm not gonna be practicing too much. I want to get into another run soon. Or maybe they'll be able to be played. We'll see. It's harder with the music. You see? I do that like that so well. Probably save like 2-3 seconds by doing this, but everybody loves them all. I don't know how to explain it. There's this one time, if you just do a big jump and you get it, it's just so good. I don't know how to do it consistently, though. I feel like if I do this consistently, I mean, that'll be nice. Oh, maybe because the first step is bigger, someone said? That's the rhythm. Nice. Nice. You see what I mean? Like, there's this thing that the way it lands is just so good. Getting good VLJ feels like cracking your back with a big stretch. Yeah, it feels great. But like, but that's how I've been getting them lately. I don't know what it is. Like it's the first jump right here. And just like feeling it. But I can't do it consistently. If you guys figure out what I'm doing that makes it happen, that would be cool. The hardest game in the world. Yeah, that's what it is. When he lands, I just got it. Well, I understand it, I think, but I don't know how to, like, implement it. The second he lands... Like, look at that! Oh, it's... The second he lands, it's like there's something about it. You have to press the button the second he lands. But the perfect frame that he lands or something. You see what I mean? And then you just spam that shit. Oh my god, bro. I gotta understand how the fuck to do that. Alright. Yeah, Lily. Wrong map. We're gonna try this. Why do I feel like I'm in a Glee musical right now? Hey, that was bad. I'm gonna get this a couple of times, and then maybe I'll practice on bits and then do another run, because my bomb clip is shit lately. I mean, it was only good like a little bit of yesterday. Fuck. Oh. I've never heard this song. But I'm a great singer, right, guys? I swear to God, I felt like I was in a Glee musical. What was that? Nice ping. That's me. I'm falling back deeper. Is the music volume okay, by the way, guys? Hey, Ping Pong, how are ya? Ad. Oh. But hi. Hello. Hey. Shut up, Stream Elements. Little lower? Oh, okay. Yeah, that should be good, yeah. I guess it's the same volume for you guys that it is for me. Good? Alright, cool. How have you been? I've been okay. I streamed for 12 hours Just playing this game, practicing a lot. Okay, I know what I'm not doing it at the same time. Practicing this game a lot. I got a PB today. My best possible time is finally sub 20. And I keep screwing up stuff. These posts aren't showing PB currently. Thank you. I don't know why the hell it does that. Yeah, there we go. Nathan. Well, I usually don't stream at this time, so he's probably just not here. But he still pops in. He's not as talkative as he used to be, but I guess he's just busy. Because I know he had a big art project he was working on and stuff. Yeah, numpad 4 and 6. I guess I clicked that when I looked something up. Oh, because anytime I look up SM64, that's probably what it is. Is there a way to shut it off? Nice ping. You're doing good. That's great to hear. What we're gonna do here is reset because that was bad. We're gonna do this until we get this 2 or 3 times straight. Go to, and then we might just do a run, or maybe practice bits. Rebind hotkeys, or just use the other numbers on your keyboard. I don't want to use keyboard hot binds for that. I almost always want it on personal, and then if I don't, I could just change it. I know why I screwed up everything else. You see, it doesn't work if you go to the middle. Sometimes. How do you get the practice thing you're using? It's called Usamune. If you look up Usamune guide, I'm sure you could find it. Nice. What is this song? Talk about Dark Souls! Oh, that was a decent song, Josh, before. Nice. That was in the middle. That was actually... because you grabbed it at the exact wrong time. But it would have clipped if I went to the edge there. I feel like. But okay, sir. Oh my god. This is on computer, though. You thought it was going to be shots. Yeah, I did. You telling me I did that wrong, Fairy? I feel like if I went to the edge, I wouldn't have fucked that up. But maybe, I don't know. I don't know anymore. No, I did the 12-hour stream. I slept for 8 hours, but I didn't because I had a shitty sleep. I kept waking up. It's so much easier on the edge, it feels like. And then I woke up and took a shower, and I'm back on the streaming grind. And it's been 4.5 hours almost. You weren't angled correctly. You need to be exactly perpendicular. Well, I wasn't angled correctly because I had to change my... I had to change how I was angled to get to the gate faster. Was I not just perpendicular? Wait, perpendicular doesn't make sense. Parallel makes sense. Was that not just parallel? I don't get it. German knows what's up. The 3 was a... What? What does that mean? The 3 was a mistake. Oh, number 3 was a mistake? Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Why would you be perpendicular to the gate? You have to clip parallel to the gate. That makes no sense. Why is this the hardest thing for me to do? I'm just gonna do it my way. I'm sorry, Fairy. I don't know what the hell you're telling me. Now I'm grabbing it too early. I'm sorry. Like, look, when I just do it my way, it works. No, you have parallel. Parallel is like this. Perpendicular is like this at a right angle. How does it make sense that I'm going to the gate? The gate is like this, right? I feel like I'm going insane. Wait. The gate is like this. And then this is me. This is Mario. I don't want to go at an angle. I don't want to do this. I would be sideways. I'm backwards with the bomb, and boom, it's like this. No? Am I going crazy? I don't know anymore. Hey, nice emote, bro. Very nice. Good job, Ping. You suck at video games. Whatever. I'm feeling fine the way. I don't even know if I explained it okay. That was bad. I got a can't look left in SM. You got a can't look left? What does that mean? Super Mario 2? I don't know what that means, but nice. Sorry. That was bad. Super Mario Maker 2. Oh, cool. You were thinking total illogical? I was thinking the intuitive manner. Direction you're traveling. Oh. I don't know, bro. Let me just figure it out. I need to feel it, okay? I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I don't get it. You can't, and I looked left? Oh, you can't look left in Super Mario Maker 2 and you looked left? Oh, so that's not good, right? Let me just get it consistently. that's the first step. Then I'll try going to the middle of the cage. Nice Ping. It's a typo of level design causing instant death when left is looked. Oh, that's sick. It's a type of level. Mario Maker is pretty cool. I practiced this so much yesterday, bro. It's okay. You know what's sad? I literally spent hours on something that saves me 10 seconds. I mean, it's not sad. Wow. It's just how it is, but... That thing, I literally stopped one frame from the flower. That does sound sad. There we go. I'm just gonna do it this way for like 2 or 3 times, and then just do a run. And if I feel comfortable, I'll go for the middle. Once I get it consistently, I'll start trying to go for the middle more. If I could fucking catch the bomb, but you know. Use my language. Come on, Ping. Okay, I don't turn around fast enough. We're gonna insist on doing it that way. At least wait until we definitely hit the gate. Well, I don't screw up most of the time when I get to the gate. Like, almost every time I don't screw up. The screw up is just catching him when he's big enough. Dang, like, I don't screw that up often. The biggest screw up is the... Sorry for... I feel like such an asshole. Sorry for being mad. It's just turning around to catch him. And like getting it at the same time, and like the setup to even get to the gate. What am I doing? There's still a set of 6 instructions. Yeah. Yeah. I don't need the instructions, I think. I just need to fucking get it. But thank you. Gotcha. See, now I got it 3 times in a row. See what I mean, bro? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, why did... They're all feeling so good. 4 times in a row, bro. 4 times in a row. For most things, I rely on my muscle memory, but I keep... but if I keep failing, it helps to refresh. That doesn't work for me, personally. It works if I feel like I'm forgetting something. But if I feel like I'm just doing it shit and I know exactly what to do, I'm fucking screwing up, then it doesn't feel good. To like look back at it intellectually. It'll just confuse me more. Like right now, I just got it 5 times in a row. And I missed one, right? But I know why I missed it. So I don't feel like I need to look at instructions. The reason I missed it was because I wasn't going along with the bomb. See, and there I caught the bomb too quick. Like I kind of I know what I'm doing wrong. It's just my fingers are doing it, and I have to tell my fingers to stop doing it that way. You know what I mean? That's why it's so frustrating, because it's like it doesn't feel anything intellectual. It feels more so like on my side of things. You know, the person who made this is a god. They put a boss battle in it. Oh, that's sick. There are some things that I feel like I need to brush up on. You see, like there, I just followed it, and it felt really good. There are some things I feel like I need to brush up on, like intellectualize and stuff, especially movement from different areas to other areas. I knew I screwed that up the second I threw it. But I guess I'm just not concentrating on that right now. See, it's when I don't... I screwed up those past 2, I'm pretty sure, because I didn't tap the first throw. And if I effed up the battle... Aw. You got this, ping pong. If I keep failing something, I also go do something else so the failure doesn't become muscle memory. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, that's why I stopped doing runs, because I was failing this too much during runs that I felt like I got used to doing it in a failure way, and now I'm screwing up again. There we go. I have to take my time. That's what I screwed up on. I should practice the whole thing, though. I'm gonna practice the whole thing. The ground pound also. Yeah, when I take my time to just get the bomb, it's so much better. Wait, maybe that's my biggest problem. Whenever I don't take my time to grab the bomb, I screw up. Or like the second I grab the bomb. Oh, that was an accident, but... But like, the second I grab the bomb, I have to wait a little. I think that's my biggest problem. Let's see. That was bad. That was bad. I didn't tap it. Haste makes waste. Yeah? Sometimes. In BitDW it makes golden splits, but... I didn't do it at the same time there. I didn't press A and B at the same time. I'm trying to think of, like, taking my time for the first part, then I'm screwing up the other parts. Caught it too fast. I caught it too fast. That felt good. That actually felt good. And I screwed up, but that's fine. Maybe I should have gone to the middle. Yes, there we go. For a fun thing today, we did a pictogod. I was a god at it. Nice! Pictogram. That's what, a picture histogram or something? I don't remember what that is. I knew that would blow up because I didn't tap the jump. Oh, I know this song. Oh, good song. You like a lot of feel-good music. I did that a bit too fast. I know I was gonna screw that up. I did that too fast. I didn't wait. Like, most of the time, I feel like I know what my mistake is. Okay. See an image, spell it, and subtract or add letters to the word. See an image, spell it, and subtract or add letters. Oh, that sounds cool. Were you the best in the class? Again, I did it too. I didn't tap it, and I did it too fast. I think. That's what it felt like. Nice. Jesus. This game is crazy. And I just missed catching it. Nice. 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 Ah, that's a good song, the script. Oh, you played it before on stream. There we go. That felt... Oh, that felt so good. Sometimes it feels so good, and you just know you're doing it right. And sometimes you're just like, this doesn't feel good, and it works out. But then sometimes you're just like, what the hell am I doing? Like, I didn't get behind him there. Okay, I don't care about this anymore. I'm gonna try bits a bit. I don't know how to make a time save there. Nice, I screwed that up. Let's go. I've gotten much better at this, though. Okay. Why couldn't this be a real run? What the hell? That was so good. Alright, let's do a real run. Oh. Let's go back to doing runs, baby. Oh. Sorry for the music, but yeah. Good music you play. I gotta go pee. I'm gonna go pee, alright, guys? I'm sorry. Nick said let's go. Okay, I won't go pee. Let's try. I gotta pee. I blame you, though.
It's me, Mario.
PB, PB. Forget about PB. Sub 20, sub 20, sub 20.
Mario.
PBing is easy, baby. I don't need to PB. I need to sub 20.
Truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Just kind of scary. I have to be 7 seconds. No, don't think like that, Ping. You got this. Peanut butter, peanut butter. Bob. We have... My thing is 21:58 right now. Oh. Should I end runs if I don't get bomb clip? Probably not, right? Hey, that was good. Yes? No. I feel like Fairy has the best suggestion here. Fairy says runs are practice, but Because it's early in the run. But that's a reason to not end it also, right? Because it's early in the run. We practiced it a lot right now. If I miss, I mean, I missed it a lot too, but if I miss it, I miss it. We're gonna continue. Oh my god. Okay. That was good. What do I have? I want to get a drink. You have experience in this game. I'd say yeah. I don't want to end runs that often, though. I mean, so far we're good. I need practice in everything, though. Doing a full run from time to time is good. Even if I'm doing bad. Even if I die in BitDW. If I don't die in BitDW and I do it fucking sexy, I could... I could gold split by a lot. Cause my PB is with dying in BitDW, I'm pretty sure. I think that's good. If it's a bad bomb miss, go for it. So far, the only thing that could really ruin the run from how I've been playing so far well, we got past the we got past the thing that has ruined runs before, which is bomb clip. No, well, it's not the only thing that everything ruins runs. I have to be fast. I screwed that up, but still not too bad. What do you guys... I feel like so much of the percentage of the game is just collecting stars. Like, how much of the game is animation you can't skip? What's the actual amount of the game that's possible to, like, you know, skip or save time on? I'm kind of curious. Okay, that was a good setup. Good, Pink. Okay, good. For reference, the world record is like 14 minutes and something seconds. Good question. I don't know. Went to grab headphones. No worries. I was saying, what do you think is the... If you take all the animations out and all the stuff you just can't skip, how much time do you think you could beat the game in? Like, one could beat the game in, theoretically. Like a computer or something. 5 minutes? You think 5 minutes? I don't know. 5 minutes is pretty crazy. Well, actually, no. If you take out all the animations, then... Or including the animations, but... Oh my god, I found the perfect way to get up here. I know how to do it now. I don't want to jinx it for the future, but... Oh my god, I barely made that. Starting animations 1 minute. True. But like all of this, right? I can't do anything on my controller right now. How much time does that spend? And I forgot to go back in the painting. Oops, I forgot to do the thing for the owl. I could time it if I was good. That could be like a good YouTube video, right? Current TIS record is 12:57. But Tool Assisted doesn't skip the animation part, right? Coinbase. Don't care. CCM time, baby. CCM. I thought I couldn't move for a second. Okay. Hey. This is kind of how much of the game is controllable. Pretty much, yeah. So if I took out all this animation stuff that I can't do anything with my... I mean, DNL said it. How much of the game is controllable? How many minutes of the game... If one were to... Yeah, I guess that's the question. That was bad. But I didn't die. I'll take it. I don't know how I didn't die, but I'll take it.
Oh, that could have been better, but it's okay. I should probably practice this, but if it's easy enough to do. But that'll be for future streams. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Nice pink. Jesus, I almost missed the penguin. Please. It's always so scary. If I took World War record vid and timed the animation parts. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to see. I'm surprised no one looks that up. Bro, I'm on track to get sub 20 right now. But there's no point to get excited because of what's coming up. Hype. Nah, no hype, no hype. I mean, you guys can hype if you want, but like... BitDW, if I don't screw up, I could get gold split. SSL will be fine. Lava Land will be fine. BitFS should be okay. Well, I already fucked that up. Oh my god. That was actually shit. But it wasn't too bad. Sorry, I'll read chat in a moment. I don't want to distract myself. That jump is insane, isn't it? It looks like you're gonna die, but it's you clip through it for some reason. Well, because this game is like that. Go back up here, because I'm not risking that. That's what makes me die a lot. Okay. Now, the thing... Oh! That shit is so fucking... What?! Oh, this game is so goddamn scary, bro. I don't know. Oh, bro, what the hell? Oh my god, if I fell in the hole. That was clutch, bro. That was fucking scary. Hype after bits? Maybe. You could do a bingo board with someone else who speedruns this. That would be fun, like me against Fairy bingo board. That's a great video idea. I like that. That's really fun. Let me just not fuck this up. Okay, good. Oh no, this might not be a gold split, but maybe I can save time here. No, it's not a gold split. It's because I fucked up the thing. Still pretty good. Best possible times. Yeah, best possible time is sub 20, but bingo board. It's literally just bingo. Nope. Stop it. Stop. Thought it normally needs a lot of game knowledge. It could, but we don't need to make it like that. How you doing, Seth? Welcome back. Bingo would be fun to do if it wasn't dog water, maybe. Why? Bingo's... You guys don't like bingo? That was cool. I thought that was a good idea. I like your idea, Josh. And I just screwed up. I don't know how to save time on this. I wasn't dog water. Oh, if I wasn't dog water. Oh, I see. Well, like the idea. Oh, okay. Damn, I almost fucked that up. If it didn't shoot me with fire, because usually I go backwards, but it shot me with fire there, which it doesn't do a lot of the times. Oh my god, that was my fastest bird ever. I think I know. I saw a small land video with Point Crow. Oh, there we go then. Now, if I get the sexiest triple jump for SSL here, I'm gonna get a gold split, which I shouldn't be too happy about, because I still need to improve a lot. That was actually good. That was not a gold. It's not a gold split because of my movement to SSL, probably. That must have been really close to a gold. That was bad.
Nah, this one. This could be it. This could be one. This one could be it. It could, theoretically. I don't know what the hell I kicked there for. That was bad. I wasted like 3 seconds on that. That was bad. Yeah, 3 seconds. I mean, it's all about bits, baby. Bits and VLJs. That could make or break it. What am I saying? It's all about everything. This game's... That's the long jumps I've been trying to do. And DDD. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Okay, good. I'm ground pounding a lot of stars also, which is good. Yes, I've been trying to do that. That feels faster. Especially for Hazy Maze. The scariest jump of the game. Completed. Maybe this one's the scariest, actually. Good. Could have been better, but decent. Also, FSW... yeah. Everything. You are correct. My bop was good this run. I think. Was it not? I don't remember already. Hey, that was good. Let's go, baby. We golded it, baby. Probably by like a second, but yeah, I think so. Things are looking very polished. Thank you. Well, we'll see if it keeps going. I don't know the best way to do that, but it is what it is. Shit! I fucked up. You jinxed it. Ah, you jinxed it! Oh my god. Jump over the level entrance. I don't think I could grab him. Yeah, fuck. You jinxed it, bro. I haven't missed that in so long. I haven't missed catching MIPS in so long, and you jinxed it. That should be okay. Yeah. Permaban. Where are my mods when I need them? I'm just joking. Never compliment me too much, okay? Unless I actually get sub 20, because I fucking suck at video games, okay? I don't like compliments making me play worse. Don't compliment. Why no grab Bunny Star? Cause you don't need it for the game and it just wastes time to grab it. Fastest HMC exit. Jump over the level entrance and double jump. Jump over the level entrance and double jump over the rail. Jump over the level entrance. Jesus. Can't you just kick and double jump? Oh, but you're saying that's the fastest. That seems insane. You don't need to grab the star because it takes longer. You suck, loser. There you go. Why don't you just open the door? Because you need the bunny to go through that next door that I went through. Good job, Ping. You suck ass. You fucking suck. There you go. Probably did not need to do that, but okay. This is not the run. I screwed up on MIPS. But it could be a PB, so we'll just keep going. And we need practice with stuff, so it's okay. Nice, Pink. Ground pounds, because why the fuck not? I could probably do this, find a way to do that faster too. I'm just running up. I don't want to fuck it up. actually decent-ish. I don't know. Nice. Yes, we'll have yellow life, and that'll feel better against Bowser. Okay. Zen. I'm good, I'm good. You can't get to the star. Yep. Shit. Shit! Oh, the run's over. How? Jesus Christ, I suck. You gotta be kidding me, bro. I'm just gonna continue to practice the other stuff. That grabs his tail when he can't even see his fucking tail. That makes sense. I'm not resetting. I gotta practice BLJs and bits anyway. Oh, still good to PB also. Yeah. I saved time for my PB. I didn't save time for sub 20. I am not gonna long jump that anymore. I don't know why I did that. Oh, and then you exit the course to get to the lobby faster and use the key. The whole point of 16 stars, you need 16 stars for the key. And the key gives you access to BLJs, where you glitch to the final boss, essentially. That's the whole stuff for those wondering. Okay. That was not good. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Oh, I didn't get it. I'm not even gonna continue. See what I mean? I need practice for this for the next run where I fuck it up. Maybe I don't. I don't even know if practice is worth it on this, because sometimes it fucking feels great, and sometimes it feels like this. God dear BLJ. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 2 runs in a row, it's fucking sexy. Or 3. And then it turns into this. Ah. Oh yeah, you're right. You need MIPS actually, yeah. That's not going through. That's not going through. That's not going through. You know why? Because this game's fucking trash. That's why. And now he's not straight. Bro. Yeah, now it works, bro. Now he's fucking hugging the wall. Stop. How do you stop him from Is there a way to stop him from, like, doing that? Or to direct it somewhere else? Or does no one know? Nice ping. I honestly, like, yeah, now you work. Why? No one knows. No one knows why. And that's it. PB is gone. You going too fast and don't know how to direct it? Yes. But I've seen, like, the best runners in the world direct it. So that's why I was wondering if there's a way. Yahoo, baby, Yahoo. Yahoo. It's okay. Even if I got all of that, guys, even if I got all of that, this would be the final test. Well,
One of the final tests. Oh, I almost fell. And I can't get it first try because I suck, but... And then the run would be over. There is. I'd send you a few videos if I... Well, okay. So there is. Is there... do you feel like it's easy to do or hard? Finally. Yeah, okay, so never mind. I don't even want to try it then. Like, I want to, but not today. If I do it behind the pillars, does it make a difference? I guess not. We got a gold split that run, though. We've been getting gold splits, I think, every run now. So I just have to combine all the gold splits together, and then we have a PB. Nice, Pink. Nice. Oh, he changed direction. I wasn't sure if I was able to catch his tail, and he changed his directions. Thank God this wasn't a good run. I would have been going crazy for how much I've missed there. That's good. Damn it, I tried to catch his tail. Come on. That was just terrible. Dive on the ground, not the air. Okay. I tried to, but okay. Or I felt like I tried to, but if I didn't, I'll try to keep that in mind. I can't even throw him anymore. Explains the mechanics a lot and talks about what the top writers do to make it more consistent. But do you know if it's easy to do? Now I'm gonna get hit by fire. I tried to run away from it. I still got hit. Took out half my health. It just lagged. I swear to God, it lagged. BLJs are hard to do, but the thing is, like, no, you're right. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. But like, sometimes I get them so good. You know what I mean? It's so annoying. You need a god tier run, but then it'll just add pressure. Yeah, but I do need it. There isn't really a faster setup or advanced strat. Okay. Don't breathe your fucking fire. I can't even grab your tail. Nice. I think I'm just, I don't know what's going on, bro. I'm speedrunning. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Sub 25, sub 25. Imagine this was for sub 21, sub 20, and I got it at like 2002. It's still 1952. That gold did nothing. I like this as a boss fight because it really feels like a boss at the end of a speedrun. It does. That is very true. Maybe that's what makes people so pressured. Oh, it was light outside. Now it's dark. Cool stuff. Sub 20, but you get... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, you know? I mean, that would be a good run. That would mean I'm really close, but that would feel like shit at the same time. Oh, I'm happy with the 1959, baby.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly,
I guess at this point, I'm happy with...
Peach.
I don't know. Just getting sub 20.
So close yet so far, you know? 2158. 2158. That's what I gotta beat. 2158. If I get sub 21, that would feel nice. But we'll see what happens. Let's break 21 first. Yeah, exactly. My BLJs have to be better. If my BLJs were good there, okay. That was cool. If my BLJs were good there, that would have been cool too.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Ba, 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 da, da, da.
Please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess.
Prayer for God, BLJ. I know, right? Like, sometimes it just happens. I don't know why. Prayer for God, everything. If I don't get sub 20 today, I don't know. Prayer for God, Bob. I mean, God, Bob is just the first thing, right? Pray, yeah, prayer for WF, prayer for CCM, prayer for bit. Prayer for bit. No, you know what? No prayers. We're just gonna do fucking awesome right now. We're just gonna do awesome. When here car? Don't know what you're referencing. Hey, that was good. 4, I made it. Hey, you did it? I did not double long jump, but that's okay. Check out my latest video. Oh! What time is it, guys? Today's Monday. I actually have a video scheduled to come out. We're gonna pick him up. Oh my god, I thought that was terrible. That was actually good. I don't know how I got a 138. I must have done that wrong. That's insane. Also, apparently I could save 18 seconds in WF. That's a lot of seconds, guys. That's a lot of seconds. Oh, the video did come out, yeah? Oh, okay. Yeah, Google feud against Upset Trisket. Oh, it came out like 2 hours ago. Yeah, that video doesn't have the best quality. This was the first collab stream I did, but it's fun and funny, so. Nice. Nice, Pink. That's why I could save 18 seconds, because I ground pound everything. Where am I jumping? Oh my god. That actually looked good. Shit! I don't know if I should reset. Conspiracy theory number 69, 420. Do cars eat? Yeah, cars do eat. When you say it looks good, you always fail, I swear. Not always. It might feel like that. It's not always. I mean, the run is essentially dead, but... I can't see his goddamn ears. I don't know. The angle has changed. I don't know what's changed. It doesn't look good anymore. I can't fucking tell. I'm resetting. I just want to practice. There's something weird here. This is not how I usually look at it. Oh, there we go. The camera has been off. No wonder. When you think it looks bad, it's good? Nah, watch. It's good. It's good. What'd I say? It's literally, I couldn't see his cap.
It's me, Mario.
Me, Ping Pong Masters. I'm speed running the erase button. Okay. I don't know what button I just clicked, but
It's me, Mario.
hey, listen. What if I get I went from 2258 to 2158. What if I go from 2158 to 2058 and then 2058 to 1958? I just get 1 minute better than my PB each time. That's so sad. I'm 2 minutes away from sub 20. I want to be much closer. We only have 5.5 hours left too. A lot of time, I guess, but. Hey, thanks. You come into stream a lot and lurk, but I do appreciate it. Thank you, Waldo. I would ask how your Nuzlocke is going, but you're lurking, so I won't ask. Or no, you're getting all the unknowns, right? Oh, I thought that was bad. Well, my Lakitu is better lately, so yeah, I thought it looked bad and it was good, just like you said. Da 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 da. Just pretend it's practice. Wait, don't pretend it's practice. You miss in practice. Good point, Pink. Good point. That felt good. Oh. That was good. That was good. If I screw up one thing, should I reset? Should I? Because, like, I'm pretty aware of what time losses would result in a run that's not sub 20. Yeah. You stop doing that, Mario. You freaking fascist. Oh, that felt like too many yahoos, but it worked. Okay, my camera is where I want it to be. Good. Think that's good? That felt good. Ugh! I hate this game. I've sent you 2 videos for BL just for you to check out on your own time. Okay. Thank you. See, that might have lost the run right there. This game is so goddamn hard, bro. It is so hard to get sub 20, and if someone tells you it's not, it's because they have been playing it for so long or are just so good naturally that they're lying to your face, okay? Or or they're lying to your face, I should say. And I keep screwing up the ground pounder, but whatever. Never got sub 20. Watch, I'm not gonna play the game for 2 years. I'll be just like Fairy. No offense, Fairy. Unless you get a sub 20 soon, which would be awesome. That seems me. Improve record for me? Improve the record for you? Or... I hate it. I hate it so much when he gets stuck underneath him. This fucking split is already bad. If I miss the star... that would have been bad. Every 24-hour stream I've done, though, I've improved in that game, so... at least I could say I've improved in this game. If I fell off there, I don't know what I would have done. I would have reset. Yes, there we go. When does February end? Your time or Hawaii time? Yeah, my February actually ends when Hawaii ends. That's a good point. Yeah. It ends when it ends for me. I wasn't supposed to log jump for the owl. Oopsies. Oopsies. All these little tricks, I forget them sometimes. It ends in 22 minutes for you. It ends in 5 hours and 22 minutes for me. I messed that up, but we're gonna pretend that I got the star when I split it, so yeah. Look, the best possible time is above 20 minutes now. I fucking suck at video games. Yeah, you don't have enough speed to goddamn dive, bro? Really? That seems like a little bit of BS. You just keep going until you get it. That might be longer than you think. You'll be fine. 5 hours, 20 minutes for me. Yeah, we're on the same, we're both East Coast, yeah. We are Gucci. Wait, what's your PB, Fairy? Maybe I'll just make it about beating your PB. Lol. 23 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nanoseconds. Maybe it's an well, it definitely is easier to beat your PB than sub 20. 2035. All right, guys. My new objective is sub 2035. I don't even know if I'll get that. That was terrible, but it's fine. Watch my PB now just to spite you. That would be great. Do it. Are you kidding me? That would be awesome. Honolulu has 10 more hours till February ends. Really? You know what? We got 10 hours left in the stream, boys and girls. 10 hours left, baby. Yay! I didn't screw up and get on fire. Guys, that's an accomplishment for me. Let's go. Let's go. Hey. Okay, that was great. Nice. I even screwed that up. I don't even know if this will be close to my PB. Hey, I have gotten that better though. Thank God, bro. Practice does indeed make better. Watch, I'm gonna fall now. Oh, I almost fell. I screwed that up. You know what? Let's take the stairs since I screwed it up already. Nice, nice. Good job, Ping. I almost went into the hole by accident. I didn't fall, that is true. And the crap ton of time save later in the run. Yeah. I don't know if there's crap ton of time save that I could work on, to be honest, but there definitely is. But like from stuff I know already. Are you serious? Okay. Well, that'll be like 30 or minus 26 seconds or something. Oh, 30. I was right. BLJ, man, it's good and bad. Bro, the whole game feels like BLJ. I'm not gonna lie. Some areas feel much easier to do now, but still. 6.9 hours. Wow! That's a good number. Nice. True. I always forget. I always forget SSL. I might work on movement for SSL to get to SSL. Because I could definitely improve on that. Hey. That was bad, but could have been worse. Let's go. Are you kid? Run is over. When was the last time I missed that, bro? What the fuck? I wasn't even trying to do that, bro. Oh my god. I can never watch it again for the sake of perfection. Well, it's 6.92, so you have to get 69. It was time you got humbled in SSL? Yeah, I guess so. I have been doing it very well lately, so. Jesus, if I missed again, I don't know what I would have done. 33 hours. Sheesh. Okay. You know what? 12 seconds. Pretty shit, but I'm close to Fairy's PB, so it's okay. More than a day of my life. I know. Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Well, you've, I do appreciate it, though. You have... Oh my god. Gold? 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 Gold, baby. Gold. By like a second. I knew that was going to be gold. Because my movement to Lava Land was better. I have? You have what? I already forgot what I said. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, I was saying because technically you're watching the background, right? So it's not as bad as you think. You know, you got some AI. How's your AI thing going? Unless, well, I guess you haven't been watching too much in the background. Hey, if you enjoyed it, it's good. I'm fucking up on stuff I almost never fuck up on. I've fallen there once. Ever on a run. Once. Jesus. I tried to ground pound. I haven't touched it since I mentioned. Oh. Never mind then. I feel like I need to learn new tricks. I feel like I have to learn tricks to get sub 20. I don't think I'm ready for sub 20. I think I need to get like 18 minutes best possible time. I'm screwing up like everything. I'm just playing like shit. You don't need tricks for sub 20, just movement? That's what I mean when I mean tricks, though. I need to, like, get my movement better. Oh, yeah, I forgot to do the thing you told me. Whatever. There we go. You got this. Hey, Timmy, thank you. Ba-ba-ba-ba. That is pretty much me talking. You want to get timed out? What are you doing? Because you're about to. Just kidding. Ping pong. I don't got this, okay? I might get it the next round. Next shit. I don't got it now. I might as well reset, bro. Where's Mod when you need him most? It's okay. I usually don't stream at this time. And I don't need him most. Why? Because if you look at the time right now, it says 15:02, right? Oh my god, it's less than 20. So cool. But if you look at all the sections, I'm doing 12.7 seconds worse than my best time, and my best time is 2 minutes away from sub 20. That's why. Because I fucking suck. So this run is dead. I don't got this. I literally don't got this. Like, it's impossible to get this right now. Pretty much impossible. I shouldn't say it's impossible. It's pretty much impossible. No, I don't got, like, if I reset, then I got it. This run's done. What's up, Lux? And also, I have an attitude lately, so I apologize. Nice. Nice jump, bro. Nice. No! Timmy! No! I can't. That's it. The run's done. That's not how time works. I'm sorry. It doesn't even matter if I get 20 on... What? And now, look, you made me angry, and I keep... now the run is fucking done, like, for sure. What's up, Lux? Nice. Welcome back, Doctor. Someone's a bit nippy. Yep. I am very nippy. Nice. Can't even jump. Nice. I got burnt. Nice. Wow, I saved a whole second that run, guys. It's 1951 now. My bad, Timmy. Oh, this game is so annoying. Bro, Mario, you're making some weird ass faces. Ocean. Oh, good. Forgot to mention I got back-to-back wins on Fall Guys. Nice. At least someone is winning. Games bring out the worst in us. Probably killing people brings out the worst in us, but... Or, like, raping someone. But games definitely...
It's honestly because of the time thing. Because I want to beat it in the next few hours. I want to get sub 20. That's, like, what's making me go crazy. But, yeah. People kill because they don't sub 20 in a month. I don't know why I found that funny, but yeah. That's why I got a sub 20, baby. But how you doing, Lux? How's life going? How's playing Uno going? This is your last day to sub 20? Yep. Mario is stupid because he can't say actual words. He says Yahoo. It's a website. And he just said haha. And he says, what does he say? Let's go. At the end of the game, he actually has a little speech. I don't want to ruin it because I want to show you guys when I get sub 20. So you guys probably won't see it for the next 2 years, but... Okay. Hey, the first 2 tricks of the run have been done. First 2 tricks completed. At least you're not doing the 120 star. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. If I did the 120 star, it would be after knowing 16 star pretty good. Or like, I wouldn't put like a challenge for my, I don't know. 120 star would be insane. That was good. Nice. That was bad. There's a special screen when you sub 20. Lol. You're not getting sub 20. Yeah, and you're about to get banned. Yeah, I don't think I will either, to be honest. It's definitely possible, but... I think I need to learn new tricks and movements and stuff. But yeah. Doing good, man. Just set up Minecraft speedrun practice shoes. You gonna do Minecraft speedruns? Oh my god. I remember you asking me to do it also. That seems intense. Possible time save 1838. Yeah, basically because I'm going for sub 20, I don't care as much for PB. So like I know what things I screw up will cause sub 20 not to happen. So yeah, I could save 18 seconds, but what I need to do is pretty much gold this, or else I'm fucked. Please, let's go! Oh my god, I've been screwing that up a lot lately. Minecraft speedrun looks fun to me, bro. It has even more. It has so much luck involved. I would hate to do that, but to each their own, right? That's what my mama always says. Does she? No. Oh. Hey. Screwed that up, but that's okay. Here we go. Like I could already see like 3 things I've screwed up this run that make it slower, but they're tiny screw ups, so doing well is still okay. That was good. I've learned how to do that. Nice! Nice ping. That was a screw up. Parents are watching Dune. Hey. Shit, I fucked it up. That was a huge screw up. And a small good guy army got wrecked. Oh. You're starting to think Ping Pong Family isn't Nathan, because it's not Nathan. Parents are watching Dune and small good guy army got wrecked. RNG is huge, but that makes everyone different, which is interesting. Yeah, beating records ain't what I'm going for, because that's crazy, but setting myself a PB. Well, I'm not going for records either, but if you want to set PBs in a game that has insane RNG, good luck to you. That's all I gotta say. That's a shitty ass feeling, man. When your skill is not the reason it's that you get a PB, it's luck. I mean, it's a combination, obviously, but I wouldn't want to do that personally. Yeah, I finally did that. I don't know, man. I think it's Nathan. He's a pretty good actor. Remember Barracks? Barados, you mean? Barados nuts. Again, I long jumped by accident. Nice. Yeah, you're playing hide and seek, Mario? What the fuck you doing, bro? Okay, there we go. This run is no longer sub 20 because I suck at video games. Ooh, that was actually pretty good though. See, the screwing up with the womps just cost me that, and not getting owl fast. No bip. I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what that means. I gotta learn new tricks. I don't know if I could do this. Or movement. That was almost terrible, but it wasn't. So it was okay. That was terrible. That was terrible. Jesus. Damn. I have the account Little Timmy TV and y'all still think it's not me. Well, I heard your voice at the same time as your voice. So that just doesn't even make sense. I need to practice movement. I need to practice movement. I'm gonna watch the videos that... Nice. Nice, Pink. I'm gonna practice movement that that Fairy sent me before. Maybe after this run. I don't know. You know, playing the long con. They sound pretty similar. Nice, I screwed up the ground pound. Let's go. These are seconds adding into minutes, adding into a loss.
But then again, BLJs will ruin it all. Ladies and gentlemen, those sweaty button bashers with the golden knight. He won by a point. Nice. Nice. Now I can't get BTW gold. We never talked at the same time. Yeah, you guys did. But okay. I'm pretty sure you guys did. But okay. We ain't the same. Or are we? Oh, are you? I know I was going to screw that up because my first long jump felt really weird. But listen, I've done worse. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I almost hit that. I had to like pull myself back. Nice! Nice, Ping. You just ruined a good goddamn split. I say it as if like the game is over, but no, the game is pretty much over. I just spent fucking... Thank God I've been getting that. At least something came out of all the practice, right? Huh? Me? One of them was a soundboard? You're not a soundboard, bro. Let's go. Let's go. I somehow came back in the end there. Still a shit split. Okay, I couldn't even go in. But it is. Went to find your movement guide and ended up watching it because it's so informative. I think I'll watch one of the videos you sent before. Nice, Ping. You're actually trash at video games. Jesus. Ping, it's okay. It's a hard game. You should have streamed it longer and not done it last second like it's a last second project. School project. You're right, Pink. You're right. I'm tired of going into Dark World. We're gonna do my way. There we go. Gaming is very hard when you suck, and I really, really suck. I just went on fire. I just went on fire. Your way might be faster. I can't remember where I saw it. I thought you told me. Whatever. You know what? Okay, I'll just do my way. I almost missed that, bro. Oh my gosh. I actually almost missed it. Okay, I've been getting the star more often, so that's pretty cool. That saves a second. Every second counts. Boop, 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 okay, I split that a bit late, but we'll take it as a gold. Just, don't... Possible run? Maybe? I'd be very surprised, but I guess it's possible. Your way is faster? Yeah, I guess so. I'm not gonna get gold here, even if it's possible, because I screwed up the splitter. Okay, it's pretty much not possible now, because I screwed up that section. I'll probably lose a second or two. Yep, lost 0.6 seconds. My fingers are starting to hurt. I just told you that was how I did it? No, that is not true. You told me, and I screwed that up. You told me that the way I do it, you have to do it perfect to save time. But I guess I just don't do your way perfect. So it's just better for it to. I don't ground pound any of the stars now. It's probably just better to do it my way because I've just gotten used to it. So I'm just gonna do my way. I don't know. Thank God I did not fall. I was not worried about falling there though, which is cool. Nice. Jesus Christ. Everything was bad there. Every single fucking thing. No, this is not a sub 20 run. I thought he said it the other way. The other way needed to be done perfect to be faster, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do it my way. I'm just gonna do it my way. Nice. Stupid ass rock. Not even a rock. That was very unlucky RNG. Possibly the only RNG in this game. I mean, I shouldn't have been getting excited anyway. My everything else is shit. Nice! Nice, Pink! You're fucking amazing at video games. Two runs in a row. Like...
It's me, Mario.
I'm not gonna update that. I don't think SSL was... I think I split it at the wrong time. So much RNG in this game. Is there? I don't feel like there is. That's why I'm getting so pissed, because I know I'm fucking up. Side flip dive. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna practice side flip diving because I've never practiced it, and when I'm in the moment, I'm gonna think about it and I'm gonna screw up. Like that's good for practice. It's not good for right now. But thank you. Side flip dive.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Just because I mess something up 2 times out of 40 doesn't mean I have to figure out a whole new method to... No, I'm gonna do that. I don't want to practice so many new stuff unless it's like movement stuff that I'm already sucking at, you know what I mean? I don't know. Do a triple jump side flip dive through the wall, Mips. Is RNG even in when the Bob bump blinks? Really? The side flip dive is at the end. Also, I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to think about it. I'm sorry. My brain can't process that right now. Mips won't run if you don't chase it. I am aware of that, yes.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Yes, I'm aware of that, Fairy. Thank you.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly.
But running is faster and doesn't waste time, and usually when I run, I don't miss it. So that's why I rush if I miss it by the door. But thank you. I am aware of that, though. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry for having an attitude, guys. I guess I thought this would be a bit easier to get sub 20. I don't know, man. I don't know. That does not feel good, but I got it, so it's okay. I'm gonna miss the bomb right now, watch. They choose 20 minutes to be the wall for a reason. Yeah. It makes sense. I should have gotten closer to sub 20 before... I should have... I underestimated it. I've definitely underestimated it. And I shouldn't have. Nice.
Here we go.
Here we go! I don't know. I'm torn in my head between going for another trick or just doing runs. Because I feel like if I go for another trick and I can do it consistently enough, I have something else in my like skill set so that I could screw up more to still get a sub to 20, you know? Do runs? Okay. I'll do runs then. That was a bit too many Yahoos, but we're good. I had to change the camera there. I have to do this with the... That was way too much. I didn't even see that. That might be good, or might be bad. I think this is good. Yeah. Do runs, movement is key. Try perfecting movement little by little. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, should I look up movement guides? Or look at the ones you sent me? Or just try to do whatever I think is good? I don't know. Like right here, I could probably spend some time and make the movement just for this part better. 'Cause I don't know the best way to get to this. I tried to do the ground pound and I still fucked it up. I have one for you? Okay. Nice. I don't know why I didn't long jump that one. That almost missed. But it didn't. Nice. I bonked him again. Ooh, I barely made that one. That was so lucky. That was actually luck. You're focusing on the negatives too much? Yep. I indeed am. Oh, look at the title of the stream. I updated it like 2 hours ago. It says depressed, lol. I indeed am. I don't know if I should long jump that, but I never tried it. So I probably should try it one of these days. There we go. Oh, that was way off. Imagine I was a minute there. If I was a minute faster in WF, bro, I would be able to get a sub 20 much faster. That would be crazy. I tried the double jump and I fucked it up. But I remembered to try it, so that's good. There we go. We got the owl pretty fast there. I've sent you the movement between the stars yesterday. Yes, I know. I was too concentrated focusing on other stuff. What I just sent you is a guide into how to use the basic moves properly. I really don't want to see that. I saw... Is it a Simply video? For the stuff between SSL and LLL, I might watch that. Sean Raider? Okay. I don't know who that is. Ugh. I just fucked it up.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
Video ideas. Fair enough. "24 people are going to eat later." That is a lot. An invincible ball of death.
What's up, guys? I'm Sean Rader, and welcome to my Super Mario 64 speedrun guide. This is the second part in this series. The first goes over setup options and technical knowledge that's invaluable to have before you start running. I'll leave a link to it at the top of the description. In this video, I'll be going over all the basic movement options and many of their more advanced applications. Please use the timestamps in the description if you want to skip to a
That has a
specific
nice
part.
voice.
Any resources I reference will also
Good
be in
mic.
there. Starting off, we have the single jump. In certain parts of the run, it's alright to use many of these in a row as a beginner, but typically they're used as a setup for other movement. A special thing to note about the single jump, double jump, and wall jump is that they all go higher the longer you hold the A button. These three are the only jumps that have this property, so you can simply tap A for any other jump. The single and double jumps also go higher the faster you're moving, so sometimes you'll have to be moving at a certain speed to get enough height. A double jump is performed by pressing A as you hit the ground after falling. This doesn't work from special falling states such as after a long jump, double jump, triple jump, or dive, but it does work with single jumps, kicks, side flips, falling off a platform, and wall jumps. Many new players assume they should start a double or triple jump with a single jump, but in reality this is quite rare. In a speedrun, you want to cut out as much of the downtime as possible, so performing a double or triple jump with a lengthy setup is suboptimal. A kick is the most common, but you can even cut out the setup jump entirely by walking over a small gap. This counts as you leaving the ground for a split second and allows you to double jump as soon as you hit the other side. A triple jump can only be performed after landing from
No,
a
it's okay, ping pong. I'm just trying to understand.
double jump with a moderate amount of speed. This is the highest jump you can do and is the only way to reach certain objectives. In some situations, you'll need the absolute max height you can get, but you'll have to execute a triple jump close to a wall. In these situations, you'll need to stop holding forward for a little after executing the triple, or you'll just hit the wall before it peaks. Some people hold sideways, while you'll have to execute a triple with a moderate amount of speed. This is the highest jump you can do and is the only way to reach certain objectives with a moderate. A triple jump can only be performed after landing from a double jump with a moderate amount of speed. This is the highest jump you can
So
do
annoying.
and is the only way to reach certain objectives. In some situations, you'll need the absolute max height you can get, but you'll have to execute a triple jump close to a wall. In these situations, you'll need to stop holding forward for a little after executing the triple, or you'll just hit the wall before it peaks. Some people hold sideways, while others will hold neutral. Just remember to hold forward again near the peak, or you won't have enough speed to wall jump. Keep in mind that you only need speed to start the triple. You can do whatever you want once you're in the air. Triple jumps also have the unique ability to be done on a slope, even fairly steep ones.
Jesus.
This is important when it comes to ascending slopes fast. Another important thing to note is that you can't grab ledges after a triple jump normally. The only way to get around this is to wall jump after the triple, then pull back towards the ledge.
Can't
A long
triple
jump is
to a
performed
ledge
by pressing
normally.
Z a very short period of time before A, and can only be done while moving at a certain speed. This is the best way to accelerate from a standstill, so you'll see people doing them most of the time as they enter a stage. By holding down the crouch button and pressing A as you hit the ground, you can chain together long jumps even if you don't maintain your speed. In this way, long jumps are also part of the most infamous trick in SM64, the backwards long jump, or BLJ. By long jumping backwards up a slope, set of stairs,
Oh,
or
that's
rising
so
platform,
nice.
you can catch the floor on the way up from the jump, allowing you to continuously jump over and over in a short span. Each one of these jumps generates a bit of speed and eventually allows you to clip through doors or access areas otherwise inaccessible. This trick is a staple of shorter runs that allow you to complete the game in under 70 stars, but is actually banned in 70 star and doesn't save much time in 120. Chaining long jumps also has a very interesting property on slopes. If you long jump onto a slope and continue holding Z, you'll be able to instantly jump as you hit the slope. Usually you'll be forced to wait a bit before jumping, but not with this technique. This is useful in a few places, and can be incredibly fast as walking up slopes can be very slow. The side flip is the trickiest jump and can stump some people at first. First you need to gain enough speed. Then tilt the control stick back a direction vaguely opposite of the initial one. You'll see an animation of Mario skidding to a halt and turning around. If you jump during this animation, you'll side flip.
I should
However, this
do
jump is
that
far
now.
more versatile than just jumping in the opposite direction.
Back to basics, but honestly, none of this is really helping. There was one point, triple jumping onto ledges is not a thing. I didn't realize that, but I don't think I. Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize that. So that's useful.
You can change the direction of the side flip by inputting a third
Yeah, that
direction
one
the
jump on
control stick
CCM,
during the
yeah.
turnaround animation. This allows you to side flip forwards or sideways or really any direction.
The reason why that didn't work out for me, the triple jumping, is because I would triple jump onto the ledge and hope I could grab it sometimes.
And quick access to a very high jump. If you'd rather jump at an angle more opposite of the initial direction, you can immediately input the A press the first frame the turnaround animation starts. However, there are very specific situations where waiting for more of the turnaround animation to occur can be beneficial outside of just adjusting your angle. The longer you let the turning animation play, the closer you get to your target before jumping. This allows you to get a little closer to the edge to get the max distance from your side flip. Again, this is a very tricky jump to explain, and you'll need to play around with it to fully grasp how it works. This jump also has a strange interaction where you can delay your double jump quite significantly afterwards. This is mainly used to change your angle slightly while maintaining your ability to double jump.
Yo,
In the
that
current
guy
area,
just
some
made
people struggle
that?
to build
That's
the speed for a
insane.
good side flip. But speed can be built up moving in a different direction, then transferred to the one you want. Unless you're standing on a tiny island, there's almost always room to side flip. Backflipping is performed by holding crouch and pressing A while standing still, but is used extremely rarely in runs, and for good reason. Don't be tempted to use this very slow option and find some other movement to do the job instead, usually a side flip.
Yeah, that's insane.
Finally, the wall jump. This jump is performed by pressing A within 5 frames of hitting a wall from most states of jumping or falling. To initiate a wall jump, you need to have a certain amount of speed into the wall. All 5 frames have their own properties, but basically the earlier you wall jump, the faster you move away from the wall. A wall jump on the first frame is called a firstie, and is very useful for some tricks. However, many times it can actually mess you up as it propels you away from the wall at a very high speed. In the beginner route, the frame that you wall jump on isn't too precise, but there are many situations where you prefer to go slower or faster. An interesting thing about wall jumps is they'll actually go a little higher on the wall than the initial point you wall jump from. This is very useful for getting that little bit of extra height you need for a ledge grab. This is particularly useful after a triple jump, as you can't grab a ledge after them
It
unless
is
you wall jump.
complicated.
You typically can't do this if you get a firstie, so try to wall jump a little late.
Alright, I don't want to watch this whole. That was useful though. Maybe we'll watch more of it later. I want to see more stuff that's. I want to see more stuff that's. I'm gonna look at the movement from SSL to LL. Since it has no volume, I'll just.
It's me, Mario.
Long jump. Oh no, SSL to LLL, I understand. LLL to SSL. They're so confusing, these words. Entry to Bob, Bob to CM to W, basement. Oh, here, basement to SSL. Long jump. Oh, okay, I tried to do that actually. And then long jump, long jump. Oh, he doesn't long jump there. Ah, okay. So it's better to dive here. Dive, dive, turn, kick, dive. Okay. Actually easier than I expected. Let's do a run. Let us do a run, baby. Yo, it's a me, Ping Pong Masters.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
I needed a break from playing, so that was good. Thank you.
Peach.
There's info later about kicks and rollouts and stuff. Okay. You don't take fall damage from rolling out. Okay. Your favorite streamer is streaming? Go watch them. Why are you here? Nice, Pink. You're really good at video games. You can't kick or dive or anything while you do it. Okay. At what point does that even matter for my runs? At what points am I at what points am I kicking? I mean, it's pretty useful in CCM. Can you roll to? Huh? How?
Yours truly, Princess
Thanks for the lurk again, Waldo. I appreciate it. Alright, useful in CCM. You have to jump off. You're not doing any rolling. If you do rolling, you wouldn't even. I don't understand. Throw out off the edge instead of jump. Yeah. That's not useful for me right now. It's not useful for sub 20 at the moment, bro.
Wait, maybe I'm a dumbass. Never mind. If you roll out off the edge instead of jumping, you can get down without slowing down with a kick. That does sound useful. But that also sounds like a lot of practice for something that I'm not gonna get that often. So, and that's something I don't need right now. But that sounds cool at the same time. There are no more tricks you need to learn for sub 20 anymore. Yeah, so then I don't need to know this thing. I need to just play better. I need to play better. Oh, I thought that was bad. But it was decent. Just getting from A to B faster. Yeah. Hence the movement guide. Most of it was stuff I already knew. Nice! Ground pounding. Always love to see it. Yeah, I just gotta get it better. For double jumping, I have to get used to not doing single jumps. That's definitely something I need to improve on. Nice! You like the ground, Mario. Cool. Don't we all? Floor gang. You know what? I don't think this is good, but it might be. So I'm gonna try it. Hey, it was. That was just the jumping section. Yeah, we'll watch the rest. We'll watch it like little by little. Just a lot of information. And triple jumping doesn't go onto a ledge. That was useful. I wasn't aware of that. Or usually doesn't, they said, I think. Nice. See, my movement here sucks. I probably could look up, and I'm not ground pounding well. I try to ground pound every start, and I'm just not doing it. You can't ledge grab from a triple ever. Oh, okay. I thought they said most of the time, but okay, maybe I misheard. And I just took it as I'm not gonna try to do that. Yeah, I'm just really good at ground pounding. I'm really good at it. Do you see what I need to improve on? I have to improve on not ground pounding when I'm trying to long jump, and ground pounding when I'm trying to ground pound. Yeah, that's movement that I don't need any guides for, okay? I just need to get better. I almost screwed that up. You can't ground pound the wild blue star. It's too low. Oh. I'm pretty sure I did before, but... Yeah, I'm 100% I've done that before. I'm almost 100%. But it might take longer to do that, maybe. I should slide into that star, probably. Well, you can is just slower. Okay. So I'll try not to do that in the future then. Thank you. I long jumped that just to see how it would do. I don't think it's that good. And I can't ground pound anything. Here we go. It's okay. I just need a sub 21 and I'll feel good. Only star off the top of my head that I think that's true for. Okay. I probably could do this faster. Like that. Here we go! My best possible time, guys, is 20. If I... Now it's 20... Now it's not 20 anymore. Let's go. Watch me miss this again. I will not roll off, though. That's a true statement. That is Gucci. I will take it. I wonder if people found Mario talking very weird at the time this was released. Like how he says, "Here we go" and stuff, or just in general talking? And he doesn't talk much, right? Nice, Ping. Nice. Yeah, the camera doesn't change. It feels like it does sometimes. If you leave Mario alone, he'll start dreaming about pasta. Hey, what's up? Finally, I've done it. Wondering stuff like ravioli. Is that true? I thought he just goes. Oh, I didn't know that. That's funny. Back from school? Nice. How was school? Jesus Christ, that was shit. Oh, anyway. How you doing, Nathan? It is Nathan, right? I forgot who We Hate Ping Pong 2 is. I'm assuming it's Nathan. I don't remember. Yeah, it's Nathan. Just kidding. Nice job, Ping. It was okay? Oh, that's good. Hey, having a okay day on a Monday, that's a good sign. You know what's not a good sign? Me almost dying. There we go. It's Nathan? Yeah, it's Nathan. Ping. It is Monday. Nice jump, bro. Mario, you know how to jump. You're a great jumper. I almost fucked that up. This is pretty shit. Ugh. Jesus, that was close, bro. I don't want to play this game anymore.
It's me, Mario.
You missed 3 lectures? What? Good, I said it was Monday then. I'm the only one who says cock. My next art project is due Thursday. Oh. That was funny. Yes, Fairy. Thank you, actually. That's good. Alright. I'm gonna put this chair back for a sec. And I almost fell because this chair is shit. My head hurts. Bro, I don't wanna look at this game anymore. I've streamed it for 18 hours. I streamed for 12 hours, went to sleep, woke up, and then just went back on stream. Oh. You know what? I want to go eat food. Alright? I haven't eaten food in hours. A day. I don't know. I'll be right back. I'll be... I already have a thing. No glasses, Ping. And there it is. Will
be back. How about that? There we go. All right, I'll be back. No, don't order me. Pork chop. No, I'm just tired right now of this game. So I haven't eaten food like over 24 hours, so I'm just gonna go eat something. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like a minute or two. You guys are funny. I have an idea. Go wild, chat. I'm back already. I could leave. I gotta use the bathroom. I could leave. I'll be back. All right. I'll be. No, I'll even put ads for you guys. Okay. One more run before I go to sleep. Fine. You know what? I'll pay after this. I literally just got some almonds. My cousin came over, which was cool. Hey, that took forever to reset.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Gamble or loser. Nice and relaxed. Oh, I need more water. I feel better just seeing my cousin and seeing other people. Except Mario. I feel much better. I ate like 4 almonds. And like a piece of chocolate. Oh. It's kind of crazy how just standing up for a minute can make you feel better. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. Almonds? Almonds. Almonds. Sorry, almonds. Is that right? Almonds. Almonds? I ate some almonds. Nice! Already a fucked up run. It's okay, the run is not dead. I'll try to get a PB for you, Nick. We can? We can what? Wait, can we even see the total when it's that big? Oh, that's what she said. How many points are you guys gambling? Jeez, what? 10. That 10 is probably Nathan. Okay, I've been getting bomb clip more. So that's pretty cool.
Here we go.
We got sub 20, I'll sub. If I get sub 20, bro, I'll gift subs. Especially this run, so early in the night. I'll gift subs if I get sub 20, bro. You don't need to sub. I'll gift you a sub, bro. I'll be really happy. I put myself in a coma for 6. How do I put myself in a coma for 6 weeks? I don't know, but why do you want to do that? It's odds you better not lose to 10 points. Never mind. You know Nathan too well. Of course I do. I know all of you. Some better than others. But you guys know me better than I know you. Because that's the life of a streamer. Yeah, let's not screw this up. I'm screwing it up. That felt good. Okay, that was good. I'm tired of art. Was cock better than anything. I could see why you're annoyed of art. This is very scary. 1k points. Will the point total be even or odd? So clever. Nice! Ground pound the floor. That's what cool kids do. Okay, there. I didn't try to ground pound that star. He knows cock better than anything. I'm ready whenever you want to go. Let's go after this run. Be more fun for the chat also. Nice! Jesus. Come here, bro. There you go. I almost screwed that up. There we go. There we go. I would say just don't go into a coma and just do art. Sometimes you have to deal with stuff in life that you don't want to deal with. Like streaming for 22 hours the same game because you want to beat it and it's fun and it's actually a good time. But then sometimes you're just like, what am I doing with my life? You just do it. I was going to ask you to give up your run that you're currently doing. Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't... Nice. I was reading chat and I fucked up. I didn't expect you to, but okay. Not like this run... Not like this run even fucking matters, but nice. Nice, Ping. Nice. You are a great Mario player. It's like the only time in the game that you have to wait. And I can't even ground pound it. The next art project is 10 by 5. You got this, bro. Bro, think about Ukrainians and what they have to deal with right now. You doing their art, your art projects? It's not so bad that you need to go into a coma for it, alright? I'm bored. Where is he? Where is who? I'm right here. Do you not see me? Hey, are you that delayed? No way, Ping Pong. Saving so much time. It's growing even bigger, so my art finals is going to be big. I want to be there. You want to be in Ukraine? Well, imagine you paused the stream while it said PRV. Nice! I can't even long jump anymore. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Nathan. Work on the art project. There's stuff everyone that's part of what becoming an adult is. Having to do stuff that you don't want to do. That's part of what being an adult is. And I know you're still a teenager, but you know. I could kill people if I was there. Alright, maybe it was a bad example for... How did I do that so fast? That was actually insane. Maybe that was not the best example for you, but... My point is
You could deal with it, bro. I believe in you. I wish I was still a teenager. Why? I mean, maybe your teenage life was amazing. I'm pretty happy with where I am right now. Am I? No. But I'm okay. Nice. Nice, Ping. I was a great teenager. Okay. A weird thing to be proud of. Nice. We could PB, Nick. At this rate, we could PB. I'm gonna be wearing my glasses for this one. Okay. Listen, as long if it gives you a placebo effect, do it. I'm eating the best bowl of spaghetti. I'm jealous. I'm hungry, bro. I'm hungry, guys. I have a challenge for next challenge stream. Let me know. What's the challenge? Boo-doo-doo-doo. How I missed it, the world may never know. What the hell was that? Nice! My movement is so good that I fucked up everything. Okay. It definitely is more fun to verse people. Oh my god. I'm getting so lucky. This is for Nick. Before he goes to sleep. So he could see something kind of okay. Let's play. Let's play Fairy.
Me, Mario.
Sorry, Nick.
Hello.
I looked, but I messed up. Draw a realistic artwork of yourself? I wouldn't be able to do that. That would be cool, though. Take some to you, it'll be cold by then, though. Bro, Ping Pong, are you high? Do you hear my voice? I'm on the top left. Top left. Yeah, put channel points. Do you think Mirror Fairy would win? You didn't send me anything on Discord, bro. Not frozen. Just refresh. Refresh. You're leaving to do art? I enjoy. I believe in you, Nathan. Why Hitler wanted to be an artist. I don't want to do that, but thanks for the idea. Oh, is that what you have to do, or? Huh? No. I'm so confused, bro. Am I lost? Am I lost? Is something going on? People telling me they're doing stuff they're not doing. People confused. I'm not going to enjoy it. Oh. Try to enjoy it. Try to make your mind... Like, I'm gonna try to make my mind enjoy this right now. I was enjoying it up until, like, 20 minutes ago. No? Alright. Stream up, auto split going. Okay. Let me open your stream. Oh my god, class of 2022. Alright. Test 1. You have tested correctly. Settings. Pop out player. I have gotten a PB by versing you, so maybe this will be good.
All right, this is what we do. Versus, let's go. You're gonna be here. All right. How does that look, guys? This is a chat box. I decided against it. Okay. Variety will help too, for sure. For sure. Because even if I know it's a bad run, I could look over. I want you to try though, Fairy. You know, obviously. Okay. 3. Oh, I should type it in, right? 3, 2, 1, go. I don't know if he's ready.
It's me, Mario.
Oh, okay. He pressed it.
Hello. Okie dokie.
Damn, his emulator takes longer.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess.
I'm like 4 seconds ahead. I mean, but we could see the splitter by the splitter. Ping Pong will win. You voted for me, you and Dinel? I might win. Oh, did you fix your thingy? Oh, you ended up pausing stream. I literally left for like 30 seconds or a minute or something. My reset takes longer than yours. Emulator, I barely know her. Why does your reset take longer? Can you guys see the whole screen? I don't know if you guys can see the whole screen. I feel like you guys could see most of the screen. Nice! I screwed up. Depressed lol sub 20. Yep. IDK. No, but it's probably enough. Wait, did he get Lakitu? Very laggy boy. Nice! I would reset now, but I can't. Nice. I actually haven't fucked up this bad in a very long time. I mean, yay, I'm winning. I hate this game. Couldn't even ground pound it. Doop boop boop. Wait, why did it take him so long there? That didn't make sense. Ba 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 da da. Ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba da ba da ba. I can't wait till tomorrow. No, I can't wait till we got sub 20 is what I should say. Jesus Christ. I'm playing worse than I normally would. Nice. I think that was actually okay. I don't know why I moved it. He got it, and I got it. Okay. I paid fair to lose? Lol. No. You know what I know for certain? Neither of us are getting sub 20 this round. Because we screwed up the first thing. Actually, he could. Maybe. I don't know. Nice! Fucking hate this game. I mean, I love this game. Not over yet. It is over. No, not about the run against him. About getting sub 20. Sub 20 is 100% over now. For me. If it's not for him, then I'm happy. I think I do Womps faster than him, though. Maybe not. Win, though? Okay, I'll win. I'll save time on BLJs. He'll screw up BLJs. No worries. I mean, hopefully he doesn't, but... Jesus. Nice! Ping, you're really good. I can't ground pound any star anymore. I don't know how to do it anymore. I learn a skill, I forget it. I learn another skill, I forget it. I like... Zen. Yeah, Zen. Ping, I have 110 in your success. Don't fail me. I am making no promises. Don't worry. He's good, but the things he suck at are the last two sections. And I've had a lot of practice. So I think I'll win. But he might win. Who knows? See? He screwed up. Nice, Ping. Repeat after me. I can win. I will win. It's fun to verse other people. But the only thing on my mind right now... It's not the only thing. But the biggest thing on my mind is sub 20. And this run is not sub 20. But each run is a practice run. Just like Fairy would say. So... Still is amazing. Not amazing enough. But thank you. The only one I could get. The only one I could ground pound well sometimes. I don't know. He could catch up if I screw up bit DW. I mean, he's not that far behind. That was actually a nice movement. Let's go. I should dive for that. He's faster than me in this section, by the way, guys. And I might fall, but he might fall. I've practiced that so much yesterday that I don't screw it up anymore, which is kind of cool. Nice. Okay. Now, the moment of truth. I almost died, but I did not. That is not what I meant to do, but you know what? It is what it is.
Can you see Fairy's screen? Yeah. We're looking at the same screens. I don't know how the hell I did that. But I'll take it. I still oh. He made the jump. Good job. Is that gonna reach? Is that gonna... It reached! Bottom right is Fairy. Yep. I see exactly what you guys see. It's showing my desk. It's sharing my desktop. Hey, we just golded, baby! I did BitDW faster than I've ever done it before. It's actually pretty cool. Oh, he got hit. I know, but can he see it? Yes, I can see it. I can see everything. Well, I guess I don't see everything, you guys. Nice, Pink. Nice. I don't remember the last time I made that type of mistake. Okay, it's not the end of the world, but that was pretty shit. That was really bad. Yeah, bottom right. I screwed it up. I didn't screw it up? Oh, I barely got that. That was very lucky. And that was bad. Ad in progress, 22 seconds. Nice. That was so bad. Excuse me. That was bad too. I jumped up like 5 meters. I'm an Attack on Titan. Hey, that was bad, but could have been worse. Let's go. I actually ground pounded a star. Got any good runs? No. Just got depression. Well, I don't know if you saw the PB. I got 1 PB today and a couple of world record run. I got a couple of gold splits, but nice, Ping. You're the best player I've ever seen. I don't know why I long jumped. Not you, Ping. Sorry. I'm talking about myself a lot. I'm that type of guy, you know? Nice. Almost fucked it up. You did a 12-hour yesterday. How are you not tired? I'm hungry. I don't know how I'm not tired, but I'm just mad. I don't know. I used to stream a lot. I used to stream like 8-hour streams a day on YouTube. Not for too long of a period, but nice. Jesus.
Yo, them rocks be like... Finally. 23 seconds. You should eat. I ate like 4 almonds, so I should be okay. I've been told to jump over HMC. And then to double jump over it. Nice! That did not work. I'm not... Well, I didn't do it well. Just had butter chicken for dinner. Ooh, that sounds good. It's okay. I need to lose weight anyway. I don't mind not eating. Nice! I'm so good that I can't catch MIPS. Oh my god. Zen. I must be Zen. I got a PB when I was Zen. And PB is closer to sub 20, so I must be Zen. That was some good jumping, Ping. That was some good jumping. That was some bad placement, Ping. If I screw up DDD, he could actually catch up. How was the butter chicken, by the way? That sounds good. That sounds good. Good? Nice. Yeah, Timmy, I basically streamed for 12 hours, went right away to sleep, had a shit sleep, because it was cold for some reason. I don't know why. Woke up, took a shower, and then went back on stream. Nice, Pink. Nice. You streamed like that before? No, I've never gone to sleep and then streamed right away, no. But I've done like 12, 24-hour streams. So this is not bad. Actually, if I did a 24-hour stream instead of this, I think I would have been worse. Like energy-wise and everything. I mean, that just makes sense, right? Nice, Pink. Can't even see shit. Fucking hell. I don't think I've ever been this mad on stream before. But that's what speedrunning does, which is why I'm probably not gonna speedrun that often. Oh my god, how lucky was that, guys? How insanely lucky was that? Nice. Nice. This is not sub 20. Did you do your Wordle? I've never played Wordle. Nope. 2 weeks till spring break. Let's go! What are you gonna do for spring break? Nice! I did not get your tail. I get it literally 50% of the time. And I fucking missed. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't care about the Wordle right now. Maybe I'll do it when I'm not playing this game. I don't give a shit right now. I'm trying to beat this game, Timmy! Yeah. This game is so stupid. How did I grab his tail there? It made no sense. Elliot is big mad. He learns from the best. Yeah, I used to be big mad in Call of Duty, and I would be like, bro, chill. And now I'm big mad. The funny thing is, if I get BLJs and bits, I could still... Oh no, I can't. It's just a fucking shit run for both of us. Did you die? Or did you didn't get on the cycle? Huh? The moment of truth. Yep. Aw, indeed. Wahoo! Yeah, it's Yahoo. It didn't fucking go, though. Thank God this wasn't a good run. I would have gotten so triggered right now. Nice. Nice. Is that gonna go through? Nope, because this fucking game is bullshit. How do I lose health there? My head actually hurts. I don't want to play this game anymore. BLJ just seem impossible. Yep. But then sometimes that just happens. Sometimes that happens actually in good runs. But then I fuck up something else or fuck up this one. Oh, it's actually gonna be a close race. Actually close race. Actually close race. Actually close race. Big long jumps. No, but it might as well mean that. BLJs means below jobs. It means, what does it mean? Backwards long jump. That's what it means. I've practiced this for hours yesterday. I am not gonna screw up on that. What I will screw up on is this. This is an advanced trick. If I get this though, my new sub 20 will be, I mean, my new best of sums will be, okay, never mind, doesn't matter, I missed it. And I missed it twice in a row. Let's go for 3 times the charm, right? Hey, 3 times is indeed the charm. You heard it here first, folks. 3 times is the charm. There we go. I thought I could die. Okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. This is a close one. If I miss and I just missed. Hey, don't do that fire. That fire is scary fire. Fucking hell. At least hit. There we go. Let's go! I aimed that sexily. I tried to grab his tail midair. I missed! Let's go. Oh, what? That made no sense. This is not a PB. I'm a minute away from PB. What is it, a prank? You guys not see on the bottom left, it says 2338. And it says 2158. You guys know how to... Oh, I golded bits? By what, a second? That was terrible. Reset. So for those that don't know, I'll explain. You see where it says 2342? That's what I just got. 2158 is my record. Yeah. GG's fair. We both played pretty shit there. I believed in you. Thank you.
I guess what is my average now? My average is, oh, I average 25 minutes. That's pretty cool. I'm taking my glasses off. They didn't help. Aww. This is my best. 1948? We just saved 4 seconds on bits, and it took me 3 tries for that. Bro. That's crazy. We're getting to World War II now. We're getting closer. Once we reach 1945, it's World War II, baby. This could be the one. You know what they say about 1948? Oh yeah, the book, right? I got a pee-pee. I've been holding it in. If you're down to do another one, Fairy, let me know. I'm just gonna go do pee-pee, so I'll be right back. I apologize. And I'll add water.
So long, Bowser. Press start to play. Press start to play.
I am back. I'm an idiot. I don't know if that was really a good split because I split it right when I entered. I usually split after I get the second BLJ. So I don't know if that was accurate, but pretty sure it wasn't. But we're just gonna pretend it was. Oh, that's 1984. I had the same thought though. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, 1984. And that makes more sense because Cold War and stuff. Alright, just let me know when you're ready, I guess, Fairy.
It's me.
I feel like that's a valid excuse though, Fairy, to be honest.
Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
Princess Toadstool. Peach. Would you call me Peach? Would you call me Peach? Would you call me? I think I did that wrong. Whatever. My PB shows that 1948 doesn't even matter because I can't even PB sub 20. I mean sub 21. Which is sad, bruh. Yahoo!
Nice, ping. He missed it, so he's practicing it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, queen, yes, queen. Nice, ping. Whenever you're ready, fairy, whenever you're ready. He's like, I'm not. Leave me alone. I'm sorry. That was terrible. Predict with channel points. Do you think me or Fairy will win this one? He is practicing a little right now, but I would maybe put my bets on him because I suck ass. But he kind of does right now too, so who knows? There we go. That felt so good, and I still screwed it up. There we go. Never mind, I take it all back. Guys, isn't this a crazy run? Ba-da-ba. Nice, you clipped through me. Because logic does not exist in Mario World. What are you, a dog? Why does he make a dog noise? He's not a dog. There we go. And I'm dead. Okay, twice in a row. I will take it. And I'm dead. Oh, he's practicing left standing. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. I was watching him practice. All right, let's practice this. We got 200 points on me winning, I think. You should put more points on that. Look at his practicing. He keeps screwing up. At this rate, I might actually do a full run. I'm such an asshole. Nice. I was actually pretty close to that. His bomb clip is much better than mine, though. There we go. And I screwed it up. Yeah, wahoo! Ba-da-da-da-da-da. There we go. Let's go. And I'm dead. And I'm dead. Ba-da-bop. 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 Damn, I got it 3 times in a row. Not getting bed, but I'm not sure what. I'm a funkin' idiot. What happened? I am confusion. Oh, I got it like 4 times straight. I didn't shut off all the auto background processes. Oh. You're still doing it on your laptop, right? Let's throw you. No coins, huh? Give me them coins, baby. Give me them coins. I need to practice. Give me them coins. Alright, we're Gucci. We're Gucci. Who will win? Many points on the line. Okay. I did that. Okay. I screwed that up. We got 200 against 0. Sheesh.
You want to verse each other or you want to practice? I mean, each run is a practice run, right? So one of my processes is a folding program. I don't know what that means, but okay. What does that mean? Does it fold something? I was so far away from that. Look at this goddamn movement, baby. That was really close to being good. Let's go. It calculates things that I forgot for charity or something. Oh. Charity or something? Charity is important. Wow. Have you ever done a charity stream? Oh my god. How was that not good? So it just sits in the background running. Oh, okay. Anywho, I'm ready. You don't... Oh, that was actually perfection. It shows you at Bowser in the sky. Okay, I'm ready to. I'll do the 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you're not. I'll wait for you a bit. We started around the same time this time, I think. I'm a little bit ahead. We could compare the run at the end, obviously, if it's very close.
Yours truly,
Boop,
Princess
boop,
Toadstool.
boop, ba, la, la, la. Well, because of delay, I don't know. Ba 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 da da ba ba da ba da da ba da da ba da ba da ba 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 boop boop ba da boopy. This game causes depression. If you like depression, check out Ping Pong Masters playing Super Mario 64 speed running. He's trying to go for sub 20, you say, in 1 month? What are you, nuts? He almost fell off the god darn map. He sucks ass, but so does Fairy. So it is all okay. Oh, you long jumped to it. That makes a lot more sense. And I screwed that up, but okay. We are pretty much neck and neck. Ping Pong Masters versus Fairy Nuff, otherwise known as Ethan. Ping Pong Masters goes forward, punching accidentally, but going for bomb clip. Will he get it? No, it looks like he has missed as Fairy makes it. A terrible start for the young prodigy. As Fairy continues his run, Ping Pong Masters getting the crown pound for the star, saving him a second or two, a millisecond or two, to catch up to Fairy. But he is falling behind, and falling behind quickly. He long jumps. Let's see what's happening. Ooh, he bonks into the wall. Fairy seems to just have gotten into Whomp's Fortress, as Ping Pong Masters is having some trouble with his movement. Dinell is black. As Fairy does not take the shortcut. I'm white. Let's see if Fairy gets cannonless in one try. If Fairy misses, it is Ping's time to... Oh, Fairy misses! This run is anybody's, folks. If Ping Pong Masters can come back, who knows what'll happen. He sets it up. And he gets it! Banned racism. What's up, Chi? How you doing?
Ping Pong Masters, saving and continuing, but thinking to himself, this is much more fun just than doing runs alone. But at the same time, ooh, Fairy falls once again. If I had luck on runs, Chi, I would not be streaming anymore. As Ping Pong Masters gets his wild blue star, we see Fairy failing once again. Ooh, bonking against, but the side flip gets him back into the game. Nice. Nope. I think I might do runs alone soon, though, because I would have reset by now, and yeah, this is just a terrible run for both of us. Ba-ba-bo. But it was a nice break from crying, so I do appreciate it. And Ping Pong Masters just completely screws up, but is still ahead in this race. Yeah, I'm racing Fairy enough. I'm racing Ethan Fairy, who's on the bottom right. What am I doing? Oh my god. Ping Pong Masters just hoping for a gold split in BitDW or in bits, knowing that this game is pretty much over. What the hell? Yahoo, Yahoo, Yahoo. No Google, huh? Ooh. I did not think I was going to make that. And I want to punch a wall when I miss the ground pound thing. It's okay. 1 star ahead, Ping Pong Masters enters again to get the owl. I would have reset by now too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is more fun though, but because of the time limit, I think I should play a few more independent games, you know? Unless you win. Then I'll play more against you. But I don't know if you will. What did the wall do to you? Sheesh. Oh my god. You're just bonking everywhere. Actually, I think I do have a chance to get a PB. Every run is a chance at a PB. Just not a chance at sub 20. Which is the more important thing, I guess. Boop, 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 boop. Damn, Fairy is struggling to get the 5th and 6th star. As Ping Pong Moosers goes for his 7th and 8th. But folks, you gotta remember, Ping Pong Moosers is not the best BitDW player. So, this game is anyone's. And Ping Pong Masters almost missing the CCM jump, but makes it fast enough to get a star. Ooh, that was nice to get the owl. Fairy getting the owl fairly well. See what I did there? As Ping Pong Moosers goes in for his 8th and final star before versing Bowser in BitDW, otherwise known as Dark World. Ping Pong Masters not losing the penguin, not giving Fairy a chance to catch up in this race. As Fairy advances towards the 7th goal, Ping Pong Masters achieves his 8th goal, ready to beat Bowser. Imagine still being in February. I'm not going to be in February for too much longer. I could have won 1.5k if I bet. Sheesh. Ooh. Oh! Fairy screwing up the jump, but will he make it work? No, that is a miss from Fairy Nuff. We're gonna need Ping Pong Masters to die at least once or twice to give Fairy a chance to catch up as he traverses BitDW.
What are the fans voting for? Who knows? Ooh, Pink barely making that jump and screwing up on the slope. But that's not going to be enough to let Fairy come back. You got to remember going into this game that Pink has been training for 12 hours. Training his butt off. Ooh. 12 hours yesterday, some hours today, 7 hours today. Fairy just doesn't have the warm-up that Pink has. But he has much more of the... Oh, Pink dies in BitDW, giving Fairy a chance to catch up. Fairy putting his money where his mouth is, said by DNL Gigabyte. This is anyone's game, as Fairy is well known to traverse BitDW much better than Ping Pong Moosters. Ping gets a red coin. Ping goes for the next red coin, and he gets it, solidifying his lead for the moment. Am I mentally okay? Never. Ooh, we have Dark Italian in the stands calling this run garbage. No one knows who he's talking about, but it must be one of the runners or even both. Both of these nuts. Ping Pong Moosters. Ooh, missing the 6th coin as... Ooh, almost dying in Dark World, but thinking twice. And somehow surviving? Ping Pong Masters goes for the 7th coin. And... Oh, dies! Missing the 8th coin. Pretty much giving himself a loss. Was he ever? Ping Pong Moosters dying now 2 times in Dark World, as Fairy has a chance to solidify his lead. Going for his 5th coin as Ping Pong Moosters struggles to get his 2nd. Ooh, the moment of choice. Moment of chance. Ooh, Fairy does not miss. And it is very unlikely that he will die in this area. You know, before we went to get into the game, we've spoken with Ping Pong Moosters, and he's told us how this is his hardest part of the run. BitDW. He's been trying to improve it so he could get sub 20 recently. But his improvements have not been good enough to verse Fairy and finally making the jump. Will he die on the 8th coin? The world may never know. Ooh, Ping Pong Moosters getting the 8th coin. Possibly coming back and telling Fairy that this game is not over. Ooh, Fairy getting Bowser down as Ping grabs the 9th star. Sub 14 is not possible. Is never the combination of not ever. Who knows? Garbage percent. Ping Pong Moosters goes to grab his tail real quick, like he grabbed your mom's vajayjay last night. He gets the throw, awaits Bowser to die, and gets the key. Falling behind 2 minutes behind his competitor, pretty much guaranteeing no PB and a terrible run. Is nor the combination of not or? The world may never know. You know, we've been talking to a lot of people before this game, and a lot of people put their money on Pink. You know, seeing how he's the underdog, but how he's been practicing a lot lately. Ooh! This just in, Fairy has missed his Birdo. Fairy must run back and ignore the Birdo, giving Ping Pong Moosters a chance to Ooh! Fairy is gone! And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is neck and neck, as Fairy and Ping Pong Moosters are essentially in the same location. Let's see if either one of them can secure the bird,
or if both will fail miserably. Ping Pong Moosters seeing to... Ooh, Fairy missing again as Ping Pong Moosters gets the bird and proceeds to get the 10th star. As we were saying before, Ping Pong Moosters, he's the underdog, but he's had a lot of experience the past few days. So he kind of has a lead in that department, but, you know, Fairy, he's an experienced veteran. Either one of them could win, really. Thank you for your coverage, David. And we will continue to watch. Ooh, Ping Pong Masters, not missing a single beat there. Forcing Fairy down a star. Ooh. But Fairy gets back in with the 11th star. Burning his butt and making his way downtown, Ping Pong Moosters gets some more coins, and we'll see if he's able to stop Fairy's advancement. You see, in this area, both players have some good experience, but everything changes around MIPS. You gotta remember, MIPS could change the game intensely. MIPS, HMC, you know, dying in HMC is a bit rarer, but it's possible. Let's see what happens in this run. Ping Pong Moosters getting the thingy. 1 star ahead, but not too far back. Let's see if Ping Pong Moosters dies on this triple long jump. And he makes it. Only thing Fairy can hope for now is him screwing... Ooh, Ping Pong Masters makes the jump. And screws up! With that, the lead may return back to Fairy. This game is as intense as the National Baseball League. Still 1 star ahead, though. This is true, this is true. Ooh, Fairy falling and having to come back up. Similar to Ping Pong Moosters. Ah, and he gets bonked near the end. Oh, but Ping Pong Masters falls into the hole, giving Fairy an extra chance to come back. This game is insane, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty much tied neck and neck. Ping Pong Moosters slightly ahead, not screwing up his long jump this time. Both players missing this 14th star originally. We'll see what happens this time. Will both players miss it? Ooh, Ping Pong Masters grabs the ledge, but does not miss the star. And neither does Fairy. This game is as close as 2 siblings that have sex with each other. Ping Pong Moosters missing the long jump. Will he get MIPS? Oh, and he misses! This run is just full of 2 terrible players. He misses the second one as well. But so does... Ooh. Fairy missing the one next to the door, but redeeming himself as Ping Pong Moosters is just touching water. Angel. Ping, bro, what are you saying? I'm a commentator. I'm commentating. Do you not want me to... Does it not make it more, like, entertaining? Don't you guys want to hear me commentate? If I don't commentate, I'm going to scream. So, I have to commentate, okay? Ping Pong Moosters getting MIPS through the door, but it is too late. Fairy has already entered DDD, and both of their PBs are out of the question. We're yellow. Yeah. Isn't that pretty close? 2 siblings having sex with each other? Yeah, Dinell said that. Dinell's weird. I'm gonna ban him. Mods ban him.
In the most boring part of this race, we see both players swimming, holding Mario's breath, trying to make it all the way to the submarine. Ooh, Fairy taking the smart route. Slowly getting... Ooh, Fairy has fallen. This is anyone's game. As Ping gets up, will he be able to make it up before... Ooh! Ping falls at the last second, giving Fairy the lead. But he gets back up, and the game is still on.
What a shit run. Let's ban him. He's sus. Dino's a mod now, so Dino, ban him yourself. He's not a mod now. Dino's too much of a troll. I don't know if he should become a mod. You know what I'm saying? You can't troll too much when you modding. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Both players pretty much in the same exact area. As Ping makes the jump, he cannot commentate because he does not know what is going on. He has to concentrate on his own run. Ooh. Will Ping make it? And he does, putting Fairy slightly above at the poles.
You troll in a fun and loving way? Yeah, sometimes.
Ping Pong Boosters falling slightly behind both players with yellow health, meaning a death from Bowser is very unlikely at this point. Welcome back, Ping Pong Family 456. I'm thinking about drawing you. Nice. Somehow grabbing his tail, Ping Pong Masters catches up to Fairy, but is still slightly behind. This is anyone's game. I forgot to split at DDD, so none of this matters. Ping Pong Mooster's no longer splitting because he fucked up the whole thing. A lot of talk has come to this moment. You see, Fairy has practiced the skipping the stairs trick, but Ping Pong Moosters is terrible at it. He runs all the way up the stairs, trying to give Mario some exercise for all that weight he has gained. That'll give Fairy a slight advantage as he goes into BLJs. Both players missing their first try, but Fairy continuously trying for some reason. Ping missing the second as Fairy goes for a second attempt. Yeah! Fairy using a strat to actually clip through the door, but it does not work, changing his camera angle. This game is close, ladies and gentlemen, as both players fail at BLJs, but neither player caring too much, because both of their runs are shit. I'm looking cute right now, Dinell says. Will that clip it? Ooh, and Fairy has made it! As Ping gets stuck and might lose the run, depending on bits. Ooh, almost getting it. Yeah. He looks like he's stuttering a bit. Ooh, Fairy makes it 2 bits. Doctor not paying attention to what the commentator is saying, so the commentator will ignore him.
I really fucking hate this game, bro. I'm about to, like, just stop playing. I'm gonna punch the wall. I have to use the metronome. Finally. Jesus Christ. Oh, look, it's Peach. What's going on in your head? Are you okay? Bro, I swear to God, Beetlejuice makes no sense. Actually, yeah, I don't know if I want to know what's going on in your head. Oh, I got so much better at that. We're pretty much head and head now, but that's because he's been practicing that. Hey, first try! Why couldn't this be a real run, bro? I mean, Fairy basically gave that to me because he was practicing standing left. Thanks for the IQ pluses, guys. I appreciate it. And that's the end of a potential golden split. Thank you, Ping Pong. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, Angel. I will not lose.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
Basically, I fucked up the splits before. That's why the splits are like that now, guys. I would have had a 219. I would have had a 219, guys. Guys, I would have had a 219. You know what my bits are right now? Oh my god, I would have had a 219. First try equals 219. You know what my bits is right now, guys? Best segment, 234. I would have saved 15 seconds. 15 seconds. That's a 1933 that you're looking at right now. We're before World War II, baby. Why don't I throw him when he's spinning slower? Because when he spins slower, he doesn't go as far. I could edit it, but should I? Just want to clarify that I wasn't practicing, I was failing. Oh. Never mind then. GG's. Go for it, I wouldn't mind it. You got it. I mean, it's like it would have legit been 219. Don't edit it? It was a 219 though. I just had the splits fucked up. But I guess it's gonna ruin all the other splits, right? Alright, whatever.
Don't edit it, get it? I'm gonna practice alone for now. Because the start of our runs suck ass. We're both sucking. Yeah, I did get it. That's the point. I did get it, Fairy. Yeah, same? Yeah. I did get it. I just didn't split at the... I split at the right time for bits, though. Right when I entered bits, I split. I split kind of just instinctually, and then I was like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. What am I doing? And then I actually got it at 219. I'm gonna warm up more than destroy later. Yeah, okay. You know what I can do with the heart? A drawn heart? What can you do with the heart? We're just gonna reset here.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
I want to edit it, but I guess I did screw it up, so whatever.
Truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
I can make it an ass with a bikini. Okay, that's interesting. But you have to add the bikini, right? Can't say I was expecting that. Wanna see? Yeah, you gotta add the bikini, then of course you can make anything you want. You know when you have chapped lips and you like rip it off with your teeth? I just did that. Nice. Nope. Fuck that.
It's me, Mario.
Yeah, you rip it off with your teeth, no?
Hello. Okie dokie.
I don't know.
Dear Mario,
Sure,
please
just
come to the castle. I
show
will
me
bake
it,
a
I
cake
guess.
for
I
you.
don't know.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
We have 3 more hours, by the way, guys. Definitely possible. Just, ugh. So to get the most stream points, is it how many you have tones or how much you get in total? Get the most stream points? Okay, so the way it works is that every X amount of minutes, you get some stream points, channel points, that you could spend on different rewards to make me do stuff. Or whatever. But the longer you watch, the more watch time you get, and that's separate. You gotta go? Alright. See you, Angel. Teeth. Wow, how do you say teeth? Am I saying teeth weird? Like, come on, bro. How?
It's me, Mario.
Why do I have to practice this every 10 seconds?
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie. It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Then I gotta fix on how weird the word is. Oh. Mouse control, I was joking. But sometimes, like, when you see me visibly mad, you're just making me more mad, you know? The concept of teeth, Doctor doesn't really do that. The concept of teeth is just sharp skin that grows to crunch other beings. Yeah. I mean, if you just question a lot of things, it's weird. Great. Now I fucked it up.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
I'd rather just do tournaments than fucking play this. Just try to get it some 20. Because I don't know if this is good or not.
That's obviously not good. How the hell am I supposed to practice this shit? Just...
It's me, Mario. Hello. It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Can you save state immediately upon? Yeah, yeah. That's what I was gonna do, but it was too annoying. I got too annoyed, so I was like, whatever. If Bill Gates gave you one thing that would you get, what would you get? I would get his credit card. I would get his I would get him in bed with me. I would take his stocks for Microsoft. No, because then if you sell them, you could like ruin, like, you could literally ruin the nation's finances. Show me your split edit screen and I'll tell you what's good or not. Well, it's too late for that, sorry. I'll take his hand in marriage. Hey, yo. Yeah, taking his hand in marriage is probably the best. Because then you just divorce him and take half. Like his wife did. Nice, Pink. Fucking dumbass. Ah!
It's me, Mario. Hello.
That was Bezos? Oh. Wrong one, my bad. You take it since I haven't got it after the... I don't even know what Dokpra means. I mean, the divorce? Unless you got it after the divorce. What? Is that how that works? Oh. Okay, so I would marry him for like a month. And in a month, he'll gain $1 million, and then I divorce him. I'm good with 500K. Yeah, I would force him to sign a prenup with me. Bro, I would just... If I could get one thing from Bill Gates... I don't know, that's actually interesting. I don't know. What is showing my splits gonna help with? Nothing. I'm not... I just have to be better in every area. I just gotta play better. I'm so tired of this game already. Oh my god. Help me tell you what areas to focus. I need to focus on every area, bro. I fucking suck. In the first area, I don't bomb clip. I don't latitude. That's what I need to get better at. On WF, I don't freaking side jump quick enough sometimes. That's what I need to get better at. Or like bump click the star. And CCM, I'm okay. And BitDW, I die half the time. In SSL, I'm okay. In Lavaland, my movement could be better. In HMC, my movement could be better. But it's okay. On MIPS, it's... Lately, I'm just fucking up every run with MIPS. On DDD, it's whether I make it to the goddamn thing or not. On BitFS, it's okay usually. BLJ's is luck, and Bits is luck. So, that's what I need to get better at. Welcome back. You could have one thing from Jesus Christ, what would you take? The cross that they hung him on. I don't know. Your Bob Gold is better than mine? Yeah, but you have the method down for a lot of the... Well, I have the method down, but I don't get it consistently. That's the problem. Bits ain't lucky lately. Yeah, that's true. I want to see what splits need fundamental... So triggered. Jesus.
I just want to zen out, Fairy. I just want to zen out. Half cook meditation sesh. Get some food. Okay. You have to keep in mind that my bits right now was actually a 217, but you won't let me write 217. Let's see. My Bob sucks ass. Because I miss half the time. My W, like, I know what I'm doing shitty on. I just need to do better on it. Like, it's not like rocket science. I know what I'm doing bad on. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, I just have to play better. Like, I'm just playing bad. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I was this mad in general. My apologies.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
My head hurts. You gotta optimize cutscenes. Yeah. Gotta optimize cutscenes. Like, honestly, you can only get so consistent at a certain point. It's just about brute forcing runs until you get every. Yeah, that's why it's annoying when, like, okay, I get I could do certain things better. I get it. But, like, I know enough to get sub 20. I'm just fucking up. So, being told that, oh, you could do this, you could do. I just want to play better. I just want to play better. Like, I don't. Like, I was getting bomb clip so consistently, and now I barely get it consistently. Do I need more tips for bomb clip? No, I just need to get it, which I'm not doing. You're actually only a couple seconds behind me on most splits, with Bob being better and LL being the same. Then play better, yeah. Getting mad almost always makes the split worse.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
Yeah, I gotta cool down. Your angry words have reached me. But I didn't need to be so angry. I'm sorry. I just the last time I remember feeling like this was when I had a tumor in my finger and it was hurting so much that I was just like an asshole to everyone. And that was like a year and a half ago. This game is so toxic and I'm becoming toxic from this game. I apologize. Always remember you're better than me and millions. I mean, millions don't play this game, so. Don't worry that anything said in anger loses most of its persuasive. Yeah, I just. You're right. You're right. I don't. I'm not trying to tell you, like, to think how I'm thinking. I'm just. I just have to chill. Like, to skip doesn't actually matter much, but it gives like 8 seconds.
And the problem, the issue is that I know I'm gonna miss Bomb Clip, or I feel like I'll probably miss Bomb Clip. And if I miss Lakitu and I miss Bomb Clip, I'll get even more mad. So I'd rather reset, because if I get Lakitu and I miss Bomb Clip, at least I could continue the run. But I don't. My brain like rationalizes it in such a dumb way. It's just so frustrating that like I spend so much goddamn time on like on Bomb Clip especially. And I just suck at it now. Mario 64 sold 11.4 million copies. Yeah, and how many people tried speedrunning it? Like, so what if it sold 11.4 million? There's been 70-star world records with missed Bowser throws. But that's 70-star, right? 70-star doesn't matter as much time-wise. It's actually good. Just remember that you're better than like 7.3 billion people. Comparing to other people doesn't make me feel better or worse. Like, if my PB passed Fairy, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, my PB passed Fairy. It's comparing to myself that like matters the most in my head. Hi, Super Mario 8 second power player. Nice. What's up, Epikudo? How you doing? All right, see you, Josh. Sorry you had to witness all that rage. If it was the other way around, I'd definitely do that. If it was the other way around, I'd definitely do that. Oh, if you were in my position, you would think like what Doctor was saying? I think I might be an asshole. No, I think most people compare. I stopped comparing to other people as much when I had a revelation. I had an aha moment. Nice. Nice. Anyway. You're currently better than 90% of previous ping runs. I mean, that's true. The annoying thing is the fact that I'm trying to get sub 20 and it's just so... No, you know what? It is what it is. I just gotta chill. I'ma see ya all and head out. All right. See ya ping pong family. Are you low today or is it just my impression? This is the last day to get sub 20 and I'm just getting really angry and pissed off. I'm gonna go eat something again. I'll be right back. Actually, no. I'm just gonna try. If I passed your PB, I'd definitely be like, hell yeah, I'm officially better than you. Like, I would jokingly be like, oh my god, like, you know, or whatever. I would be happy if you like passed, if you got sub 20 or whatever. But that's like, my goal is not to beat you, you know? My goal is to get sub 20. That's my goal. You need glucose. Glucose improves reactions, mood, and brain function. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll try one more time. I'll try. I feel like such a like loser getting mad at a goddamn video game. Oh, you know what? DNL just said my PP is amazing. Not even kidding. Go eat. Let me just try one more run. Thanks for the good luck, though, Ping Pong. Thank God, bro. Something with sugar in it. Gotta go. Alright, see ya, Dinell. Everyone's leaving after I'm raging. See ya. You want to get sub 20, but don't think your time's running out. Just play and you'll be as fresh as anything and you'll play better. Yeah. Probably gotta get some food, like Fairy's saying also. Fairy, be honest. Do you think I could sub 20 by missing Bomb Clip? This is a Snickers ad. Pretty much. Absolutely. All right. I just gotta chill. I should have long jumped, and for some reason I always forget. Totally sure. I've been on mid 19 pace after missed Lakitu and bomb clip. Okay. I appreciate the honesty. I was waiting for a knot on that absolutely. Oh. Wait, what did I say absolutely on? Oh, Fairy said absolutely on. That should be good. Going into bits. Oh, wow. Going into bits, you were mid-19 pace. Cool. That means BLJ's is going to take the cake, probably. I gotta chill, bro. It's just a game. I don't want to be an asshole to you guys. Then I fluffed it hard. I'm sure if you like get back into it, you could get sub 20 easy. You just would have to practice a lot. My arm is like throbbing. What the hell? Nice, ping. Nice. That was good. Glucose will stop your arm throbbing. Glucose will save the world. Nah, I feel better now. I feel better. Oh my god. My headset just disconnected. I could only hear the music from one ear. Barely. Okay. Actually, I could. It's actually very frustrating. Oh. Starches will stop that other thing from throbbing. Is that true? Stupid. Okay, we're good. On a serious note, sweets and chocolate would be good. A flapjack with chocolate chips would be best. You know what would be better? If I sub 20'd. That would be best. But yeah, I'll probably... That's a good idea. I'll, if I start getting mad again, because I feel okay now. If I start getting mad again, I'll go up and eat some chocolate. Or something. Da 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 da. Boop 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 boop. I gotta go to Usamune and practice bomb clip, baby. You'll play better? I mean, that's the reason why I went to sleep last night. To play better today. But then I had a shitty... I didn't sleep well. Oh my god. Avoid too heavy stuff. Yeah. If I eat stuff too heavy, I want to poop and I get tired. It's okay. It's okay. Let's chill, bro. It's okay. Everything's okay. Honestly, being a little off might make me play better. I missed. Ooh, that was so close to being even worse. Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Yeah, nice. Fucking dumbass. Oh my god. I'm like mad at myself more than anything. Da-da-da. 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 Nice, nice ping. I'm gonna fall off on BitDW and get mad. I gotta fall off on BitDW and chill. That's what I gotta do. I was about to punch something, bro. Thank Jesus. So far, so okay. I'm not gonna lie. My BitDW got so much better. I just jinxed it, bro. What? My bit. What the hell? Mama Penguin keeps losing her child after the many times he brought her back. True. Not even her kid. You just kidnap a kid and give it to the first penguin usually. True. Are there any other penguins in that area? I don't remember seeing any, right? I forgot I put my chair all the way back. Maybe that's why I'm playing bad. Maybe I needed my chair upright. I'm checking to see if family messaged me like, yo, you're mad loud, but no one messaged me. March 2nd, going to the dentist. Yay. There's a big one in the house and another small penguin down by the mother. Oh. I mean, so it's probably the mother then. Jinx Junks Masters. Nope. I don't care that Lakitu doesn't matter. I am mad at that bullshit. Okay, if I don't get Lakitu skip again, I might just go and get food.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
So far, so okay. I'm not gonna lie. My BitDW got so much better. So perfect clipping by you, Epicuro. Scripted? I wish. Actually, no. But the other small penguin isn't that penguin's kid. Oh, what is that small penguin doing then? I script nothing. Nobody wants to greet Lakitu. M plays a penguin from someone else, left their kid there. Wait, how do you know it's not both of them are the kids? And that one is old enough to be alone. Here, I'll greet Lakitu, Epicuro. It's okay. No, I'm going to get food. I can't do this. Sorry, guys. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I promise. 2 minutes. Let me reset the run.
It's me, Mario.
What else I need?
Hello.
I'll be back. I am back. My mom actually went to my mom made food for everyone. Everyone's eating fajitas, so I'm gonna eat fajita. Like she's gonna make one for me. 'Cause she's a nice mom. So I'll eat that in between runs or whatever. She says that's not my child. Oh, they have non-matching. Until then, I'll just practice a bit, I guess. Or now I'll leave your guys' music on. They have non-matching nasal oils when you rub on their muzzle feathers, so you know they aren't related. What? Ah, that must be the reasoning. I can't even practice Lakitu. That would have been good. Probably. We're gonna practice one of VC? No, I'm sorry. I don't want to talk to anyone right now. I just went upstairs and I was talking like an asshole to family also. I think. But thank you. No worries. Yeah, I felt bad a bit, but I just I'm like triggered from this game. It's probably not a good idea to stream for 12 hours. And then okay, I'm not gonna do the gate thing. I'm just gonna do what I was doing. Just stream for 12 hours and then go to sleep and then stream right away for another 10 hours. I mean, honestly, it's not even... like, streaming it is not the bad part. The bad part is just the expectation I have of my head to be better. That's the bad part. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, let's take this. Chill out, bro. Chill out. That was good. I am chillin'. It's like went from 80% to 50%. What if I play through OBS? What happens then? I'm playing through OBS. I'm not watching the game. It doesn't even matter. I gotta chill. I am throwing you way too far, and then I don't turn around in time. I gotta chill. Maybe I got a new goal. Sub 21. I don't know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nice. Yo, 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 yo. Nice. Nice. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing gameplay. Honestly, at this point, I might just cut it short. I don't know. There we go. Can't you do that every single time, Ping? Come on. I'm gonna be so much happier tomorrow on stream. Oh, I can just imagine. Oh, no sub 20? It's okay. Oh, sub 20? Oh, bro, if I get sub 20 today, I will be super duper happy. What if I play without Mario music? Thanks, brother. Thanks, brother. Nice. Yes. Amazing. Okay, why aren't I getting the momentum now? Let me try to pay attention. I'm really happy now. I'm gonna go get the food. I'll be right back. Sorry for that loud noise. Like, I don't get it. What, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta chill. I forgot how food tastes. I spilled it all. I'm sorry. probably don't need to hear me chewing.
I'm tired.
Good music, by the way. Now I gotta clean. Ooh, good song. I still suck. Do you not know this song, Epikuro? It's a good song. Very chill.
I'm tired.
Still suck. Fairy, we like a lot of the same songs.
I'm tired. It's me, Mario. Hello.
I'm gonna do a run with just music on. I think that'll be more fun. For, you know, at least one run. Inverted controls. Yeah, maybe I'll play better, right? Like the guy we rated. Oh no, he didn't do inverted. He holds it upside down. I'll be right back, guys. I finished. I'll clean my desk first. Okay.
Let's go. Oh, it's crazy how powerful food can be. Jesus. And then when I hold it down, wow. Listen, I get sub 20, awesome. I don't, it's fine. Yeah. Oh, I feel so much better. I don't remember the last time I ate, to be honest. During yesterday's stream, I didn't eat at all. Before that stream, I don't think I ate. It's probably like almost 2 days I didn't eat or something. Did I lose the sub? No, it's back. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Now you seem activated. Ooh, what is this version? This sounds mad cool. Yeah, sometimes it screws up like that, Fairy. I don't know why. Now you seem activated. Happy to see it. Thank you. Yeah, it's music also is and I get Lacto right away. Music is very men at work down under. Music is very powerful too. And you guys are putting good music. Well, Fairy's putting good music. I don't know who put this song. Hey now, Round Star, get your game down, go play now. I don't think I've ever been that mad on stream. Bro, I just Bro, I just gold split like a second after eating food. Good suggestion, Fairy. And everyone else. And I screwed up, but who cares? You're gaming. Hell yeah. Honestly, it's much more enjoyable with music too. And this sounds mad nice. I've never heard this version. Can you send this to me on Discord, Fairy, if that's okay? Oh, that's glitter disco. Shooting star. I feel so much energized too. That might be bad. Oh, it was good. You're about my level of skill. The only thing I have on you is experience. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, at this point, I guess, yeah, that is true. And someone get paid. Oh, that's glitter is gold. That's when I say you should eat, you should eat. You're not wrong. Oh my god. I thought you could just walk into the star, but you can't. From this place. What a concept. This is such a chill song, Jesus. Oh. I honestly, I don't know how some streamers stream for like 12 hours a day. Especially those that like are small streamers. I don't get it. I mean, I used to stream a lot, but I also just didn't eat. I guess that was the big problem. Hey now, no stars, I'm saying about celebrate. Oh, that's glitter disco. Stars wake up out. It's funny, every long stream I do, I shouldn't say every, because yesterday's stream was fine. Nice. Nice, Pink. That was so bad. Last time I did that was a long time ago. Last time I screwed up that bad was quite a bit ago. Please allow me to introduce myself. Let's go. I wasted so much time there. For a long, long year. Way. Jesus Christ. I keep forgetting about the owl. Imagine I died again. And now, faith. Pleased to meet you. Let's go. I still saved time falling off. I possibly could have gold splitted that too if I didn't fall off. I've done that before. I didn't even get angry, just disappointed. Yeah. I don't want to jinx it. We've been jinxing a lot of stuff today, but like it's a combination of the music and the food. It literally I feel so much better right now. The power of glucose. How about music? The power of music too, no? These are songs I like too, so. And I died, but we should be okay. What's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Oh, yeah. Epicuro, anything new to report about life? I'm definitely going to have that on a t-shirt. The power of glucose? Yeah, you should, just from what happened. Bro, I feel like a different person. It's really weird. I feel like happy. Not that I don't feel happy usually. Usually I feel good, but Jesus, today's stream was it's whenever expectations don't get met. That's what screws up, you know? Nothing new yet? Okay. No worries. But my heart feels like better. My name. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. I gotta go back to Uber Eats, guys. I used to do Uber Eats. I gotta do that, you know, get exercise, make some money. So I have stories for you guys. And so I don't know, exercise is good, you know? Next semester starts next Tuesday. Finally in-person classes. Damn! Hopefully there's no variant that changes that, but don't want to jinx anything. But that's awesome. Are you excited? Wow. I didn't know I could screw that up like that. You is the nature of my game. Nice, Pink. Nice. Is a criminal. I appreciate you dealing with my shit, Fairy. I really do. I'm sorry. Hey yo, let's go. I almost just screwed up the run. Anyway. That wasn't a screw up, it was styling. Oh yeah, it was styling. I was styling. To get my name. You know what I'm being reminded of right now? I had a so when I was in Japan, we had something where we went to other schools and we gave them a test. We went to other junior high schools and we gave them a speaking test. And this one girl, I've never seen anyone like this. She was so bubbly, and she was telling me that like she wanted to be a nutritionist when she grows up. And she was not nervous at all. She had so much energy. Like just from talk, like I've never seen anyone with that much energy. And her English wasn't amazing, you know. I don't know. It was interesting. Very excited. On the other hand, I haven't done an exam in a classroom in a long time. I hope I don't screw up a lot. I'm scared. I'm excited and scared. That makes sense. But that's when the best things happen a lot of the times, when you're excited and scared. You know? See, I feel like my ancestors, like I feel like I have a thing that like I panic in certain okay, I just got burned. I panic in certain situations. So because I know there's a timeline or whatever, like I was panicking, and that just makes me like just not think things through and be an asshole and stuff. And like it's probably like my ancestors, like the cavemen or whatever. We're probably the type of person, if I was cornered by like 4 lions, I would be like, what do I do? And then I would just like die or try to run away. I feel like that's carried through to modern day. But anyway. Yeah, that sounds crazy. Next Tuesday. What Men Down Under. Why would you put this song? You're not Australian. I forgot what I wanted to say. Whatever. Okay, I screwed up. Yeah. Nervous. Man under. Do you think you're gonna get tired really quickly, Epicuro? Cause like you're gonna have classes, you know, I'm assuming like all day or whatever, right? So like, cause I feel like a lot of us are not used to being outside as much after COVID. And sitting in a classroom is not like outside, but you still gotta travel and stuff. Brussels. Oh. Nice, Pink. Oh, I somehow did that okay. Ananda. Oopsies. I screwed that up. For those wondering, I screwed it up because you could ground pound to get the star faster. Because you have to like slap onto the ground to like actually have the star. Which I learned from Fairy. I arranged my schedule so that I have free Mondays and Fridays. Fairy and Seth. Oh, you're gonna have Mondays and Fridays off? Oh, like that. Oh, that was so good. I have free Mondays and Fridays. I guess that's gonna make up for that. Oh, that's awesome. How long is your schedule gonna be Tuesday to Thursday? And you're not having, do you have weekend classes? And also, I wouldn't be too scared because just remember, everyone is thinking the same thing. Everyone is not familiar with like being in the classroom for 2 years, so you should be okay. Let's go. I thought that was faster, but I did screw up one of the parts. I mean, I stylized one of the parts, so.
Hello there.
Yo, what's up, Cortez? How you doing? He said good luck and I screwed up. But your good luck comes in handy. Hey, there we go. We just got good luck. I missed that like 2 times in a row before, so thanks for the good luck, Cortez. But yeah, any schedules on the weekends? Because that would suck. Oh, I just clipped all the way through. What the hell was that? Let's go. That was the ad. But ooh, I lost 13 seconds on that, huh? The other 3 days go from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., but with plenty of free time between classes. Weekends off. Oh, nice. I was very similar. I would stack up when I was in college. I would stack up a bunch of my. I know this song. Where do I know this song from? Oh no, I thought it was a different song for a second. 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's actually pretty crazy, 11 hours. But I used to stack up also, so I could go to school less days. So I get that. That's why I'm excited. I like my schedule and the subjects I'll study. What subject you're studying this semester? I really need to get my submarine stuff better. I really need to get my submarine stuff better. I don't know why I'm screwing it up so much too. I used to do it fairly decently, but I saved time. Apparently in my PB I fucked it up too. So we're good. I feel like I don't and know the song at the same time. By the way, Cortez, I don't know, how are you, bro? How's life aside from... Oh my god, I just screwed up. Oh my god. Good? Aside from RuneScape, I was gonna say. Good. Good, cool. You just missed me like raging like a maniac, Cortez. And then I ate food and I'm like, it's like magic. I'm better. I feel like I've never heard this song before, but it sounds like so many songs I've heard before, if that makes sense. I'm gonna go in with Red Life. And I learned to long jump this now. Translation, History of English, Spanish for Foreigners, Graphic Narratives, and Oral Written English. That makes sense. And it's awesome that you like that stuff. You know what's also awesome? You could watch this stream and technically be practicing English by watching it. So, I mean, I speak really fast in English, I feel like. And obviously you know English fluently. But it could be like, you know, like if I was watching a Japanese streamer, like my Japanese is not even close to how good your English is. Spanish for Foreigners, Graphic Narratives. It's a cover of a stupidly famous song. Oh, what is it a cover of? Tell me. That's actually how I got to know you. To practice your English? That makes sense. I have an American clear accent. I speak very quickly, but, you know. Oh, is that the original one? Ooh, long jumping there might actually be worth it. Yeah, I think that saves me time, since I don't clip through the door. Yahoo! Yeah. 99 Red Balloons by Nina. That's not the OG, it's a different song. Oh, okay. Let's go. Jesus. I feel bad. I was being such an asshole when Dinell and Ping Pong were here. And now I'm like much better and they're gone. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah. Okay, I guess the run is over. Can you BLJs, please? I know I don't hear you yahooing, but yeah. Okay, the anger is starting to. Okay. No. Okay. There we go. Only took way too long. What a terrible run. BLJs, baby. That is BLJs. I'll reach out in a moment. Okay, so far I don't wanna. Never mind, I jinxed it. Bro, I jinxed things so well. Okay, we're good now though. Our run's going pretty bad, but I've accepted it. Fig. Seth, I've accepted it. I just don't want to be an asshole anymore. I ate some food, I feel better. Hey, first try. I mean, I might gold split this right now if I don't miss any Bowser throws. So that should be cool. Bro. I don't get it. Okay, well, I take it back. I am not gold splitting. But I could have. So that's kind of cool. I'll reach chat in a moment. F indeed. Where's your BLJ chant? I don't know. That's probably why I screwed it up. What do you think? Pokemon Scarlet? I'm kind of excited for it, honestly. Original is German, I guess. 99 Luftballons. That's funny. Luftballons. I don't know why I did a Russian accent, but. And I missed his tail. Scarlet looks really. I mean, all they really show. It looks like an extension of Arceus. Well, it looks like an Arceus kind of, you know, the way they set it up. But I like the starters. The starters kind of look cool. They didn't really release anything else, right? I just saw like the trailer for the new games. I didn't see the trailer for if I missed that. Okay. I didn't see a trailer for the other stuff they announced. Scarlet is a sexy name. Violet sounds more like, you know. I don't know what. I didn't gold it. Okay, we're at 1947. We saved the second there. Do you think you're gonna continue playing SM64 after the month? Yes. Do I think I'm gonna be playing it as much as I've been playing so far? No. If I don't get sub 20 by the end of the day, I'm definitely gonna be playing it more. If I do, it's gonna be hard to have, you know, find a reason to continue, but yeah, I think I'll definitely come back to it, especially if I could have other streamers to verse, or if I could like join tournaments, because that's what would make it really fun. I think more fun. I like the fire croc. The fire. Oh, yo, I don't like that one. It looks dumb. Fairy likes that one too. It reminds me of Feraligatr or whatever. I don't really like that one. So I should have BLJ chanted. I probably would have PB'd if I did. I'm surprised well, I'm not surprised. I fell. I literally fell. I'm not surprised I didn't PB bits. I mean, golden split, but I possibly could have PB'd, right? I don't know what my time was, but Scarlet sounds really cool. I like Scarlet and Violet, honestly. I think it's like, it just sounds cooler than like blue, green, red, you know? Do we know where the region is based? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Sprigatito is Littenweed version. Is Sprigatito the name of the it does look like Litten that fire cat. Yeah. I like the grass Pokemon a lot. Okay, I screwed up. It all seems it is in Spain. Oh, cool. Dang, I was hoping Italy. So you could eat pizza in the game. The only reason they're using cooler names is that they ran out of basic colors. I mean, you're not wrong. They're probably gonna do. I thought you said Song Quest. Welcome to the black people. I read that as black people for some reason. I think probably they're gonna do like every region in the world, except maybe Russia. I don't know. I didn't lack it to, but we got Bomb Club, so that's cool. Do you want pizza? I love pizza, but I'm good, thanks though. I think when I move out, I'm gonna add that thing where you guys could send me food, because that would be funny. Not now, just because my mom makes a lot of food, and I feel like it's a bit disrespectful if I just... Nice, Pink. Nice. If I just eat food that she doesn't cook, you know? What stars are you from the original 3? What stars do I like from the original 3? Also, the name of the stars are super Spanish. Oh, are they? I didn't even look at the names. The original 3, I like... Venusaur was the first one I used, but Venusaur has such an ugly face. Is this a cover of this song? But I'd probably say... Is that good? I can't tell if that's good. I don't know. I actually like... Oh, is this the original? Oh. Didn't even realize. I kind of like... What's Venusaur's first thing again? Squirtle, Charmander, and... Jesus, how am I forgetting? And I forgot to go for the side star. Oopsies. Bulbasaur, thank you. Jesus. How was I a Nuzlocke streamer? And I just messed up again. Yeah, I really like how Bulbasaur looks. But Venusaur kind of looks, I don't know. I used to think he looks cool. My favorite color used to be green. Now I probably would say Squirtle. Squirtle is probably the cutest. I don't know about what starter are you. I guess I'm Bulbasaur. Squirtle, Charmander, and Jesus. Oh, that's what I said. See, I feel like I'm unintentionally funny a lot, you know? I don't know. You love this song? It is a very hype up song. What are the names of the starters, Epicuro? Since you're saying they're Spanish, I'm kind of interested. Not that my Spanish is so good, but... Let's go. The gatito, spricatito, kitty. Oh. Fuecoco, firecroc. Fuego, cocodrillo. The dog, I had no idea. We'll carry on. You have such... Bro, I'm getting chills, bro. The songs you've been putting on are like songs I would sing in Japan and karaoke with a bunch of my foreigner friends. Nice, Pink. What was that? Quackly. We'll carry on. We'll carry on. I just screwed that up a lot. Oopsies. Probably what English speakers feel with most of Pokemon names. The funny thing is, Pokemon names in Japanese are really weird too. And sometimes, honestly, I don't notice it, Epicuro. Like, Beedrill? Beedrill. What a dumb name. He's a bee and he has hands that look like a drill. And his name is Beedrill. And I've accepted that all my life. I've never thought of that until this moment, you know? I don't, like... I don't think about it too much, I guess. Geodude. Geo comes from what? Earth? So he's Earth Dude? Like, how weird is that? Not even a bee, it's a wasp. Yeah, there you go. And then even some of the names in Japanese don't make sense. I forgot which ones, because the names in Japanese are different, except for some of them. Geology, study of rocks. Oh. Oh, yeah. So, Rock Dude. His name is essentially Rock Dude then, right? I screwed up that jump. Yep. We'll carry It's funny. I've gotten used to being able to read chat while speedrunning this game. I thought it would be really hard, but there's certain moments where you could just so easily just look at chat. We have less than 2 hours to beat the game in less than 20 minutes. I'm gonna say this: I'm pretty proud that we got 1947. We could get lower, and that if we could get sub 21 minutes, I'll be happy. I think. But this is like a last song that people put on karaoke. We'll carry on. Know what I'm saying? We'll carry on. It's my fault for not practicing on runs earlier on in the month. I mean, Jesus, sub 20 is such a big difference. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm overemphasizing it. Because I feel like I could pretty easily get sub 2158. Like, get a PB. I knew I screwed that up, and I still went for it. Who knows what's happening? All you see is black on screen. Taylor Swift. No body, no crime. Sheesh. Plus 0.0. Let's go. Let's go. Da 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 da. My back. Gold or Tim, I hope you kill yourself in a video game. Want to become famous? Followers. Why do they start messaging me? Why do they start DMing me at the same time? That actually kind of pisses me off. Thank you, doctor. Love you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Love you, doctor. Alright. That's good? I screwed up bomb clip, so if this is not good, it's fine. Oh, okay. Does anyone fall for those links? I've seen one streamer who wanted to get big fast, and he's like, "Oh, let me actually click on it for once," like supposedly jokingly, and he bought it. And I actually saw what happened to his channel. He gained a bunch of viewers, but then it went away after some time. I might buy. That's a good video idea. Yo, that's actually such a good video idea. Wait. Is it illegal to buy? If it's illegal, then maybe it's not a good video idea. Gold or red? Okay, I'll try red. Red. Try red. He did it? What did he do? It only gives me a problem to give a reason on mobile. I can't do hate speech on PC. I don't know why I laughed. I didn't know it gives you... What reason would it be? It's not hate speech, obviously. It's... What would you spam? Spam. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub, bro. Chudo. Oh, Chudo is great. Chudo is an awesome guy. He deserves the gifted sub. Thanks, Shadow. I forgot the music. The music pauses. Oh, this is kind of... I want to shoot on now. The lights are going, though. Let's go. Thanks, bro. You didn't... We'll sit here in silence for a bit. How you doing, bro? I can't stop the run, but I'm going to play on guitar for you once the run is over.
Yo, what's up? Oh, it feels so weird when it's so quiet. There we go. I mean, the prompt where you can type whatever you want is the reason. Bro, thanks for the gifted sub, bro. Yeah, it was red. What are you doing, Cortez? Some gambling on RuneScape? I just stood there for a second by accident. Whoa. No problem, it's deserved. Oh, that's sweet. I don't know. I was being a big asshole to chat earlier because I didn't have food in like a long time, and because I was stressing over like trying to beat this game in enough time. It reached the 5 out of 5 goal. Oh yeah! After this run, we'll definitely spin the wheel. Also, I thank you again for coming by when I went live. Yeah, bro. I'm trying to be more consistent in all things. It's a hard challenge. What I would suggest is try to make yourself busy with a lot of things. So even if you screw up with not being consistent in one thing, you at least did the other thing. That's what I do. Did I screw that up again? Jesus. I don't know if this run is worth continuing. I have to keep these arrows in frog poison. The red ones do more damage. Ah. I really want to get back to streaming, working out, being more self-assured. Working out definitely is something I want to get back into also. Is this run over, guy? I can't tell if this run's over. No. I'm pretty sure it's over. Oh. I don't know about over. You're gonna be a bit behind. Well, for sub 20, I mean. For PB, it's fine, I think, but I guess we'll see. There's a PB chance calculator for live split. That was bad. Yeah, I would say start slow maybe also. Like for streaming, try like once a week first. For working out, try once a day. What are you, crazy? And being more self-assured, I don't know. Doing that stuff might help with that. Like for me, if I screw up on one thing, I just look to another thing. And I'm like, oh, at least I didn't screw up on that thing. And then that thing, and then that, like that. So like I haven't been exercising in a long time, and that kind of feels poopy. I'm going to try to. But at least I've been streaming consistently, you know? So I have like that thought process, so I'm always kind of feeling chill. Even though today's stream was not chill. I don't know why I did that, but it worked out. I feel like this is what British people always listen to. I might be way off by saying that, but sorry, this is the hardest time to look at stream. Okay, well, now I could play. I suck. Okay. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh my god. The bowl in my throat just bumped. Oh god. Jesus.
That was really that was not good. What's the stream today? But I wanted to get a work in and I gotta wake up tomorrow. Also want to get back to making YouTube videos. Just try not to overwhelm yourself, you know? That's what I end up doing sometimes. Adding some good songs to my playlist today. Nice! Yeah, these are good songs. Ang from Walmart. You want Ang? We got Ang at home. It is not. Oh yeah, let's spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. I gotta add more stuff to this wheel. We got jumping jacks, wearing hats, bars, hot sauce, taking a shot, being quiet, eating jelly beans, or gifting subs. We actually never got the gifting subs or take a shot one, by the way, guys. It's not even rigged or anything. It's just, let's see what happens. Oh, so close to gifting subs. I would rather gift subs. These beans are nasty. I mean, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the subs. You made that happen. I gotta add more stuff to that. We're gonna go to goals. We're gonna go to 0. What is this? I am gonna make you a rock star. This is video. Want to become famous? Want to become famous? I want you to stop messaging. He messaged me twice, this guy. I can't delete it. My delete button doesn't work. Okay. I just had good food, man. Now I gotta eat these jelly beans. It is what it is. I'm not complaining. We got 4 jelly beans. We got pink, orange, green, and brown. The green's probably gonna be the nastiest. Or the orange is usually bad. Ugh. No, I gotta eat all of them. All 4. Pink. Ugh. I want to throw up. Ugh. I actually want to throw up. What are these all bad flavors? What is this? This is the worst in a while. Oh my god. It tastes like throw up, bro. Oh. I have a gag reflex, ugh. Don't vomit the fajita. You're so nice, Fairy. You say you're not a nice, person, but a lot of people like watching me punish myself. Ugh. Ugh. It's actually just disgusting. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay, I think the hardest part passed by. What type of YouTube videos you want to make? Ugh. Gaming ones or like rap ones? Or I have 1 viewer right now. Is it you? Yes. I have you on a pop out. I don't know if that counts, but I look at you from time to time practicing, but it's not on my screen now. It's open though. Oh my god. Gotta support Fair Enough, baby. Oh, now I want to drink water, but it's too late. The game's about to start. Ha. Ugh. Anyway. That was no exaggeration. The worst one in a long... the worst set of jelly beans probably in like a year or something. That was really bad. Probably didn't help that I just ate really good food too. Oh, it didn't reset the subs. It's supposed to say 0 out of 5 now. Welp, I gotta fix that. Nice. Nice. I ate 4 jelly beans. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna reset. No, what food? Oh. What did I eat? Fajita. My mama made me. It was really good. Oh, I forgot to press start. Yeah, tamales. Very nice. How did they taste? Probably not as good as. Is it good? Nice. Trying to breathe it out. Whew. That's some stinky food, bro. Barry, you got a stream like you got 10,000 people watching you. Actually, no, because you don't care about making it your career, right? That's what I do, though. Oh my god, I have 10,000 viewers. You know? I don't even know how many people are watching me. And I don't want to know. That felt kind of shitty to miss, but it is what it is. We have an hour and a half to get sub 20. Will we get it? Probably not. Too few? Aw, that's sweet. You should be more humble. 9,999 viewers max. Yeah, but 10,000 just sounds cooler, you know? I should be more humble. You're right. You're liking a lot of these songs, Epicuro, yeah? Nice. This is like the type of music I used to listen to. Never. Just kidding. The ones that he was playing earlier, I used to listen to when I was younger, I guess. Nice. Yes, I am. Nice. All my best friends are metalheads. Sounds like it would be in the Tony Hawk Pro Skater soundtrack. True. It sounds like music like I don't know. It doesn't sound bad. It sounds like music I would like you would get pumped up at karaoke with a bunch of people, maybe. I want to song request a song. Let's go. Let's go. I song request a song. Epicuro is gonna be like, that song sucks. I'm not adding it. But it's like feel good music, which is nice from time to time, you know? I like it. Reminds me of Tony Hawk too, so makes me even happier. What? What does that mean? Nice, Ping. I should do more full runs, probably. I just got so lucky. What's up, God? How you doing? Why'd you get so lucky? What happened? Nice, Pink. You got a Pokemon card worth 4K. I got a run worth nothing. Jelly bean time. Bro, you're an asshole. You asshole. Oh, it's because I have no hydrate, right? You got a Pokemon card worth 4K? Hey, that means you could donate to the stream, bro. If I can't hydrate, I will find a way. I knew it. I knew it. Ugh. Bro, they taste so nasty.
Don't worry. Starting tomorrow, we're gonna have rewards back. Oh, we're gonna have rewards back up probably. Are you gonna sell it, God? Yeah. What's the card? So accurate. I'm playfully calling you an ass. You're mad chill, bro. Okay. Oh, you're so nasty. I know. I'm gonna sell it. Do it. What was the doctor was asking what card it was? I got so far. Yes. Too far to lose it all. Nice ping. Bad ping. I don't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain myself out. Does anyone like / know this song? I feel like a lot of people know the song, right? Got so far. I suck. Yes. Very nice. In the end. Because chilling in my stream tells me they can hear you. Can't hear me? Huh? Tell them try to unpause or unmute me. I'm confusion. Okay, I get some water. Ugh, I had to get the hydrate in from that goddamn jelly bean, bro. Ugh. I just ate 5 jelly beans because of Buraik. Because of Shadow Boy. For all this. Blue or red? Blue. Should know. It's a 1995 first edition War Turtle. Jesus, how'd you get it? Who gave it to you? Yeah, me and Doctor have the same exact questions. One thing you should know. Well, run is over. Ladies and gentlemen, just like that, the run is over. Ugh. I got it from an old card pack. Isn't Pokemon making a trading card game? Pokemon has had a trading card game. What? Oh, like a newer one? I have no idea. If they are, they're really smart. Because that's a good way to make money. People buy all those paper cards, baby. Like a video game? Oh, what? I didn't look at all the announcements for Nintendo. Or for the Pokemon announcements. I just saw the trailer. I'm on the Mario grind, you know. We'll have to check it out after this run, maybe. You got a 1995 Charizard? How much is that? Yeah, how'd you get an old card pack? I also wanted to ask that. Me and Doctor are kind of sussing you out. It wasn't in the direct? Oh. What was in the direct? I don't know if it was a Nintendo Direct, but like recently they announced something, like yesterday or something. You found it on eBay? Wait, you just bought an old card pack on eBay? Yeah, how much did you buy it for? I'm gonna start buying cards on eBay. What? Have you bought a lot of cards on eBay? Old cards or? Nice ping. $45. It's kind of pricey. $45. I'm screwing up bomb clip a lot now. But I got 4K as back, so it's worth. I don't know, back, so it's worth. But how many packs did you buy? You only bought 1 pack? How lucky are you to buy 1 pack and that happens? And I was reading chat and I'm resetting. What's your conclusion? You bought 2 packs? $90. Damn. What were the chances that I was going to be in that pack? I haven't come to a conclusion yet. Wait. No, I said I was going to look it up. Let's look up the Pokemon trading card game.
Pokemon trading card game. News. Pokemon TCG products with Snorlax and Munchlax. Brilliant Stars cards. Brilliant Stars. Brilliant Stars card list. Pokemon Brilliant Stars has just come out, and players are already opening Elite Trainer boxes and booster packs. Charizard V-Star. Maybe we would buy one of these, yeah? It was blue. Let's go! I call cap. 1 out of 1,000. That's your conclusions, you call cap. Send us a picture on the Discord. How about that? That's a good idea. Wait, where can you buy these? Amazon. Pokemon Brilliant Stars. What if I open some on stream? Would that be cool, guys? Ho! $143. I'm not that rich. I got mine for 90. Send a picture of the card in Discord with a fork and spoon crossing under it. That's good. That's actually good, Doctor. We're both so paranoid. I love it. Not paranoid. So, I don't know what the word is. Pokemon Sword and Shield. So, okay. What I need to know more about these Brilliant Stars. Pokemon Brilliant Stars release date. Did it just... Oh, it just came out 3 days ago. 170 cards. When did Pokemon? February 25th. Huh. It's like $150 though. I don't know if I want to spend 150. I'm gonna do some market research right here. Then this girl I'm gonna show a pic. Chew on head. Why is chew? I always forget what that means. He's saying to show a fork and a spoon in the picture, so we know that it's actually your picture and not one you stole on like Google or something. What did I want to look up, guys? Ugh. Pokemon Brilliant Stars. Opening. 1 day ago. 180,000 views. 70. Oh, these are all. Oh my god, Jesus. Oh my god, that scared me. This has 20k views, and he's not.
What is that?
Okay. This is all Pokemon, though. It doesn't really make sense for me to buy it. It would be cool, though. But I'm not rich. I take it all back. I will not buy it. That sounds cool, though. Maybe I'll buy it for myself to see if it goes up in price. I feel like we didn't do as many runs as I could have done. Wait, how much money did you say it was again? 4,000? Trying to scroll up. Oh yeah, $4,000. $4,000 roonies. Bro, my mouth still stinks from those jelly beans. But it was okay. It's okay. なんか日本語で話した方がいいかな。I miss speaking Japanese, guys. I miss speaking Japanese. Okay? I miss it. Nihongo. Yeah. Nihongo 話せますか? That means, do you speak Japanese? I don't know why I said it like that, but nice. Good play. Nice playing. Amazing. Streamer. 9. Whoa, whoa, whoa. German in front of a Jew? Kind of sussy baka.
Become a Japanese only streamer. I don't know why. It sounds like an OnlyFan. Become a Japanese OnlyFan streamer. What? Become a Japanese only streamer. My Japanese is not that good. I would love to become a streamer who is successful. What? I don't know where I was going with that actually. I was gonna say I would love to travel and stream, but yeah, I'm gonna end up doing that. Probably when I could afford it. And when, yeah, probably just when I can afford it actually. Because I would have to buy equipment for streaming. Like, I'd have to buy, how do you say no? You say it with your mouth. You say no with your mouth. No, you say no. There's two ways to say no. You could say, see?
Time.
Oh my, bro. I would rather drink water like 20 times than eating one of these jelly beans. I hope you waste all your points. And I hope every jelly bean I get from now on tastes amazing. Ugh. Finally. Ugh, bro. Turn hydrate back on. I can't hydrate in this game. We got a white one. I don't know why I said it like that. We got a white one. Ugh. Oh, bro, that tastes so nasty. Bro, I think I might stop this reward. I know it'd be one thing you'd forget to cut off. Looks like you're eating jelly beans. I should limit the amount of, per stream by more. Because right now I have it so I could eat. And I ate so many because of the. Not even because you guys paid for it. Like, it's because of the sub thing, because of the wheel. Oh. Let me hydrate for 20 waters or endless jelly beans. You do that, I'll find something else. Oh yeah. So you could say or is no in Japanese. What is it in Korean? Cortez. You could also say hi or iye. Iye is also a way to say no. Anio. Stream Element says yo. You're trying to give someone's daughter a nakadashi? Naka means inside. Dashi, I can guess what it means. People don't lol Stream Elements often. I might have to add something so Stream Elements becomes alive when you say lol at it. Because you know it's an AI that is able to speak to you guys. So she screams, Yaritai! Bro, just make sure the daughter is not too young. I don't know how I screwed that up, bro. What the? I'll take it, though. They're just so nasty. My coworker speaks Japanese. Ooh. Do you like her daughter? Where's this going? Nice. I am a total disaster. I might as well reset this run. Will I? Yeah, I'm gonna reset it. This is actually shit. In my mind, Utsutemoto, baby, sticking it in your side. It's not that I've forgotten to get rid of jelly beans. It's that it's much harder to get rid of them. I have to do it manually. That's what.
But I'm gonna. You can't jelly bean anymore, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. Oh, they're so nasty. Unless you gift 5 subs and I have to eat jelly beans again. But don't do that. Okay, reset. I have to reset again. Ask him all the inappropriate terms. That's actually mad fun. No! Don't give me 5 subs, bro. It's not worth it. No! Save for your car, bro. I'm not even trying to reverse psychology you. But I can. Yes, God should give me money because God is gonna make 4K. Did you send the picture yet on Discord? My love. Oh, you sent me the song for All Star. Thank you. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah. Let's see, gallery. Damn. That's all. No one reads the instructions, bro. No one does it. Anyway. Ugh. 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 I was looking at the Discord. I got distracted by other people. My bad. Not seeing the picture. I swear on my life on God, my mother, it won't let me join. Read the instructions. Dies instantly. I didn't either for the friend. Why does no one read the instructions? No one reads it. Like, literally, in the command. Look. Look, in the command, bro. It literally says, read the welcome, please. You click on it, you read the welcome, you know what's going on. It's not that difficult. I have to set, oh, that's another note. I have so many goddamn notes. I have to set it up so, it just, there's a pop-up about it. But then everyone just clicks accept. It's like terms of service type shit. Bright side. Cream pie in Japanese? What is cream pie in Japanese? I don't know. My defense, I had almost never used Discord at the point, so I just didn't know what the fuck was going on. Oh. I read it when I joined. Let's go. Let's Where's my I don't know where my applause button is. Just pretend I pressed it. Let's go, Cortez. Let's go. It's okay. A lot of people don't read it. It's yeah. Easy clap. Oh. Nakadashi. Oh. Oh, Shadow was saying that Nakadashi is cream pie in Japanese. Wait, Nakadashi with that kanji means middle exit, like exiting the middle. Or exiting the insides. It's funny. Oh no, giving out the insides. Because dashi is to give out, I think. Damn, I forgot so much Japanese. Let's go. Alibis. Alibis. Price you pay. Destiny is calling me. Your eager eyes, 'cause I'm Mr. Brightside. Oh, that's so bad, bro. Oh. I never. I'll never. I don't know what I'm doing. Mr. Brightside. Yeah, this is literally all karaoke songs in my head that people would play.
And you just go like. George Benson, Into the Night, I think. This is my playlist, I think, already. Bro! Like, why? This game is so annoying, bro. I can't. All my sex terms will be in other languages for now. You were with a girl, like, oh yeah, nakatashi. She's like, what? You're like, yaritai desu ka? She's like, what? You're like, yaritai desu ne. She's like, what? And you change your voice like that. Because that's how Japanese people say it. If you don't say that in a suave voice. Ruining it? What do you mean? That sounded mad good. Yaritai? That probably ruins it. I don't know. Do you mean suave? 7 jelly beans. Haha, you can't give me jelly beans. I had 6. I think you gave me 6. It's so nasty, bro. Especially when it's the last thing in your mouth. That's what she said. But when it's the last thing in your mouth, it's just like, you know? Look in your eyes. We've been streaming for almost 10 hours. Wow. Wow, indeed. We have 1 more hour to go under 20 minutes. And honestly, I keep resetting every run. I don't think it's going to happen. At this point, I might as well just do runs. Even if I screw up a lot. It's like the funniest song. My bird bit my eyelid out. Jeez, that sucks. I thought Nathan was talking for a second. Why'd you let it by your eyelids? That doesn't sound like a great thing to do. To each their own, I guess. In your eyes. When are the SMS runs? Never. I don't know. So give me the night. I don't know. Yo. They're swift and cunning, but consent was not involved. Consent was not spelled correctly either. I don't know what consent is. Consent? I don't consent. Like, it's a con to have a scent. I don't know. How many birdos do you have, Doctor? I feel like I know nothing about Doctor, and he's my mod. Well, I know a lot about Doctor, but I also don't. Consent. Thank you, Cortez. I don't know what to do. Guess I don't got it. I'm confuffled. Did you press the check mark? I'll help you out. I'll help you out after this run, okay? It's so hard to see this goddamn shit. There we go. There we go. That took way too long to set up. I've been trying. Oh. I realized that, but it wasn't worth correcting after I already sent it. If you can infer anyway. But how many birdos do you have, though? Let's go here. That was so bad. What? That was so fast. I'll set up for you, God, in the Discord. I'll help you out, bro. I'll help you out. You should be able to basically agree to reading the rules of the server, and once you agree, you have access to everything else. Or something like that. Okay. Yeah. 1. Oh. What type of birdo? I feel like you've spoken about your birdos before. Or your birdo. But I also don't know if you have. Because I'm losing brain cells the more I play this game. We officially have 1 hour left, which is a maximum of 2 to 3 runs. You're doing a 24-hour stream today? You're crazy. Why? You're crazy. I've done like 10. I suggest not doing it. Unless you just want to. 24-hour streams are heavy, bro. Especially if you talk throughout the whole thing. If you don't, then it's probably still heavy. What's up, though, Dalton? Yeah, look at that movement. Look at that movement. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. I suck assholes. I suck at. Ah! What am I doing? Bro, I think I'm done for today. I don't. It doesn't look like anything's working. That movement was smooth. I know, right? Well, for the side jump, yeah. It was mad good. You don't have to finish in an hour. You could always, until it's no longer 28th anywhere. Nah, that's bullshit, bro. I started it on the 1st in New York. I didn't start it on the 1st anywhere, right? I can make excuses to go longer, but I don't want to do that. Hey, question of the day. Trying to beat a game, doing playthrough in 3 hours and only on mission 3. Jesus. Standard bougie. It sounds like you're hitting on me. Standard bougie. What? That's, I've never heard that one. Is it a small dog? Small dog. A small bird? A big bird? Big bird? Big bird, huh? Question of the day, Mario or Luigi? How can you say Mario, bro? Luigi is so much cooler. Nani? Every day there's a new question of the day. You get it? Because question of the day. You guys get it? Because it's like... Question of the day. Luigi is faster. Green Mario is not cool. What do you mean? He's skinnier. He's cuter. No, Mario's probably cuter. Luigi has an egg-shaped head like me, so I relate to him a lot. Small, handful approximately. Oh, wow. And it bit your eyelids? You should kill it. How old is it? Spin. Let's go. Like a B cup? How do you know what a B cup is like? Shit! Yo, plus 6.1 seconds. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, it's pretty much impossible to get a sub 20 now. So the smart person would reset, and I will be the smart person right now. Luigi's better, but he's not cool. You know what? I do agree with that. I do think Luigi is better, but he's not cool. I think you're right. Lungy.
Super Mario Galaxy. Oh. How is Mario better, God? What are you talking about? Luigi is the boy.
Oh. What the hell was that, Pink? I'm just stretching. Oh, that didn't seem like a stretch. Yo, my name is Ping Pong, but I'm not a schmo. Yo, bro, I'm so cold. Favorite Marioverse character? Luigi. Yep. I don't know. I'd have to really think about it, but Luigi. Green used to be my favorite color, so I always liked Luigi the best. And I don't like main characters. I like characters on the side that seem cooler. But Luigi is not really cool. I don't know why I like Luigi, but I like Luigi. Wario is a big boy. He's a bit too big for me. He got a pedo mustache. It's kind of weird. Not, that's not Wario. The yellow one is Wario, right? No, the Wario is the tall purple guy, right? With the pedo mustache. Waluigi, no, Waluigi is the tall pedo guy. That guy sucks. The characters in the Mario verse are not that good. Mario's good, Luigi's good. You got homework, yeah. Did you figure it out? I want to see the card. Shy Guy rules. Oh, Shy Guy. But Shy Guy's not a character you use, really, right? But you said favorite Mario verse. I guess. A Shy Guy doesn't have any personalities, though. Don't cry. Guys, can I just not do any more runs? It's so frustrating being so shitty at it. Like, I want to punch the wall again. I'm starting to get pissed off again. Birds is best. There's a Shy Guy game show in the most recent Paper Mario. Oh, okay. How many resets have we had? Guys, guess how many resets we've had? Whoever guesses it right will 2052. No. For reference, I think I had almost 200 before starting yesterday and today. We got 252. We got 252. We got 252. We got anything else? 270. 240. We got 240. 240. 240. 240. We got 240. We got 240. I'm trying to be one of those people that auction stuff. 240. Can we got a 230? 230. 230. We have 316. Well, it says attempts. 316. Because every time I reset, when I don't finish a run, I think it counts. So. I could do skip. Hold my beer. More so bomb clip for me, but both of them. Hey, Dinelle, welcome back. I'm eating. Just wanted to check up on you. Yeah, I feel much better. I feel bad because around the time you left is when I was being the most asshole-ish. I ate some food and I feel better. Runs are pretty shit, though. Good luck. Thank you. I didn't think you would get that high, but makes sense. Yeah. Adios, bro. Enjoy. I forgot to do this. I am so bad at games. This song is from Haikyuu, one of the best anime, yeah. I still haven't watched the latest season. I still haven't watched the latest season. Wow, I caught him, but it doesn't matter. Imagine I reset and this kept happening. I need to get a one good bomb clip, okay? Like that. But I need to get it during a run. And I also need that run to be a sub 20 run. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't even need to be a bomb clip if I get sub 20. Let's go. Let's go. I think we've stared at the starting screen more than anything else. Let's go. I don't know how to tap, bro. I don't know how to tap. I don't tap it. I don't tap it. I don't tap it. Jake Tapper? CNN? What? Let's see if I can tap it. Pick him up. I pick things up and I put things down. Let's go. Why you question mark? Bro, I'm high, okay? I'm drunk. I'm high. I'm everything. I started streaming yesterday. I streamed for 12 hours straight. And then I went to sleep, and I woke up, took a shower, and started streaming, and it's been 10 hours. I'm streaming for effectively 20 hours, and I didn't sleep well. So those are my excuses for why I'm acting weirder than I usually do? Question mark? Understandable. Thank you. Appreciated. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Si mama yo 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 yo. Si mama yo. Damn, I screwed up. Si ma yo ba dum bum bum chum. Si ba ba yeah ba yeah ba yeah 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 yeah. No. Reggae. Reggae pretty gay. Just kidding. I like reggae. I know that intro because I've heard that song a billion times. First concert I ever went to was this guy, baby. Some people here have heard that so many times. Sentiment said that I believe. Let's go. Let's go. Cortez, are you one of the best RuneScape players in the world? Probably not, right? But you play, I feel like you played a good amount. Probably one of the more knowledgeable ones, right? What's this feeling? I want to rip a hole in the ceiling. Why do people complain about the recent Pokemon game logos when previous ones are trash? Nostalgia. It's why people, I mean, it's why parents will say, oh, back in my day, things were better. Or... But yeah. There's a lot of stuff I haven't done, though. There's a lot to the game. That's kind of crazy to think about. Are you a member? You're probably a member, right? Get down to stay low. Or you could use money to become a member now, right? Like in-game currency. I don't know if that's in the original, but I think they added that to OSRS. Epicuro, I honestly think it's mostly because of nostalgia. I think Violet and Scarlet look fine. And who cares how the logo looks? You're buying it for the game. I paid for membership with in-game gold. Nice. Let's go. Nice. It's smart by them as a business to do too. Maybe. Because it makes people play the game more. And if you have more people playing the game, it also incentivizes some people to spend money on membership. Essence of my being and essence of my God. Nice jump, Ping. Silent on the set. They look as though someone made them on paint, but the other ones are white letters with a black border. Yep. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, the people have told me, some people said the starters look like bad or whatever, and it's like, bro, did you look at any Pokemon starters? They're fictional characters. They're not gonna look like goddamn art pieces, you know? Want to hear my hardest question I've got on my homework? Sure. Sure. That's a good video idea too. Maybe. Comparing all the Pokemon. Comparing the Pokemon starters and showing how. Or I asked 1,000 people what they thought about these Pokemon starters. 42 times 0.66. Pretty easy. I feel like you just want us to answer your homework for you. Which I will do. Give me a second. Let's go. Okay, 40 times 0.66. 4 times 6 is 24. 4 put a 2. 4 times 6, 24. I was trying to think of the math and the thing at the same time. 42 times 0.6. Oh, 42 times 2 divided by 3. Oh, yeah, that's better. Wait, is that right? Yeah, that's right? 84 divided by 3. What's this feeling? Oh, 30 would be 90. 87, 84. So that's 28, right?
There's a difference between 2/3 and 0.66. 2/3 equals 0.66. Oh, here comes the math. Math boys. Yeah. 0.66 to the... Oh my god, not this again. Not the infinity talk again. Bro, I don't know this stuff. It's 0.66 repeating. Okay, I'm getting this so often. Watch me screw it up in a run right now. It's 0.6 repeating. Your mom is 0.6 repeating. Good one, Pink. I'm so cringe sometimes. Your mom is 0.69. That doesn't even make sense. What is it? It's something that you should solve on your own. That's what it is. I mean, I said it out loud, but... but I guess you didn't hear. For 2 times 6. Nice. Bro, you know who hasn't been here in a long time? Prince. Don't worry, this is a pretend infinity. If you do it in any competent base, it doesn't repeat infinitely. You just get a good old 0.8. No, tell me. No, figure it out. It's your homework, not mine. What's 42 times 2? 42 plus 42. You add 4 to itself and 2 to itself. You get that 84. That's right, baby. And then 84 divided by 3. 8 divided by 3. What's 8 divided by 3? You got 2. You got 8 divided by 3 equals 2. And then you got the 1. You got the 1 carrying over. So then you got... I already forgot what I said. 84 divided by 3. What is that? 2, 1 carry over, you have 14. Okay? Huh? 28, yes. That's the answer. Wait, what? Is it not 28? What do you mean close? Huh? Is it not 28? Yay, I fucked it up. God damn. I hate my life. Do you actually? No, I hate my wife. Oh, understandable. Have a good day. What'd I say, bro? I told you guys I would screw it up on the run. I can't even get past the first star! PPM, are you dumb? No, it is 28. You were saying close to doctor? Oh. Oh, it's not... Okay, okay. Jesus. Do I have to bring out paint? Okay, I'll bring out paint. I'll explain. I'm a teacher. I used to be a teacher, okay? I know what I'm talking about, all right? This is what we got, okay? We got 42. All right? Then you got 0.66. No, don't ruin it, doctor. Oh, you can't see. Okay. You have 42. You have 0.66. Okay? This is a dot. All right? This is how you want to solve this type of stuff. Okay? You got to move this decimal all the way to the right. Why? Because we don't like it there. All right? We don't want no decimals. It makes it much more complex. Okay? But when you move it all the way to the right, you got to do something here. I don't really remember. Wait, no, you don't want... It doesn't... Wait, this doesn't matter. How do you... Okay. This is what you do. Speed running homework. You got 42, okay? And you got 0.66. Okay? 2 times 6. You got... Bro, how do you draw? I got this, I got this. Let's do math streams in the future. This is incredible. Thank you. Wait, okay, this is bad. Okay, here. I got a brush now. Okay, good. We got 42. That's almost 420. Your teacher probably did that on purpose. Then you got 0.66. Almost 69, so your teacher probably did that on purpose too. Or 666, which is the devil. Never forget that, okay? Okay. Then you do 2 times 6, that's 12. You put the 1 on top, I think.
2 times 6 is 12 again. Plus the 1, you got 13. You got 13. All right? You got... Then you have 4 times 6. It's 24. And then 24, 26. And then you add it or something? $26.4. 1.32. And you add it, and it's 27.72. Boom! Let's go, baby. Oh, I should do math streams. Oh. 66% of 42 is the same as 42% of 66. All right, bro. That seems complex. PPM, I love you. I love you too. No homo. No parasocial. 2 put a 1. Yeah, did that make sense actually? Or the reason you put the point here is because you got to go boom, boom. And then you go boom, boom. And the reason you put the point here is because 42 is the same as 42.0. So when you go boom, boom, it actually goes boom, boom. You know what? Just don't listen to what I'm saying. I don't remember this stuff. Math teacher? 420. That's all you need to know. And I have to reset that. That's the funny weird number. You shouldn't have written the 0. Yeah. Well, 42.0 is the same as 42. So that could be useful sometimes for something. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I have a whiteboard. I could have wrote on my whiteboard. Whiteboard. Why are you emphasizing the white, Pink? I'm not. What are you talking about? Why are you talking to yourself, Pink? Because I'm talking into a webcam. I know other people see me, but I don't see them. So it just feels I'm going insane. I haven't seen people in like over 24 hours. Oh, makes sense, Pink. Makes sense. I think it's better just to erase the point and add it after the multiplication. I don't remember the way I used to do it, to be honest. But I think that probably was the way. I don't know. No, I don't think that was the way. I don't remember. If God really needs help, I'll try to remember my bestest. I promise. All right, this is the last run, guys. This is indeed the last run. So we're not getting sub 20. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. You just do 42 times 6, and then compensate for the decimal place afterwards. Yeah. But you have to explain how to compensate for it afterwards. That's not how you teach. You don't just say, you do this and then you do this afterwards. Last run, then what? Then I spent a couple of hours chilling, eating food, watching YouTube, saying hi to family if they're still up. Hopefully actually work on something for tomorrow's stream. And I cry myself to sleep for not getting sub 20. That's what happens. Write it as 42 times 66 times 0.1 if you're lame and not cool and a loser. That's not what I used to do, though. I used to, like, move the decimal places or something. Fair enough? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Tomorrow's stream. Oh my god, tomorrow's March already. I have so much to do, guys. So much to do. By the way, are you still down to translating videos to English? I mean, to Spanish, Epicuro? I have to. I really have to figure out how to. You called? I didn't call. I was saying this is the last run, and we're not gonna get sub 20, but that it's okay, because at the end of the day we had fun, and that's what matters, right, guys? Aww. And it's my fault for not realizing how hard sub 20 is. You could, only if you want to. Like, there's no pressure to do it. 42 times 6. Yeah, that's not how I used to do it. That seems so complicated. So you can do 42 times 66 divided by. Well, the way I always used to do it, I would just move the point 66 to the right and then move 42 to the left. Well, I thought, or maybe that's for division. I don't remember. I'm just gonna stop talking. Want to do a race? I want to do one final run where I feel like I have a chance to get sub 20. And then I'll do a race. I would definitely want to. Even give videos English subtitles. Dude, that sounds awesome too, honestly. I have to figure out how to give you the control to do that, but yeah. Yeah? Okay, cool. I did 42 times 2 over 3 minus 42 times 2 over 300. Damn, you guys are... Why does everyone do math differently? That's so weird. It's like the one thing that should be the same. Well, the answer is the same, but the methods are all different. I guess... Okay, this is already a shit run. I'm more interested to verse people now. This is from Naruto. I'm a mathematics student at uni. Ooh, and you're a programmer. How's your AI project going, by the way? With experience as a math teacher, teaching assistant. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know about. Nanimo, nanimo. Nice, Pink. Nice, Pink. What are you showing off to? Nanimo, nanimo, I'll touch your butt. What? Badly. After the race, I'm gonna go back to work on it. Tonight is an all-nighter. Oh. Information theory. What's the hardest math class you've taken so far? Information theory. Oh, I almost just ruined the entire run by not paying attention. Is it a theory about information? My jokes are getting worse the longer I stream. Quantum mechanics. Yo, quantum mechanics sounds harder. But I think info theory is harder. What is info theory about? You theorize about information? That doesn't make sense, Pink. What are you saying? You know what, Pong? I've had a long day. Pink, I know. I'm you. Oh, yeah, you're right, Pong. Do you think chat thinks you're going insane? Probably, Pink. But can you blame them? Nah, Pong. Do you care, though? Nah. Kind of feel like I'm going insane. Anyway. I need to talk to human beings. Honestly, if no one was talking in chat, I wouldn't be able to stream for this long, but I need to talk face to face to some human beings. Okay. I'm gonna call this run as over. This is Black Clover, baby. Black Clover! Info theory is about... Ping, are you okay? No. I am not okay. I'm mad at myself for thinking that this was a good idea, this challenge idea, and not giving myself enough time to actually get sub 20. I should have spent a lot more time training. I'm kind of like pissed off at myself for that. I should have done more research, see what the average time it takes to get sub 20 is, not think that I'm just special for some reason, and work on that. But I did not do that. Yeah, this run's done. Like cryptography? Cryptography. Wait, actually, I could still do one more run. This could be the run, guys. This is the last run. Because I have 20. If I'm sub 20, then, you know what I mean? We're good. Maybe 1 or 2 more runs. I gotta keep trying to get a decent run, Fairy. I don't know if I'll race you tonight, to be honest. I think I might just want to stop stream and cry myself to sleep. But yeah, dumbass pigeon for sure. Penguin, not pigeon. Last run now for real. Hell yeah, maybe. Info theories about data and how it's stored and protected and stuff. Is there a lot of programming involved? My neck hurts. Just look at the bounce, just sucking on my sentence, just sucking on us. I don't know what they're saying in this song. Black Clover. The song sounds so nice. Black Clover. But Epikuro doesn't want to look up this song. I wish I was studying Japanese again. It's this theory, so no programming. Oh, that makes sense. So how is it hard, bro? I'm just joking. I feel like theory sometimes could be harder than actual applications. All right, I will. It just finished. I'm joking. You don't have to. It was a prank. It was a prank. It's an anime song, so you know. It's kind of like only for cool kids. So I don't know if you like should even check it out at Epikuro. So, you know. I will say I don't want to play this game anymore. I can't do this anymore. Bomb clip is just so bad. Let's race. No. I still have more chances. This could be the last run. No, I take it back. This could be the last run. You forced me to. I was pranking. I was being a prankster. You don't have to. The song gets so good. Wait for it. Rora, kimi wa naze ni Rora. You hear the audience, bro? They're going crazy. I'm confused. Race or no? I'm sorry. My brain is going crazy. No race. Let's go with no race. Because I am not racist. Guys, I'm going insane. I think this will be the last. Oh, we're almost at 500 followers. That's kind of cool. Oh no. I sasageru Rhoda. I might not finish it. Cause if it goes bad, I'm just gonna. If I don't get bomb clip, I'm resetting. Rhoda. I'm sorry. Cause technically, if I reset before we hit, if I reset in 7 minutes, within the next 7 minutes, I could reset as much as I want. Nice. I'm resetting. And then I don't want to look at this game for at least 12 hours. I'm an idiot. I probably should have just kept doing runs. I should have done run after run after run after run after run. But I've been so stubborn on this first star that I'm not doing that. Well, actually, I've been screwing up a lot. Oh, you like this song? This is Rora. The song is Oh, the song is from the 70s or something. Anytime I would play it at karaoke or at a Japanese bar, old people would look at me, like 80-year-old Japanese people would look at me and be like, "How the hell do you know this song?" Because I would sing it too. I'd be like, "Don't see no, no, I need sasageru." And they're like, "What the?" And I felt like a cool kid, you know. You need at least 12 days, no months, 12 years perhaps before you relive this. Yeah. Nah, I could probably come back to this game in a few days. But not for more than like an hour. I don't know. We'll see. Still doing a run the same time as you? I reset Bob too. Oh, okay. Cool. It went badly. Yep. This is why we're both not sub 20ers. We're not good enough. We don't get lucky enough. Too drunk and drunk. We're not consistent enough. How? I'm getting mad. Did you have any Japanese street food when you were in Japan? Yeah. Did I? Probably. Japanese street food. 12 seconds. Plus 12 seconds. Honestly, if I do everything like perfect, this could be sub 20. But I think it's fair to say that it's over. We'll just do this run. Maybe we'll get a PB. That would be cool. Did you have any Japanese street food? Yeah. When I studied abroad, I did. They had potatoes. They would like take potatoes and like make them into like circular French fries and make it into a spiral. That was cool. I don't think that's Japanese centric, but that was cool. They had like they had kebab. How do you say in English? Like fried chicken skewers. They had like chicken skewers. I had those. What else did they have? I don't know. They had other stuff probably. I don't like seafood. So I had squid, I think, but not like street food. I had it at a restaurant. I don't like texture of seafood a lot of times. Oof, that's rough. You would think so, but there's actually so much, like even in the small city that I was in, there was so much good food. Like I had Singaporean curry, Japanese curry, Indian curry. What else did I have? Everything curry. I just realized everything I said was curry. McDonald's. Sushi. Well, I like sushi in Japan. I don't like sushi here. It tastes different. American sushi is not Japanese sushi. IQ plus, let's go. No seafood, let's go. Makuto Naruto. Yep. Do you money done? What else? What else did I have? I had... Well, what else did I like, I should say? I had a lot of different types of food. I like chicken karaage a lot. Like fried chicken. At like 7-Eleven or whatever. I bought a lot of peanuts when I was in Japan. I used to eat a lot of peanuts. But that's just peanuts. Seafood is great. Yeah. Macca's. Oh yeah, Macca's. What was it? Macca's? Macca's. I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember. Sushi. I had sashimi though, so I didn't really have sushi too often. I had sashimi a lot. There's something called what is it called? It's like train sushi. Like they put it on a little train. I forgot what it's called in Japanese. But you go that it just popped in my head and it went away. Sashimi is one of my favorites. Yeah, sashimi is great. Can't remember either. Lol. But Suizenji, I was about to say, which is a name of a park or like a station near my Like in the city I lived in. Damn it, what was it? Too far. Oh, I love Eric Clapton. Think about the both that you made in my table. It's called trains. If someone looks up train sushi, I actually almost screwed that up. Kaiten sushi. Yeah, kaiten. Yeah. But there was another, kaiten sushi. So there was, for my birthday, I will read that after. For my birthday, I always go to the best Japanese restaurant in Arita. You're so lucky. Well, you're not lucky, but you're lucky. In Cali, they have such a big Japanese community. Not in New York. I get sashimi, miso soup, and tempura. With the kaiten sushi. Kaiten sushi? Ah, yeah, kaiten sushi, yeah. Yeah, so Sushiro is one of the biggest kaiten sushi like chains. And I would go there a lot with people because it's cheap, you know? It's cheap food and it fills you up. And it's actual like food that I really enjoyed. Bro, I miss doing that. I miss going to restaurants in Japan. Not here. They're really expensive here. Restaurant is on the train tracks practically. You can look through the window and the train's right there. I was about to say that's cool, but that's not. Yeah. It's very loud. Makes sense. I almost forgot the other star. To the ground, curtains down. Yeah, before they put the curtains down. Yeah. Sashimi is great. If you look up Sushiro, you could see what I would eat. You want to try unagi? Why? Oh yeah, because you like seafood. Unagi is eel, I think. Right? I don't like tempura much. There's something called what was it called? There's something where they put eggs and like fried like fish flakes on top of the eggs. I forgot what it's called. I did not like that though. Some of you guys might know what it's called. Benito flakes, I think. but what was the actual dish called? Starts with an O. It's kind of long. Ona. I can't think and play this game at the same time. Jesus. What was it? Onayakapon or something? I don't remember. Okinamiyaki. Okinamiyaki. Something like that. You watched the Netflix episode I told. Yeah, okonomiyaki. Yeah, okonomiyaki. Yeah, I watched it. I actually really liked it. It kind of made me. I think it made me tear up thinking about like Japan again. Cortez. Natto? No, natto is very different. Natto is natto is like fermented beans or something. Natto doesn't taste like anything. A lot of people complain about natto, but it doesn't taste like anything. It's just very sticky, hard to eat. I'm trying natto even though it looks disgusting. Yeah, it's not Bro! Oh my god, why didn't that work? It's not disgusting. It's just it's dirty to eat, you know? It's like annoying to eat because you gotta clean up. Bro, what was that? That was terrible. That bit DW could have been so much better. I know what it is. I just wanted to know if you've had it. Oh yeah. I've had it a lot. I've had a lot of crazy food because I ate school lunch with the kids. And the school lunch, in my opinion, was not good. I appreciate food a lot more now because of those school lunches. Yeah, but I've had natto. Tofu is great. Oh. I really like tofu. And it's healthy. Where's my bed? Do the kids bring bento boxes to school? No. No, the kids eat school lunch. Almost everyone. Unless they're allergic to something. Actually, it's like everyone tries to feel together, you know? Like it's one big family. So that's why everyone eats everything, because it's like individualism is not as big of a factor in Japan. So even the teachers will eat school lunch with the kids. Everyone has the same food, which honestly I think is pretty cool. School lunches weren't good at my school either. Same at my school. I don't know any country that has good school lunches. My guess would be maybe like Nordic countries, just because Nordic countries have a lot of things. But I don't know. What's the craziest thing you've ever eaten before? Craziest or worse? I don't know. Probably something that I couldn't tell you what it was, because I just didn't know what it was. Wow, I keep screwing this up. But I would say, oh, there were these fish things they used to give us for school lunch. You could see the fish's eye. They were like really crunchy and thin fishes, and they were like burnt. Oh, that was the weirdest thing I've ever eaten. But I've gotten used to them. Like they tasted fine, but they looked so weird. Escargot. Nicest meal I ever had was ostrich. The hell? I've had horse. I've had a horse. Horse just tasted like I don't know. It tastes like chicken. I feel like every animal just tastes like chicken. Crunchy eye. Yum. Yeah. I'm surprised that wasn't gold. It's because I screwed up getting in there. That's snail, right? Yep. It's weird. Isn't weird, it's just gross. Oh, okay. Ostrich is like beef, but leaner and meatier. Oh, that's so random. Why'd you have ostrich? Braised pig cheeks are nice. I don't eat pig. I don't like pig. I've had it before. Pepperoni is one of the nastiest to me, actually. I think pepperoni tastes so disgusting. But I had so much more nasty food in Japan that I don't know if that's a fair comparison. That's fair? Oh my god. What the hell am I doing? Disrespectful. I think it's so interesting that we describe all these things that taste similar as specifically chicken when all those other things taste like that. True. That is so true. Which one was first? Well, it's because chicken is like the most normal or regular thing to eat, I guess. Not the most, obviously. Like pork is very popular and beef and whatever, but like chicken is like a lot of things taste like chicken, and chicken tastes like a lot of things, but because chicken is more popular than those other things, you know what I mean? What if things don't taste like chicken, but they taste like ostrich? Yeah, I think that's what Doctor was getting at. You reckon whoever created the universe got bored of assigning flavors and made them all taste the same? Nope. Why, do you think everything tastes the same? I don't know. I don't think ostrich doesn't taste like chicken. Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. Horse does. Well, horse tastes... I don't know. I was drunk when I had horse. Some random people gave me horse. Well, not random, but... I used to tutor in Japan privately. Illegally, also, but... that was good money. Better than this job. Just kidding. Just kidding. I love you guys. But... But he took me out the last time I saw like the kid I tutored. His dad took me out, and we were literally just that was a fun night. We were literally just walking out on the streets of Japan, and we saw a bar that said like ping pong bar, and I was like, "Yo, let's go! I play ping pong." He's like, "Really?" We go in. I start playing ping pong. I start singing that old Japanese song that was played before, that Epikuro like looked it up or whatever. Not the anime opening, the one after. Like, this guy thought I was, like, the coolest guy ever. I was singing an old Japanese song. I was playing ping pong, beating the owner of the bar. Like, that was really fun. And then we went to have horse sushi. Like, it was horse on the sushi or whatever instead of fish. And I was like, I'll pay. He's like, no, I'll pay for everything. He's like, try it. And I was like, okay. Back then, I used to try everything. Back then. I say it like it was so long ago. But I tried everything because I didn't want to feel like an asshole to reject them. Like, reject what people said. And honestly, I liked it. Frog tastes like chicken. Oh, okay. They started with unique flavors, but they got bored, so they made everything else taste like chicken. Maybe. I mean, it's probably just similar enzymes or whatever does flavor in a lot of vaguely genetically related meats. Makes sense why they would taste similar if they aren't functionally different. True. That's probably what it is. I mean, there's a reason why certain snacks will taste the same, right? Because you have certain like ingredients in those snacks that make them taste the same. But the ingredients in this case are animals. But those animals could have similar ingredients, I guess, you know? Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. I screwed up. Natural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Singing in the moonlight. Everybody's stealing one bright. And natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Jesus, I've never had this much life going into Bowser. I've seen fried frog legs recipes and they look incredible. You guys ever had dolphin? Now that's some good stuff. Just kidding. Every night. Ooh, the vids thing. That's supposed to pop up after like 2 hours, but it never does. It pops up after like 8. I don't understand how that that alert works. Oh my god, I had the same issue I did before. I'm in bright, it's such a sign and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. Alternatively, the human sense of taste is probably very limited because evolutionary, the primary purpose of taste is to differentiate safe and unsafe, so having similar reactions isn't a bad thing. Yeah. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. Dancing in the moon. Like, they could actually be tasting fairly differently, but maybe we just don't have the taste receptors to even like taste it differently. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because of the way that we've evolved. Not only safe and unsafe foods, but calorically dense foods, carbs. Look at you guys being so smart. Can other communities say that their peeps are so smart? No, because they're not. But we have smart people. Actually faster than I thought. If you clip. Oh my god, if you didn't clip there, I would have gone crazy. True. True. Yo. Wait, this beat is so fire. But it's ruining it. The Yahoo! Yahoo! I could actually get a PB. For the last run. Assuming that I get, you know, I don't screw anything up. We're gonna dance all night. I can touch your butt. What? Ping, what are you saying? Don't worry about it. Oh, first try. Practicing that for like 8 hours actually helped. Now the hardest part. Not this jump. Bowser. I love how him hitting me doesn't actually take any health out.
IQ Plus, you've been doing super good on that, right? Now I just gotta not screw up this. We're not gonna get sub 20. I mean sub 21. Huh? Jesus. That's good. Weekend dance. Oh, that was bad. Shit. That was so close to being good. Well, I tried. That's good. Let's go. Yo, last run is a PB. Last run is a PB. Let's go! 2146 PB! 1935, baby! 1935! Let's go! Ooh, that feels good. Doesn't feel as good as it could be, obviously, but that's my fault for not practicing as much as I could have. That was the last run. We have 7 minutes until midnight. Good way to end it, yeah. Oh. Wow. Thank you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. I like doing these long streams from time to time to feel to feel like challenged, to feel like I like doing these things to feel very, what's the word? Just challenged and get out of my norm, you know? And this definitely did that. And you guys were really nice, even when I was being an asshole. So, yeah. I do appreciate it. Didn't see the end, phone died. Oh. Super good progress, even if you didn't hit your initial goal, be proud. Yeah. In 1 month, our first run was over 3 hours. Our first run was over 3 hours long. Then we went to 40 minutes, 35, 30, 28, 27, 25, 24, 23, 22, I think. And now we have sub 22. Best possible time, 19 minutes, 35 seconds in 1 month of playing. To be more exact, actually. To be more exact. Let's see. February was a success in my opinion. Improved a lot. Feel proud of it. Thank you. Oh, look at this. I didn't even realize that. Well, apparently we had more viewers too, but whatever. I mean, that's nice. But games. We've played Super Mario for 56 hours. This was last updated yesterday. So, obviously it's more than 56 hours, but we've essentially played this game for less than 100 hours. I don't know. That's pretty cool. You know? We had... Why doesn't it show the February 1st? What? Okay, whatever. We played it on average 2 to 3 hours a day. And then we had 12 hours yesterday. Okay, so it hasn't updated the rest of today's, but yeah. I would like to say thank you for watching. I will play this game in the future. I do want to get sub 20. I might end up playing it every day just a little bit. Like, even a run a day, just to keep my fingers, you know, not forgetting it. But yeah, this is the end of February. It's been cool. It's been a cool month. And yeah, I guess I'll let me pause this music. It's a good song, but I guess I can wait till it finishes. It's like 20 seconds. But I guess I want to say thank you to all of you guys. You guys are awesome. Like,
I used to do a lot of 24-hour streams. And there were always moments of quietness. And this wasn't a 24-hour stream, but we did 12 hours yesterday and 11 hours today, so it kind of is almost, right? And there wasn't one moment of silence. It was very easy for me to keep my mind occupied because you guys were here to talk to me. Like, I know it's a little cringe, all this stuff, but like, I do appreciate it. Yeah. I'm just gonna let the credits roll here. And I'm gonna end stream and I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I get a lot of stuff set up for tomorrow, but March should be pretty cool. Might be streaming less often, but overall it should prep up for like April and May to be pretty nice. But it should be nice streams also, like pretty cool streams. So thanks for watching, guys. Especially Fairy for dealing with my BS and everyone. And yeah, have a great night or day.